We're ready for your next witness, Mr. Peña. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Idalia Elizondo.
Idalia Elizondo is being called. Good morning, ma'am. Please take your time. Come forward. You can bring your purse with you. I know you were thinking, where do I leave it? But come, bring it with you. Good morning. And I know that you have not been sworn in yet. Is that correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. Please go around the court reporter here and up the steps. Be careful when you go up the steps. And have a seat. Pull up your chair up to the mic, and we'll get started when you're ready. There's also a couple of water bottles here, just in case you need any. Those are for you. All right, Mr. Peña.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
It's fine. It's fine. Good morning.
The monitor is blocking my view, Judge.
This one, yeah.
Let's try and help her out to move the chair a little bit further.
Let's move the chair up front.
Let me have those. It's one of those chairs that, not sure it was a real comfortable chair.
To the right. Slide that over the left.
Thank you, sir.
How about there?
That's good. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Would you please state your name?
My name's Idalia H. Elizondo.
Are you currently employed, Ms. Elizondo?
No, sir, I already retired.
What job did you retire from?
The sheriff department, sir.
And what was your position with the Sheriff's Department?
I was the lieutenant for the sheriff department there at the jail.
How many years were you employed at the Webb County Jail?
I was 36 years.
And that's here in Laredo, Texas, correct?
Yes, sir.
What made you decide to retire, Ms. Elizondo?
Age. Sorry. Medical problems and age.
Okay, thank you.
And
And
it's almost a year.
and your rank when you retired was a lieutenant?
Lieutenant, sir.
What duties does a lieutenant at the Webb County Jail have?
I was a lieutenant for compliance to get the jail ready for inspection.
And what does that entail, compliance?
It entails the whole building. I'm supposed to check maintenance. I'm supposed to check the fire area, the alarm system, everything, the generator,
I see.
plus our inmates.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your education and training?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
And as part of your duties at the jail, did you do things like taking care of inmates' complaints?
Yes, sir. I took care of complaints and visitation and everything.
So in your 36 years as a correctional officer, you must have encountered a very large number of inmates at the jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have occasion to encounter Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir. Several times.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
He's right there. Yes, sir. Wearing the gray suit.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing the gray suit.
Okay. May the
Um,
record reflect that the witness identified the defendant, Your Honor. And on what date more or less did you first encounter Ronald Burgos, Miss Elizondo?
Everyday basis. Everyday basis. I walk into the jail every day. I would walk into the jail every day.
But do you recall more or less the year when you first encountered him, when you first met him?
No, sir.
Or was it several years ago?
Several years ago.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Burgos has been convicted of 2 counts of capital murder?
Yes, sir.
What was your experience with Ronald Burgos like at the Webb County Jail?
Mr. Burgos was a polite individual there at the jail.
What was his demeanor with you when you had to deal personally with him?
He was very polite, and I know he wouldn't be disrespectful or anything like that. Never.
And did you have occasion to deal with Mr. Burgos frequently?
Yes, because of the mail or because of books. Yes, sir.
Can you expand a little bit on that phrase, because of books?
Because of the books, because he would ask for books to be mailed to the jail and they had to be inspected before he would take the books.
Do you recall what kind of books he was generally interested in?
Psychology and Harry Potter books.
What about books on religion?
Yes, he got several religion books.
Did you ever file any complaints that you had to resolve?
No, not with me. There's a department that they would have to write to.
In your dealings with Mr. Burgos, did you ever get aggressive or rude or disrespectful?
No,
with him?
sir. No, sir. No.
Did Mr. Burgos ever get into fights with other inmates or with jail staff?
I really don't recall. They wouldn't. It's like any reports they would have in reference to disciplinary or fights, anything like that. They go to classification. It's a different department.
And to your knowledge, did you ever see Mr. Burgos acting in an aggressive manner with other correctional officers or staff members of the jail?
No, sir.
Can you please describe Mr. Burgos' behavior when he was dealing with other correctional officers or staff members?
Very professional. Yeah. It was like he would actually tell us, I don't know, if we had problems with him or anything like that, he would remind us that he was the supervisor with the Border Patrol. And we never had any problems. I never had complaints about him being voiced out for anything.
Now, there are numerous rules and regulations that the inmates have to follow at the jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Burgos a rule follower?
He was a rule follower at all times.
What is your impression of Mr. Burgos as an inmate based on your personal experience with him?
Very quiet. He's, I know, stayed to himself.
Did you ever create any problems for the jail staff or any problems that you had to deal with?
No, not that I recall.
So would it be fair to say that you never had any disciplinary issues with Mr. Burgos?
No, sir, not me. Not
Anybody
my
else?
department. I really don't know. They would need to
What
ask classification department.
As far as you know, he never had any, the staff never had any disciplinary problems with Mr. Burgos.
No, no, sir.
We'll pass a witness, Your Honor.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Grizelda.
Good morning, sir.
Would it be fair to say that that it's common for inmates to find Jesus or find the Bible when they go to jail?
Yes, sir.
Pretty
Yeah.
common.
Pretty common.
And in the case of Mr. Burgos, was he kept alone or was he kept in a pod with other inmates?
He was in a pod with 7 other inmates.
Okay, and was he in his cell? In his cell, would he sleep by himself or with other inmates?
He sleeps by himself.
So can you describe the arrangements? Is it a?
It's an 8-man cell.
Okay.
It has 8 individual cells
Okay, and there's bunks inside that cell.
and bunks and sink so they can wash their hands and get water.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know that when he would go to sleep at night, would he be in a cell that's separated by bars?
Yes, sir. And it's locked in.
So he'd be locked into a cell by himself.
Yes, sir.
And then there was a common area.
Yes, there's a common area and there's a TV and microwave for them to use.
Okay.
Yes.
So then every inmate in that cell has their own cell within the cell,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and it gets locked at night.
He gets locked in there. Yes, sir.
And during your time there, was he ever segregated or put on suicide watch? Do you recall?
He was on suicide watch at the beginning when he came in.
And do you remember how long that was?
I don't recall. It was a couple of months, a year, I think. I really don't recall.
So between some months and up to a year.
Yes, sir.
And during the time that he was in that cell, what kind of cell is that? Is it a concrete cell?
It's a concrete cell.
Just with a door? If there's a door?
It's bars.
Oh, it's bars?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see inside. The officers can walk up to the cell and check inside the cell every day to check to see what they're doing.
And during this time that he was in segregation, would he be able to receive books?
Yes, sir. He was able to receive books.
Okay. Would he exercise?
Yes.
Like do push-ups and sit-ups and
Yes.
things like that?
Yes. That's what the majority of the inmates do.
Could he watch TV in there or
No, he couldn't watch TV at the beginning. No.
are you familiar with how much time he would get out to go do recreation or go outside and look at the sky, or what does that entail?
It's rec area, and the officers would go upstairs to the floor and request for them to go out to rec, and if they wish to come out, they would come out.
Okay. And then while he's in there, do they check on them periodically when in segregation or suicide watch?
Yes, you have to walk into the area.
And of course, now you're aware that he has been found guilty of killing 2 people, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of him filing complaints while he was at the Webb County Jail, or would that not come to you?
Yes, sir.
He would file complaints?
Yes, either because of mail or books. Sometimes, yes.
Was that all to your knowledge, or do you know there's other types of complaints?
That's all to my knowledge.
That's all to your knowledge? Okay. Were you aware that after his conviction that he filed a complaint as to his accommodations?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're excusing me. But you be careful about that.
Approach the
Mm. Mm. Oh, the mic is live. Um, I didn't hear them say they were going to a break. They were doing a sidebar, and then the camera went up. So I don't know if this is expected to be longer or what. But anyway, got Aowen with me, and she is doing a bit of vocalizing here. Oh, there's the judge. Oh, he walked out of frame. I feel conflicted on Zav Girl. I don't think she had any evil intent, but sometimes there are unforeseen consequences of decisions that people make that she may be aware of now that didn't occur to her when she was setting things up. And there's call for by some federal prosecutor to have some federal level legislation to prevent this sort of thing from happening again. And I feel conflicted about that because there are some legitimate times when such material might be appropriate. And but in listening to Michelle After Dark this morning, she was pointing out that there are people who have an interest in the dead, and that the material might be of interest to them, and we don't want to give them material. So Plunder said that the autopsy photos were not completely blurred, that some of the people were saying that people were mocking anatomical features of Gannon, and she says, well, that can't be true because those areas were blurred out. And so I think that it's being blown up into something that is worse than what it really was. It was bad enough, mind you. But I agree with Michelle that I don't think that she was thinking of the effect that it would have on the family. She was thinking of it more as an interesting discussion, and it can be, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. And there are things which I've learned in the Dylan Rounds case which I don't put out there. So there are rumors out there, and some things I've heard confirmation of, and some things no. And we had a confidential source who gave us certain information, and I don't know if that was accurate. It was credible. It was reported to the FBI after we got him in touch with somebody, and if something comes out later that confirms that was accurate, then I'll talk about it later. But for now, I'll just sit on it because not everything is something that's fit for publication. So anyway, let's see. We have, what do I have in my little bag of tricks? I had some videos which I had found. Because we have no idea how long this break is, since they were doing sidebar stuff and I didn't hear the judge say anything about the length. So here, let's listen to this video here, which is on the disappearance of Alyssa Turney. And this is a video interview from ABC News 13 years ago with the stepfather, who turns out he's an adopted father. So let's get that and watch that, because that dovetails with our other case we've been following here. So oops, let me get this straight set up here. The volume is quiet, so I need to turn it up. Okay.
In law enforcement.
Yes, I did.
You know that oftentimes the first person they look as suspect might be family members.
They always look at the family member first. That's just standard 101 investigations.
So why take it as such an insult?
I didn't take it as an insult. I took it as fighting with someone for 6 or 7 years to get them to do what I wanted them to do.
But Mr. Turney, by refusing to answer their questions, as a former law enforcement
I
person
didn't
yourself,
refuse to answer their questions.
don't you see how that would raise eyebrows?
No, because that's a lie. I didn't refuse to answer questions. They were calling me every day, asking me questions every single day. Every
But
day.
they wanted to sit down with you.
And they would have gotten that. All they had to do was set the time and the place, and it would have certainly occurred.
Well, let's clear some of the things that they're saying about you.
No, it's fine.
At the beginning, the detectives were very focused on Heimer. They thought maybe he had done it. But as they began to interview her friends, some disturbing things start to surface.
Oh.
And they say that among them was the feeling that you were obsessed with her. You've heard this before.
It's on the affidavit, yes.
That you were very controlling.
Yes.
And very strict. That you had her sign contracts. You followed her around. You interviewed parents of any new friends of hers Do you feel that went far beyond what a normal parent would do?
Oh, it depends on who you talk to. If it would avoid anything happening to my daughter, yes. I don't think it was far beyond. At the time, I look back at it because she ran away as a result of that. Yeah, of course I feel bad about it.
Other people said you were demeaning to Alyssa, that you made her feel stupid.
That's an absolute lie. I wouldn't allow that with Alyssa because I want Alyssa to have good self-esteem of herself.
But her friends said that you were demeaning to her. You called her stupid. In a phone call that has surfaced since then, you called Alyssa a bitch.
Really? See, I'm not aware of that.
It's on a recording.
Well, then fine. Let's bring all the recordings out. I got no problem with that.
Did you call her that?
Did I call Alyssa a bitch? I don't remember. I very well could have one time when I was mad at her. Who knows?
That's demeaning.
I guess it is.
So what were you planning to do?
Just bring attention to Alyssa.
How are you going to do this?
Take a shotgun and blow my head off. That's what I tried to do in '94.
And what about the firecrackers and the bombs and the explosives?
What bombs? You mean a few little flash things that would make some noise, just to make noise? You can't kill anybody with a pipe bomb unless you stick it down their throat.
Police say you were going to bomb the local union hall.
Sure they did that because they don't understand that you can't take that building down with a bomb. You can't burn it down. It's an
You weren't going to do
inflammable
that?
building. What?
You weren't going to do that?
Not in the least bit. Why? I'm going to murder a bunch of innocent people? That sounds insane.
Mr. Attorney, you say the government's out to get you, the union's out to get you, the Phoenix Police Department's out to get you. It sounds like you think the world is out to get you, and it sounds a little delusional.
Well, that's what they investigated. I just went and talked to the government's forensic psychologist. She said I had a paranoid personality, but she didn't say delusional.
Do you think you have a paranoid personality?
You ever wore a badge and a gun?
No.
You ever been in the military?
No.
Guarantee you'll have a paranoid personality after that for the rest of your life. That just comes with it, the experience.
Tell me why we should believe you.
Why you should believe me? Let's see. I don't know. Probably because the fact that sometimes when people tell things that seem to be so irrational, sometimes they are true.
You're not capable of killing your stepdaughter.
I didn't kill my stepdaughter. I'm not capable of killing my stepdaughter.
If you're a couch potato, you do not want to see this, because we are giving away these incredible outdoor mystery boxes for...
All right. Good morning, Mr. Attorney. Can
Mm.
you give me your name and your date of birth, sir?
Michael Arturney, 219-48.
All right. And the state you want to announce?
George Kellerman from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. And the defense?
Good morning, Judge. Ashley Otto and Jamie Jackson on behalf of Michael Turney.
All right. All right. So let's go ahead and go forward with this matter. All right, Mr. Attorney, you are here in response to a Superior Court grand jury warrant. The charges as follows. It is 1 count, murder in the second degree, a class 1 felony, allegedly occurring in May 17, 2001. Mr. Jackson and Ms. Otto are here from the Public Defender's Office representing you throughout this process. Mr. Kellerman's here from the state. Right now, you have some upcoming court dates happening. But before I get into the court dates, I know that there's a question of bond. So I would like to hear from both sides of the aisle here. Mr. Kellerman, did you want to be heard on release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a grand jury warrant that was issued yesterday in the amount of $500,000 secured a third bond. The state would request that bond be affirmed on the warrant.
All right, and the defense?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Turney is a 72-year-old disabled veteran. He was born and raised in Arizona. He has a stable place to live. Mr. Turney suffers from a myriad of physical health issues. He requires a CPAP machine to sleep. He has blood pressure issues, heart and lung issues, blood clots in his legs. All of his service providers are here in Arizona. He receives services at the VA as well as federal workman's comp. His physical health issues aside, I want to touch, briefly on the evidence in this case or lack thereof. And while I can't speak to all of the evidence, this case is 20 years old. There is no confession, no body, no crime scene, no DNA. Mr. Attorney has remained cooperative since the beginning of this case, and he has every intention to do so. He has maintained his innocence since 2000, and his intention is to see that through in court. With that being said, also, he has no failures to appear. He is willing to abide by any terms of release the court deems appropriate. Defense at this time is asking for a $25,000 to $35,000 secured appearance bond with electronic monitoring and house arrest.
I appreciate that. Anything else from the defense?
What?
Nothing else, thank you.
Okay, all right. State, any response to the defense's argument?
The state's response is, Your Honor, that this is a homicide case, whether it occurred yesterday or 20 years ago. In terms of probable cause, that's already been determined by a grand jury. It's not being determined by the CIA court. And the state would request that since a judicial officer at the return of the true bill, the indictment in this case, has already determined that a $500,000 secured appearance bond in a homicide case is appropriate, the state would request that this court simply affirm that. And if defense counsel, for the reasons that she's recited to this court, believes that those are appropriate to modify the release terms on the warrant, they can certainly file a motion for modification of release terms where all of those arguments can be duly made. State has no doubt that defense counsel is representing to the best of their knowledge the situation, but at this point, the state would believe they've in no way been able to confirm his medical conditions, everything that they know, they've learned through him. So I apologize for the lengthy request, but the state believes that there should be no modification in tonight's IA release terms on a grand jury bond that was issued less than 24 hours ago. Thank you.
All right, here's my decision. Mr. Attorney, I understand the age, 72 years old. I don't doubt for a second that your attorney's avowals of your health issues are evident. All right, so I am taking consideration your health issues. I am taking consideration the fact that you probably have been an upstanding citizen, not missed any court, you have ties to the community, you may not be a flight risk, but I cannot discount the information that's provided by the state. This was a grand jury indictment. It was reviewed by a grand jury. And again, he is correct. A judicial officer did make a decision, albeit 20 years ago, but it still was a decision that was made. Nothing has changed that in our eyes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to affirm the $500 secured appearance bond, $500,000 secured appearance bond that was issued by the grand jury I don't believe that I added any additional, I only added pretrial services. I don't believe he needs to be monitored electronically. He is not to possess any weapons. And he does have, and Mr. Kellerman is absolutely right. With the information that you provided this court, you will have an opportunity to present that again at future hearings. Yes, put a motion out there to modify release conditions at a subsequent hearing. So you do have that opportunity to do that. But I'm going to affirm the $500,000 security appearance bond that was imposed by the grand jury with pretrial services upon his release. I do need to let him know that he does have court for not guilty arraignment on August 28th, 2020, 8:30 a.m. That's going to be down the street on Madison, Superior Court. Those are the conditions that I've just indicated. Aside from the bond and pretrial services, there are any other additional limitations if he is able to make that bond. Does everybody understand my decision today?
The state does, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Attorney, those are your conditions. You're going to get paperwork that has all that information on it. So go ahead and step to the side and get that paperwork. And that's it for today. And good luck, sir.
Get nutrients in every scoop. High five for nutrition, kids.
Sorry for your loss. I know this has been difficult for you. It has also been a difficult process for me.
Yo escuché que su hija es católica. Yo también soy católico. Y espero que el Señor les haya dado la fortaleza como me la ha dado a mí para soportar esto tan difícil por lo que estamos pasando.
I heard that your daughter was Catholic. I am Catholic as well. And I hope that God has given you strength, just like He has me, to go through this difficult situation. ¿Por qué está aquí usted el día de hoy?
Yo estoy aquí para enseñarle a las personas y al mundo quién verdaderamente es mi hijo Ronald Burgos-Aviles.
I'm here to show the people and the world who truly my son is.
Tell us about the Ronald you know.
Díganos sobre el Ronald que usted conoce.
Él fue un buen hijo. Él casi nunca dio problemas. No, nunca usó droga. Nunca usó alcohol. Era...
Well, he's a good son. He never gave us problems. He's never used drugs. He's never used alcohol.
Él siempre fue buen estudiante. Él sobresalió en la escuela, en high school. Él se graduó, creo que fueron 6 meses antes que sus compañeros. Después,
He was always a good student. He excelled in school. In high school, I believe he graduated 6 months before his classmates.
luego él entró al Navy.
Can I show you a picture and you can tell me if you...
Later on, he goes into the Navy. Le voy a mostrar a un momento una foto. Dígame si usted la reconoce. ¿Nos puede decir qué está sucediendo en esta foto?
Aquí él se graduó del Navy.
Here he graduated from the Navy. ¿Y quiénes son estas personas?
Ese soy yo y él en la graduación del Navy.
That is me and him at his Navy graduation.
This day?
¿Usted recuerda este día?
Sí, me acuerdo de ese día.
Yes, I remember that day.
Can you tell us how you felt?
¿Nos puede decir cómo usted se sintió?
Me sentí bien orgulloso de él porque
I felt very proud of him
él trabajó duro y él fue uno de los más sobresalientes en su clase en el Navy.
because he worked hard and he was one of the ones that excelled in his Navy class.
Mr. Book.
No.
Were you ever married to her?
¿En algún momento usted estuvo casado con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your first marriage?
Nos casamos muy jóvenes. Ella tenía 17, yo tenía 18. Éramos,
We married at a young age. She was 17 and I was 18.
éramos dos niños criando a otro niño.
It was two kids having another kid.
Su mamá era inmadura. Ella era insegura. Ella era muy celosa.
His mom, I was immature and she was not sure of herself and was very jealous.
Can I show you a picture and you tell me if you recognize it?
Sí.
Le voy a mostrar una foto y dígame si usted la reconoce. Yes. ¿Le puede decir a los miembros del jurado quién está en esta foto?
Do you remember this day?
Sí.
¿Se recuerda este día? Yes.
Can you tell us what was happening in this photo?
Embarazada de Ron.
Yes, that's the day we had the baby shower when she was pregnant with him, with Ronald.
Where was this baby shower held?
¿Dónde tuvieron este baby shower?
Eso fue en casa de mi mamá.
It was at my mother's house.
And where was your mother's house?
¿Y dónde estaba la casa de su mamá?
En Puerto Rico.
En Puerto Rico.
Is that where you grew up?
Ahí es donde usted creció.
Sí, ahí donde yo crecí.
Yes, that is where I grew up.
Is that where you raised Ronald?
Ahí es donde usted tuvo y educó a Ronald.
Sí.
Yes.
What can you tell us about the day that Ronald was born?
¿Qué nos puede decir sobre el día que nació Ronald?
Cuando él nació, su mamá, cuando ella estaba embarazada, ella pues estaba feliz, pero cuando él nació, ella cambió y no lo quería.
When he was born, his mom, when she was pregnant, she was happy. But when he was born, she didn't want him.
No sé si es que tuvo depresión postparto, no lo sé, no soy doctor, para ese tiempo no se hablaba de eso, pero cuando también ella era pequeña, ella también fue abandonada y su mamá, cuando él nació, lo rechazaba.
I don't know if she had a postpartum depression. I'm not a doctor, and at the time we didn't talk about that. When she was born, she was also abandoned, and she rejected him.
What makes you say she rejected him? What did you see?
¿Por qué usted dice que ella lo rechazaba? ¿Qué es lo que usted vio?
Bueno, ella no se quería levantar a la noche cuando el bebé lloraba y pedía leche y yo era el que me tenía que levantar, aunque yo trabajaba y estudiaba, pues era el que tenía que atenderlo y ella nunca lo abrazaba o lo besaba y eso me molestaba y peleábamos mucho.
Deme un segundo para interpretar. She would not wake up at night when the baby would cry and ask for milk. I would be the one to get up, even though I was working and going to school. I would take care of him. She would never hug him or kiss him. And it would bother me, and we would fight a lot.
What would you fight about?
¿De qué peleaban?
Bueno, es que me dolía ver la forma que lo trataba. Me dolía ver.
It would hurt me to see her, how she would treat him.
Yo no entendía por qué ella lo trataba así.
I didn't understand why she treated him like that.
Luego tuvimos otro hijo y ella estaba feliz cuando el bebé nació. Ella siempre empezó a decir, este es mi nene lindo, y lo abrazaba y lo besaba, pero a Ronald siempre lo rechazaba. Y nosotros,
Then we had another child, and she was happy when he was born. He was beautiful, and she would hug him and kiss him, but she always rejected Ronald.
y por eso era que discutíamos mucho y peleábamos, porque me dolía ver cómo ella tenía preferencia por uno y no por el otro.
And that is why we would fight a lot, and because she had a preference for one and not the other.
Como ella era tan celosa, yo decía que la iba a dejar, pero ella me amenazaba que si la dejaba, se iba a llevar los niños y yo pues siempre tenía miedo de lo que ella pudiera hacer con Ronald.
Since she was very jealous, I would tell her I would leave her, and she would threaten me that if I would leave her, that she would take the kids. And I was always scared what would happen to Ronald.
Would she ever threaten you to hurt Ronald?
¿Ella en algún momento lo amenazó a usted de que iba a lastimar a Ronald?
Ella me amenazaba con eso, sí.
She would threaten me with that, yes.
How long did you stay married to Ronald's mother?
¿Por cuánto tiempo usted estuvo casado con la madre de Ronald?
Estuvimos juntos 13 años. Hubo un día que ella llegó y me dijo, ahora es el que quiero que te vayas de la casa. Ese día yo comprendí que ella no iba a lastimar a Ronald. Y ese mismo día me fui. Y me llevé a los hijos.
We were together for 13 years. One day when she arrived to the house, she told me, I want you to leave the house. That day I understood that she would hurt Ronald, and I took the kids.
Is that the day you understood she would or would not hurt Ronald?
¿Ese fue el día que usted entendió que ella lastimaría a Ronald o no?
Ese es el día que yo entendí que ella no lo lastimaría.
That is the day that I understood that she would not hurt him.
And how long after that did you leave?
¿Y qué tanto después de eso usted se fue?
Yo me fui ese mismo día.
I left that same day.
Where did Ronald and his brother live when you got divorced?
Interpreter request a repetition. Please speak louder.
I apologize. Where did Ronald and his brother live when you got divorced?
¿Dónde vivían Ronald y su hermano después de que ustedes se divorciaron?
Cuando nos divorciamos, llegamos a un acuerdo que yo me llevaría a los niños y ella se quedaría con la casa. Y yo me fui para casa de mi madre con mis hijos.
When we got a divorce, we had an agreement that I would take the kids and she would keep the house. And I went to my mom's house with the kids.
Were you able to see how Ronald's mother's treatment of him affected him?
¿Usted pudo ver cómo le afectó a Ronald, cómo su mamá lo trataba?
Sí. Yo creo que
What did you see?
¿Qué es lo que usted vio?
Yo creo que él construyó como una pared y se hizo como que fuerte para que nada lo lastime.
I saw that he built, I believe he built a wall and he became strong so that nothing could hurt him.
Did he want her to love him?
¿Él quería que ella lo quisiera?
Sí, él la buscaba. Cuando era pequeño la buscaba. Tenía 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 años. Pero ella le decía, vete para allá, no vengas a molestar.
Yes, he would look for her when he was young, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. But she would say, go over there, don't bother.
When you left and you and Ronald and your son moved to your mother's house, what relationship did you see between them?
Cuando usted se fue con Ronald y su otro hijo a la casa de su mamá, ¿qué relación vio usted entre ellos?
Mi mamá ella se dio cuenta de cómo la mamá lo trataba y todo ese amor que ella nunca le dio, pues mi mamá se lo dio.
My mom found out about how his mom treated him, and all that love that she didn't give him, she gave it to him.
I'm going to show you a photo the jury's already seen, and I'm going to ask you who is in this picture, okay?
Le voy a mostrar una foto que los miembros del jurado ya han visto y le voy a pedir que usted me diga quién está en esta foto.
Defense offers 16.
Objection. Okay. Admitted?
And published to the jury.
You may.
Can you tell us who is in this photo?
¿Nos puede decir quién está en esta foto?
Esa es mi mamá y Ronald.
It is my mother and Ronald.
Did she travel to Texas with you?
Ella viajó aquí a Texas junto con usted.
Sí,
Yes.
Is she here to support him?
Ella está aquí para brindarle apoyo a él.
sí,
Yes.
Has she been attending the trial with you?
Ella ha estado aquí en el juicio junto con usted.
sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you another question about Ronald's mother. When was the last time you saw her?
Le voy a hacer una pregunta más sobre la madre de Ronald. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted la vio a ella?
Aquí en la corte, un día que llegó y me tocó el hombro y cuando la miré no la pude reconocer porque tenía espejuelos y nunca la había visto con espejuelos.
Interpreter request to ask for repetition on the last part. ¿Sí puede decirlo porque no la reconoció de nuevo un poco más alto?
No la reconocí porque estaba usando espejuelos.
I hear at court. One day she came and she tapped my shoulder and I didn't recognize her. She was using glasses, so I didn't recognize her.
How long had it been since you'd seen her?
¿Cuánto tiempo había sido desde que usted había visto por última vez?
Creo que 1 o 2 años.
About 2 years.
Were you surprised to see her in court?
¿Usted estaba sorprendido de haberla visto aquí en el juzgado?
Sí, porque ella no dijo a nadie que ella vendría. No le dijo a nadie.
Yes. Yes, because I didn't believe that she would come.
I think you need to ask him to repeat that.
Can you
¿Puede repetir lo que dijo más alto?
Sí, estaba sorprendido porque ella no le dijo a nadie que ella vendría.
Yes, I was surprised because she didn't tell anyone that she would be coming.
Did you ever see her in court again?
¿Usted la vio aquí en el juzgado de nuevo?
No,
No.
Do you know if she stayed in Texas for longer than that day?
¿Usted sabe si ella se quedó aquí en Texas más largo o más que ese tiempo de ese día?
sí,
Yes.
Yes, you know, or yes, she did.
¿Si usted sabe o si ella se quedó más?
Sí, ella se quedó más tiempo.
Yes, she was here for a longer time.
So, did you ever move away from Puerto Rico?
¿Usted se mudó de Puerto Rico?
Sí, me mudé de Puerto Rico para los Estados Unidos.
¿Para dónde?
Para los Estados Unidos.
Yes, we moved from Puerto Rico to the United States.
Where did you move?
¿A dónde se mudó?
A la Florida.
How old was Ronald when you moved?
¿Qué edad tenía Ronald cuando usted se mudó?
Era teenager.
He was a teenager.
Was he in high school?
¿Él estaba en la secundaria?
Sí, estaba en high school.
Yes, he was in high school.
Was he living with you?
¿Y él estaba viviendo con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
If you know, where and when, or where, did Ronald meet the woman that would eventually become his wife?
Y si usted sabe dónde y cuándo, bueno, dónde fue que Ronald conoció a la mujer que sería su esposa.
Creo que la conoció, no vivíamos muy lejos uno del otro, creo que a un bloque. Y creo que la conoció ahí o en high school.
We didn't live far away. I think he met her there or in high school.
She lived in your neighborhood?
Ella vivía en su vecindario.
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a photo, one moment.
Te voy a mostrar una foto.
Do you recognize the people in this picture?
¿Se reconoce a las personas en esta foto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were concerned about this picture being shown, is that right?
Y a usted le preocupaba que se mostrara esta foto, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And this is not going to be shown to anyone but the jury.
Y esta foto no se le será mostrada a nadie más, solo a los miembros del jurado.
Introduce defendant 17.
You're going to publish on the document image?
Yes.
It's not on the screen on the side or broadcast. Admitted, yeah.
Can you tell us about this picture?
¿Nos puede decir algo sobre esta foto?
Ese es Ronald. Y esa es su futura esposa.
Yes, that is Ronald and his wife.
How old were they in this picture, if you know?
¿Y usted sabe qué edad tenían ellos en esta foto?
I think it was future wife from that response.
You want to clarify?
Sure. Were they married at this time?
¿Ellos estaban casados en este tiempo?
No.
No.
And how old were they in this picture?
¿Y qué edad tenían en esta foto?
Tenían como 19 años, 19 o 18, eran jóvenes, dos teenagers.
They were 19 years, 18 years or 19 years. They were young teenagers.
Were they living together when this photo was taken?
Cuando se tomó esta foto, ellos estaban viviendo juntos.
No, Ronald vivía en mi casa y su pareja vivía en su casa.
No, Ronald lived at my house and his partner lived at her house.
When your son found out that he was going to be a father, what did he do?
Cuando su hijo se dio cuenta que él iba a ser padre, ¿qué hizo?
Él se preocupó y comenzó a buscar trabajo y ahí fue que entró al Navy.
He got worried, and that's when he started looking for work. That's when he joined the Navy.
And has he worked ever since?
¿Y desde ese entonces él ha trabajado?
Sí.
Yes.
After he joined the Navy, did he apply to the Border Patrol?
Después de él haber entrado al Navy, de ahí él puso una solicitud de empleo para el Border Patrol, las patrullas fronterizas.
Sí, yo vi que estaban contratando en el Border Patrol y mi madre también vio que estaban contratando en el Border Patrol y le hablamos con él. Le dijimos que era un buen trabajo con buenos beneficios y él desde pequeño siempre me mencionó que le gustaría ser policía y aplicó.
Yes, I saw that they were hiring at the Border Patrol, and my mom saw that they were hiring at the Border Patrol, so we spoke to him. We told him that it was a good job with good benefits, and ever since he was young, he would always tell me that he wanted to be a police officer, so he applied.
Did anyone else in your family apply for the Border Patrol?
Alguien más en su familia también metió una solicitud de empleo para trabajar con la patrulla fronteriza.
Sí, yo apliqué también para el Border Patrol.
Yes, I also applied to be Border Patrol.
Los dos cogimos el examen. Ronald lo pasó. Creo que ellos subieron la edad para aplicar a 40, creo. Antes era, creo que menos. Yo estaba ahí en los 40 y apliqué. Cogimos el examen y también lo pasé.
Yes, we both took the exam, and Ronald passed the exam. At that time, they upped the age. I believe it was 40, and I was 40. So I applied and took the exam and also passed.
Luego hicimos el examen físico y luego él lo pasó y yo lo pasé. Luego tuvimos la entrevista y él la pasó y yo pues no la pasé. No, mi inglés no era muy bueno.
Then we took the physical exam, and he passed it, and I passed it. Then we had the interview, and he passed it, and I did not pass it. My English was not very good.
Mr. Burgos, where was your son assigned in the Border Patrol?
Señor Burgos, ¿dónde fue asignado su hijo cuando estuvo ahí con la patrulla fronteriza?
A Laredo, Texas.
Laredo, Texas.
After he moved to Laredo, did you talk every day?
Después de que él se mudó a Laredo, ¿ustedes hablaban a diario?
No.
No.
How often did you talk to him after he moved to Texas?
¿Cada cuándo hablaba usted con él después de que él se mudó a Texas?
Probablemente una vez al mes o dos.
Probably once a month or twice.
Did he talk to you about his marriage?
¿Él hablaba con usted sobre su matrimonio?
Hablaba, pero no me decía todo.
We would talk, but he wouldn't tell me everything.
Can you tell me about your relationship with your father?
¿Qué puede decir usted sobre su relación con su padre?
Mi mamá y mi papá se divorciaron cuando yo era pequeña, como 5 años creo que tenía. Y yo lo veía los weekends. Y
Interpreter request the term to speak louder, Your Honor. Si puede levantar la voz, por favor.
mi padre y yo, perdón, mi madre y mi padre se separaron cuando yo tenía 5 años. Y yo veía a mi papá los weekends. Pero cuando yo tenía 18 años, mi papá también fue asesinado. So, he estado en los dos lados.
When my mom and my dad divorced when I was 5 years old, I would see my dad on the weekends. When I was 18 years old, my father was murdered. So I've been on both ends of the spectrum.
You've been here since the first day of trial, so you've seen all of the evidence in this case, is that right?
Usted ha estado aquí desde el primer día que empezó el juicio y usted ha visto todas las pruebas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
When you heard Mr. Boggs tell the jury that they shared a burden, do you feel like you share that burden too?
Cuando usted escuchó que el abogado Boggs dijo que tenían la carga, ¿usted también siente esta carga?
Sí, ha sido muy difícil. Para mí se me hace difícil creer que Ronald haya cometido los hechos, pero yo respeto la decisión del jurado y acepto la voluntad del Señor.
Yes, it has been very difficult for me. It is hard for me to believe that Ron had done these acts, but I respect the jury and God's will.
Did you learn things about Ronald during this trial that you didn't know?
¿Usted se dio cuenta o aprendió cosas de Ronald que usted no sabía?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you know that he was having multiple affairs?
¿Usted sabía que él tenía aventuras múltiples?
no lo sabía, esas cosas, no, nunca las compartió conmigo.
No, I didn't know those things. He never spoke to them about them with me.
Did you know that you had another grandson?
¿Usted sabía que usted tenía otro nieto?
No, me enteré cuando lo arrestaron, me llamaron y me dijeron que lo habían arrestado por asesinato y por la muerte de su hijo. No sabía que tenía otro hijo.
No, I found out when he was arrested. They called me and they told me that he had been arrested for the murder and death of his son. I didn't know he had another son.
Your son hid a lot of things from you, didn't he?
Interpreter requests a repetition.
I
Speak louder.
apologize. Your son hid these things from you, didn't he?
¿A poco no es cierto que su hijo le escondió estas cosas de usted?
No entendí la pregunta.
I didn't understand the question.
Did Ronald hide these things from you?
Ronald le ocultó estas cosas a usted.
Sí,
Yes.
When you found out these things, did it change how you felt about him?
Cuando usted se dio cuenta de estas cosas, ¿cambió cómo usted se sentía con él?
no, porque yo,
No,
no, porque el Señor me enseñó que yo tengo que condenar el pecado, pero tengo que amar al hombre. Y yo siempre lo he amado y siempre lo voy a seguir amando.
no, because God has taught me that we should hate the sin but love the man. And I love him forever, and I'll love him forever.
You hate the sin. Is that what you said?
Usted odia el pecado. Es lo que dijo.
Dios nos enseña que tenemos que condenar el pecado y amarnos los unos a los otros. Yo no condeno al hombre, yo condeno el pecado, porque yo sé de dónde viene el pecado.
God teaches us that we should condemn the sin but love each other. So I don't condemn the man, I condemn the sin.
Are you a man of faith, Mr. Burgos?
Because we know where the sin originates from.
Thank you.
Are you a man of faith, Mr. Burgos?
Señor Burgos, ¿es usted un hombre de fe?
Sí,
Yes.
Have you always been?
¿Usted siempre ha sido así?
no siempre he sido así.
No, I have not always been this way.
Can you tell us about what brought you back to your faith?
¿Nos puede decir qué es lo que pasó para que usted regresara a ser un hombre de fe?
Hace como 1 año y medio, hablando con Ronald, las llamadas que él me hace, él empezó a leer muchos libros y a estudiar la Biblia. Y hubo un libro,
It's been about 1.5 years since I've been talking to Ronald. He calls me and he's read a lot of books and he started studying the Bible.
And do you talk about faith with your son?
¿Y usted habla sobre su fe o sobre la fe con su hijo?
sí, fue sobre un libro que él leyó y me dijo que debía leerlo. Y cuando lo leí, ese libro, empecé a llorar mucho y sentí como que me secaron una venda de los ojos. Y ahí fue cuando comencé a buscar del Señor y empecé a leer la Biblia y empecé también a leer muchos libros.
Yes, he told me about a book that he read. He told me that I should read it. So I read the book and I started to cry. I cried a lot. It's as if someone had removed the blinds from my eyes. And I started to pray and I read the Bible and other books.
Is this something you and Ronald share?
¿Esto es algo que usted y Ronald comparten?
Sí, la mayoría de nuestras llamadas siempre es hablando sobre la Biblia y sobre el Señor y cómo el Señor tiene tanto amor por todos y cada uno de nosotros. Y cómo el Señor, a través de Ronald, yo pude volver a la iglesia, yo pude volver a casa.
Yes, we do talk when we talk on the phone, we talk about the Bible, we talk about the Lord, how the Lord has so much love for all and each one of us, and how the Lord through Ronald has helped me return to church. He's helped me return home.
What does that mean to you?
¿Y esto qué significa para usted?
Significa mucho porque el que no está en Cristo está muerto. Es lo que nos enseña la palabra. Y es dando como se recibe y es perdonando como se perdona.
It means a lot because if we are not with Christ, then we are dead. That's what we learned through the word. We give and receive through forgiveness.
Mr. Burgos, do you wish your son had shared more of his life with you?
Señor Burgos, ¿usted desea que su hijo hubiera compartido más de su vida con usted?
Seguro que sí. Me hubiera gustado que él me hubiera hablado de que tenía un hijo fuera de matrimonio, no es el primero, no es el último, y quizás pudiéramos haber buscado una solución. Yo lo hubiera podido aconsejar y no llegar hasta este momento.
Yes, I would have, of course, I would have wanted to talk more. We would have, if he would have told me that he had a son out of marriage, he wouldn't have been the first, he wouldn't have been the last. We would have looked for a solution. I would have given him counsel, and we wouldn't be in this situation here.
You told us earlier that you were proud of Ronald. Have you ever told him that?
Anteriormente usted nos dijo que usted estaba orgulloso de Ronald. ¿Usted le ha dicho eso a él en algún momento?
No.
No.
Do you wish you had?
¿Usted desea haberlo hecho?
Sí. Y quiero que sepa que yo me siento orgulloso de él. No me siento orgulloso por lo que estamos pasando, pero siempre me he sentido orgulloso de ti. Siempre te he amado y siempre te he defendido desde el primer día. Y lo voy a seguir haciendo hasta el final.
Yes, I want him to know that I am proud of him. I'm not proud of the situation that we're in this at the moment, but I want him to know that I've always been proud of you. I've always loved you, and I will love you forever.
Have you ever told him that even if he did this, you would still love him?
¿Usted le ha dicho a él en algún momento que aunque él haya hecho esto, usted todavía lo amaría?
Lo voy a seguir amando hasta el final, porque eso es lo que el Señor nos enseña. Amor. El amor es más grande que el odio. El amor es más grande que el resentimiento. Y si todos nos amáramos como el Señor quiere que nos amáramos, viviríamos en un mundo mucho mejor.
Repita la última parte.
Que si nos amáramos como el Señor nos enseña que debemos amarnos, viviríamos en un mundo mucho mejor.
I would continue to love him to the end. That's what the Lord teaches us, to love It is the biggest type of love, bigger than any other emotion. If we would all love each other like the Lord teaches us to love and wants us to love, then the world would be much better.
Mr. Burgos, when we were talking the other day at your hotel, you were telling me how you felt when you see a Border Patrol truck. Can you tell the jury that today?
Señor Burgos, hace unos días cuando estábamos hablando en su hotel, usted me dijo cómo usted se sentía cuando usted ve una patrulla fronteriza. ¿Le puede decir a los miembros del jurado lo que me dijo?
Cuando veo un camión, un truck de Border Patrol, pienso en todo lo que él perdió y el gran futuro que él hubiera podido tener.
When I see a Border Patrol truck, I see everything that he lost and the great future he could have had.
How do you feel?
¿Cómo se siente usted?
Es duro estar aquí, es triste, me siento mal, especialmente
It is hard and difficult to be here. I'm sad. I feel bad.
especialmente que todo el mundo está mirando, todo el mundo está viendo este juicio y ha sido bien difícil.
Especially because the whole world is watching. The whole world is watching the trial. It's been extremely difficult.
Do you love him anyway?
Request a repetition.
Do you love him anyway?
¿Usted aún lo ama?
Sí, lo amo.
Yes, I love him.
No further questions.
Mr.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm sorry.
Buenos días, señor. Good morning.
I've seen you here every day of the trial also.
Yo también lo he visto aquí todos los días de este juicio.
You now know what your son did on April the 9th of 2018.
Ahora usted sabe lo que su hijo hizo el 9 de abril de 2018.
He killed Grizelda Hernandez.
What's your objection? We're going to wait for the question.
Yeah.
Thank
You know that he killed Grizelda Hernandez.
Usted sabe que él mató a Grizelda Hernández.
Do you know that?
Usted sabe eso.
En mi mente no veo cómo él fue capaz de matar a nadie.
In my mind, I don't see how he was capable to child.
He's saying, but nadie.
Nadie.
Usted dijo nadie. Capable to kill anyone.
You saw the mountain of evidence that we brought.
Usted vio la cantidad inmensa de pruebas que pusimos.
Sí,
Yes.
And you learned that Grizelda was stabbed 27 times.
Usted se dio cuenta que Grizelda fue apuñalada 27 veces.
sí.
and that your son did that to her.
Y su hijo le hizo eso a ella.
Aquí se presentaron las pruebas. Yo respeto la decisión del jurado, pero en mi mente yo no he visto que mi hijo ha cometido estos hechos.
The evidence that was presented here, I respect the jury's decision. In my mind, I have not seen my son commit these acts.
You also saw the evidence that your grandson, Dominic Hernandez, was killed
Usted
by
también
your
vio
son.
las pruebas que su nieto, Dominic Hernandez, fue asesinado.
La evidencia que yo vi es circunstancial. No vi nada directo. So, en mi mente, yo respeto la decisión del jurado, pero en mi mente no me cabe que mi hijo haya cometido los hechos. Yo acepto la decisión del jurado, la respeto, pero no puedo sentarme aquí a decir que mi hijo cometió esos hechos porque no lo vi.
The evidence I saw is circumstantial. It is not direct. So in my mind, I respect the jury's decision, but in my mind doesn't compute that my son committed these acts. I respect and accept the jury's decision, but I cannot sit here and say that my son committed these acts because I didn't see it.
You made a statement to Ms. Posel, and you say that it's where the sin originates from. Where does the sin originate from?
Ahora usted dijo algo anteriormente de dónde se origina el pecado. Mi pregunta es, ¿de dónde se origina?
El pecado viene de Satanás.
Sin originates from Satan.
So you would agree that the act of killing your own infant son and the mother of that baby is an evil act?
Or, go ahead.
Entonces usted está de acuerdo que el acto de matar a tu hijo que es bebé y a la madre es un acto malo.
Es un acto malo. Sí.
It is an evil act, yes.
You have talked about what your son has lost, and you have also talked about the hardship of this trial being publicized all over the media, correct?
Usted ha hablado de lo que su hijo ha perdido y también usted ha hablado de la dificultad de que este juicio ha sido un juicio público en los medios, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you thought about what Dominic lost?
¿Usted ha pensado en lo que Dominic ha perdido?
Sí,
Have you thought about what Grizelda lost?
¿Usted ha pensado en lo que Grizelda ha perdido?
sí, lo he pensado.
Yes, I thought about it.
Have you thought about her hopes and dreams?
¿Usted ha pensado sobre los sueños y esperanzas de ella?
Sí, lo he pensado. Sí, lo he pensado. Sé que es muy triste.
Yes, I thought about it. I thought about it. I know it's very sad.
Do you know how old your grandson would be today?
¿Usted sabe qué edad tuviera su nieto el día de hoy?
No estoy tan seguro, probablemente 5 o 6 años.
I'm not completely sure, but around 5 or 6 years.
And how do you feel about never having the opportunity to have met your grandson?
¿Cómo se siente usted de que usted nunca va a tener la oportunidad de conocer a su nieto?
Me siento triste, me siento mal. No
I
te,
feel sad. I feel bad.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 551.
I'm sorry, what? Sure. Or I guess it wasn't an objection, just an approach.
Did you see this photo?
¿Usted ve esta foto?
sí,
Yes.
I'll also show you 550.
También le voy a mostrar la número 550.
Who does that look like?
¿A quién se parece?
él se parece mucho a mi otro nieto.
He looks a lot like my other grandson.
And no matter what happens in this case, you will always love your son. Is that correct?
Es cierto que no importa lo que pase en este juicio, usted siempre va a amar a su hijo, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Yes.
No further questions.
Ya no tengo preguntas.
Anything else? Go ahead.
I just want to clarify something you told me when we were speaking earlier.
Solo quiero clarificar algo que usted me dijo anteriormente.
You told us that Ronald never drank or did drugs.
Usted nos dijo que Ronald nunca había tomado o hecho drogas.
Correcto.
Correct.
But you don't know if he had a beer or two when he grew up.
Pero usted no sabe si él tomó una o dos cervezas cuando estaba creciendo.
No.
I was just checking. Is there anything else you want to say?
¿Hay algo más que usted quiera decir?
Yo sé que esto ha sido bien difícil para ambas familias. Ellos perdieron una hija, un nieto. Yo no tuve la oportunidad de conocer a mi nieto, de compartir con mi nieto. Eso lo comprendo.
Deme un segundo para explicar. I know that this has been very difficult for the family. They lost the daughter and the grandson. I haven't had the opportunity to be with my grandson. I understand that.
Yo comprendo. Y respeto que en sus mentes ustedes puedan entender o comprender lo que mi hijo hizo, pero en mi mente, a Ronald que yo crié, por el que yo peleé, en mi mente no cabe que él sea capaz de matar a su propio hijo.
Okay. Wait a minute.
I understand and respect in your minds, but in my mind, I cannot comprehend that my son, the one that I fought for, it doesn't compute in my mind that he would kill his own son.
It's hard for you to believe.
Es difícil para usted.
Sí, es difícil.
Okay.
Yes, it's difficult.
Okay. Thank you.
Follow up on that question.
Let's stay within the confines of recross.
Okay. And within the time that you've been here, have you had the opportunity to visit the memorial?
Durante el tiempo que usted ha estado aquí, ¿usted ha tenido la oportunidad de visitar el memorial?
No, porque no sé dónde queda.
No, because I don't know where it is.
So either the memorial of Dominic or the
Ni el
memorial,
memorial,
the memorial of Grizelda.
ni el memorial de Dominic, ni el memorial de Grizelda.
No, porque nadie me ha dicho dónde quedan. Nadie me ha dicho nada.
No, because nobody has told me where it is. Nobody has told me anything.
But you've been here during the whole trial, correct?
Pero usted ha estado aquí durante todo el juicio, ¿correcto?
Sí,
And you learned that it was at Father McNamara Park.
¿Y usted se dio cuenta que fue en el parque llamado Father McNamara?
sí lo he escuchado, pero no sé dónde queda.
You also heard this.
Yes, I've heard it, but I don't
Did you hear you've been here, did you hear the street Bristol Road mentioned?
Cuando usted estuvo aquí, usted escuchó que se mencionó la calle llamada Bristol Road.
Sí, perdón, sí.
Yes. Yes.
You were asked questions about Ronald's drinking.
Se le hicieron preguntas sobre si tomaba Ronald.
And you testified that Ronald did not drink.
Y usted declaró que Ronald no tomaba.
Is that correct?
¿Es esto correcto?
Sí, yo declaré que él no tomaba mientras vivía conmigo. Cuando se mudó para acá, pues yo desconozco si él tomaba o no tomaba.
When he lived with me, he didn't drink. When he moved here, I'm unaware whether he drank or not drank.
Do you know if he was drinking the night before?
Sustained.
When was the last time you spoke to Ronald before April the 9th of 2018?
Mr. Anis, we're going beyond redirect, recross, and now you're
No further
redirect.
questions.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Mr. Burgos. Short break. Please understand that you are still under the instructions I've given you from the very beginning. We're not to start deliberating or talking about the evidence or anything about this case until I give you the case. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, we are officially on break, but for how long is the question? I think I'm going to go back to see if we can figure out what. Well, we don't get a shot at the judge to know what he said. Let me check the law and crime chat and see if they know. I'm seeing if anyone has an answer for me here. Nobody's answering. Okay, well, I guess we'll go back to what we were watching earlier. Let's see. Or was that one over with? I'm not sure if it was a commercial. Let's take a look.
Try Pediasure powder.
I mean,
in other developing news now, today was a day 19 years in the making for Alyssa Turney's family. Today, her stepfather was arrested in her disappearance and murder back in 2001 when she was just a teenager. Well, the case had gone cold, but so many people involved in Alyssa's life, they always believed that her stepdad was involved.
In tonight's True Crime Arizona, Brianna Whitney takes an in-depth look at old videos, audio recordings, and interviews from her stepfather, which are chilling.
Nearly 2 decades ago, 17-year-old Alyssa Turney lived here, Paradise Valley, with her little sister Sarah and her stepfather, Michael Turney. Judy Wacker lived next door and still lives there today.
The whole time he was there, we felt kind of really uncomfortable. We always felt like we were being watched. I used to call him my psycho neighbor.
You know, my secrets are always told everywhere by a big mouth. And of course, there's no foundation for them or I'd be in jail.
It was May 17th, 2001, when Turney picked Alyssa up early from Paradise Valley High School, just days after her junior prom.
That was the last time that anyone saw her alive.
The case went cold for years, but Alyssa's sister wasn't buying it.
It's pretty obvious that my dad's not entirely innocent about every aspect of this story. And as an adult reflecting back, it's easier to see, and it's pretty shocking.
In 2008, Phoenix police served a search warrant on Turney's home in connection to Alyssa's disappearance and ended up finding a home full of weapons and secret tapes.
They seized explosives, ammunition, and homemade silencers and arrested Turney, but they also discovered new video evidence showing Alyssa. Police say Turney set up hidden cameras in and outside of the house to keep tabs on Alyssa. He even recorded thousands of hours of phone calls.
You probably have her spaded. How's that for a disgusting thought? I'm sorry, that's really gross to say about your own daughter.
But of all the tapes he had of Alyssa, he never could tell Phoenix PD where the tape was from May 17th, 2001.
Mike is the only one who says that child returned to the home that day. He does not provide us with a videotape that shows her coming home.
And police learned even more horrifying details in their investigation.
She's spoken to her friends, she's spoken to other family members about being handcuffed, about being gagged, about being woken up with him on top of her, holding her down.
But Turney was never charged for anything related to his stepdaughter's disappearance. Since 2017, Sarah has made it her mission to get justice for her sister, podcasting about the case. And finally, nearly 20 years later,
Today, I am announcing the grand jury indictment for second-degree murder of Michael Roy Turney, Alyssa's stepfather.
Alyssa's body has never been found. But for this Paradise Valley neighborhood who watched Alyssa grow up, they finally feel justice for a hunch they had all along.
I knew it was Mike. I knew it.
Brianna Whitney for Arizona's Family.
Let's race.
Okay, let's see what else we've got. Oh, let's take a look at this thing on the John Benet Ramsey confession. One thing that Michelle said this morning on the video, at least I think it was Michelle. Yeah, somebody said that the DNA on the John Benet's clothing was not a match, but then it's been suggested that it's transfer evidence from a worker at the factory where the clothing was manufactured. So I'm a little uncertain about what to think about that. So anyway, let's watch this because this seems to be the most credible solution that I've heard of any of the things that we've heard over the last, 27 years. This happened the day of my mother's funeral, so I remember it very well. Yeah, I hope that they do a detailed interview of the guy. Okay, here let's listen to what this says here. Oh, let's go forward a little bit here because there's music and we don't want to worry.
Ramsey was found dead, strangled in the basement of that home. Wasn't kidnapped. This case still never solved. No one's been held responsible since 1996, but some huge developments tonight we want to talk about. Let's bring in our special guest joining us in New York, senior reporter for the U.S. Sun, Luke Kenton is with us. Luke, great to see you. Thanks so much. Read your article. Wow. Let's talk about this development. It's a man named Gary Oliva. Gary Oliva, tell us what you found out about him, what his link is to John Benet Ramsey.
So Gary Oliva, first and foremost, is not a good guy. The story involving Gary kind of begins on the 27th of December 1996. When he was reported to Boulder police, because basically the night before he'd called an old high school friend back in California who he said through tears and it could barely catch his breath, "I've just hurt a little girl." So this was on the night that John Benet's body was, a few hours after John Benet's body was found on December 26th. He was crying that he'd hurt a little girl in Boulder and he hung up the phone. Now his friend that was on the other end of the phone didn't know really what to make of that call, was obviously concerned, but couldn't get any information out of him. It wasn't until the next day that he went on the front porch, picked up the newspaper, and saw the news that a 6-year-old girl had been killed in Boulder, Colorado. He immediately calls the Boulder Police Department, reports the call from the day before, and then 3 months pass. He doesn't hear anything, and he calls the tip line again, reports it to Boulder Police, doesn't hear anything again. Fast forward 19 years later, Gary Avilles in prison for child pornography offences and confesses in a series of letters to the same person that he called that night, claiming to have killed JonBenet by accident.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this is, did police ever talk to this man in California? I mean, he is claiming to have gotten a call before this story is even in the news from this guy.
Yeah, so hours before it, made headlines across the country, he said, "I've hurt a little girl," and he's in Boulder. And bearing in mind at the time, this guy was was associated with the property about 13 houses away. He was getting his mail from a church 13 houses away from the Ramsey family. And the tip, like I said, wasn't followed up upon immediately by Boulder Police. At the time, they were zeroing on either Patsy or John Ramsey being responsible for JonBenet's death. It wasn't actually until 4 years later when he was arrested on the campus of the University of Colorado in Boulder with pictures of JonBenet in his bag, a poem that he'd written to JonBenet called Ode to JonBenet, and he was also found with a stun gun. And that was kind of a crucial development for investigators because over the course of their investigation, after the first few months, they kind of theorized that perhaps that she was subdued with the stun gun prior to her death. So that's when police started looking at Gary, which was 4 years later.
Yet nothing seemed to come of it all. Was he, my understanding, there's a photo of him or images of him at a vigil for JonBenet as well?
Yeah, that's right. So this vigil took place on the year anniversary of her death. So that was on Christmas night, I believe that was held a short distance away from the Ramseys' home. And that picture is in Gary at that time, believing him to be a very credible suspect and certainly somebody that's capable of committing such a horrific act. The Boulder police wouldn't look at Gary for another 3 years after that.
Unbelievable. One final question. How specific were the details in these letters, these alleged confession letters?
Yeah, so the confession letters were written in and around 2019. There's roughly a dozen of them. One of them I can read you here. I've got it written down below me here. It says, I never loved anyone like I did JonBenet, yet I let her slip and her head bashed in half and I watched her die. It was an accident, please believe me. So he's claiming that he killed JonBenet by accident. Whether or not you can take that at face value, who knows? That's for Boulder Police to investigate. They did acknowledge the confession letters when they were first published in 2019, but seemed to kind of brush them under the carpet. They said, we've heard this guy confess before and we've looked into it. There's no further updates in this case. But I think, certainly he's a character that John Ramsey was particularly interested in. I think he's certainly somebody that's worth having a second look at.
Absolutely. Luke Kenton, U.S. Sun. Great job. Thanks so much, Luke. Appreciate it. All right, folks, let's bring back in our think tank. So, to me, right, we had John Mark Carr, who did the initial confession. They brought the guy back from Bangkok. I went out there, everyone out there. Unbelievable. At the time, the biggest moment in court TV history, when John Mark Carr first appeared in court in the United States. He didn't do it, right? It was just, a little whoo. So, to me, the key to this whole thing seems to be, if you don't mind, I'll go to Erica first. You guys mind? Seems to be this phone call. And I don't know if you can go back to 1996 to track phone records. Probably can't. But to me, that is the key. That's what makes this a little different.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm so glad that as time progresses, we're getting more information. I mean, finally, we got something that's giving us some indication of who possibly might have done it, because it's been any and everybody that's been blamed for this.
This is my new anecdote when I get asked about beyond a reasonable doubt and sufficiency of investigations. This is the most investigated case of my life. And here we had a report immediately, then 3 months later, never heard back. 4 years later, maybe we'll look at it. Now 19 years later, and people ask about how we trust our criminal prosecution system and how we get to reason this.
I believe in our criminal prosecution system, but 19 years later, it's too much information that we can never prove. Just can't be done. Way never beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? Proving it, but trying to figure out who could have been responsible. All right, folks, programming note. John Benet's father, John Ramsey, will join us live Friday night to discuss the latest in this investigation. We'll talk about this man Friday night, 8 o'clock Eastern, right here on Closing Arguments.
17-year-old Rudy Farias was reported
said before Burham descended from the roof of the Warren County Jail using bed sheets tied together, a drone was spotted nearby in the air.
During the course of this investigation, we have also learned that a drone may have been operating in the immediate area of the jail prior to the escape. I'm not a big believer in coincidences, but what I would tell you is that just prior to the escape, there was a drone flying in that area. It could be that there is a perfectly innocent and reasonable explanation. It could also be that it was somehow connected to his escape.
Of course, if the drone does turn out to be a part of the escape, it opens up all sorts of other questions, not limited to, did Burham receive aid from someone on the outside who was operating the drone? And who is that person?
We've interviewed a couple of people who have provided us information that they heard, and I don't know if any of them saw it, but they heard the drone. And it could be that one of them saw it. I didn't participate in the interview myself, but it was immediately adjacent to the jail.
Okay, so more than 200 officers have been assigned to try to track down Burham, who is considered armed and dangerous. He could be an especially difficult escapee to nab, as he's self-taught as a survivalist with military reserve experience. At the time of his escape, Burham was being held on a $1 million bond on kidnapping, burglary, and other related charges. He's also the prime suspect in the killing of his child's mother, 34-year-old Kayla Hodgkin. Joining us now is Larry Levine. He is a former inmate turned federal prison consultant. It's always good to see you, Larry. You know, I feel like you're the kind of guy, every time I talk to you, it's like you've seen everything. But this drone thing, I know you have, but this drone thing, I mean, does this even catch you by surprise?
No, because I mean, I'm in LA or near LA, and there's drones everywhere. Everybody seems to be buying these. Hell, you could go to Costco and pick up one for like $300. You can buy them online coming in from China for a couple $100. So that drone, I don't put much credibility in it. I mean, it could, but a spaceship could land there too.
Right.
I don't think the drone had anything to do with it.
Yeah, I wondered that
be
too. Does
honest
it
with
really
you.
have anything to do with that? I was curious though, your time behind bars, if this was a planned escape, I mean, do inmates talk about escape all the time? Is this like a subject of conversation? Are these things being planned constantly?
That's funny you would say that, because you go out on the rec yard, you see the people that just got there and they're all nervous and everything, and they're walking the fence line and they're looking out. You know what they're thinking. So everybody wants to escape. But you know, here's something weird, all right? This escape occurred on a Thursday. The visiting hours at this place, incidentally, the Warren County Prison, Warren County Jail, it's the same place. They have two different names. Anyway, escape occurred on a Thursday. Visiting hours ended at 9:30 p.m. on a Thursday. Whoever heard of visiting hours at a jail ending that late?
Yeah, that's
all right?
late.
What time was count time? And why were the inmates out of their cells so late? How many staff were on duty? Did they even know he escaped, or was that noticed at like 11:20?
Well, did
A
you hear,
lot of
Larry?
unanswered
They
things.
said the cameras were broken. We found that out
Yeah,
yesterday.
sure.
So they
Yeah,
didn't even
ask
know
Jeff
for
Epps,
60
yeah.
minutes that which way he went.
Yeah, of course. And Jeff Epstein's cameras are broken too.
Right.
All right. Bed sheets. All right. How did he get so many? Was it laundry day? Did somebody leave a cart of dirty sheets somewhere? Or was he in an area where they kept supplies for newly arrived inmates? And this guy was like he's suspected of murder and arson and other things. Why was he not in a secured unit? It seems to me like someone like this, the place was ran sloppily. And Burnham, he had free run of the place. Apparently, he had a lot of time to case the place out, and he saw the roof was broken and made his move.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
there was
right now
apparently
the staff is obviously examining his phone and visitation records. Could an inmate have had a cell phone in there? It happens. They've got them in prisons.
Yeah.
The way this place was run, hell, Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes could have been in charge.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider. And don't
She was a happy baby, always smiling, always curious about stuff. She was wonderful. She was just a wonderful baby. We keep telling her not to leave her by herself. Not only me, my friend across the street too, but she always be here by herself.
We just couldn't believe that she was gone.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Those are the neighbors of 31-year-old Crystal Candelario. She's the Ohio mother who allegedly left her 16-month-old daughter, Jaylyn, home alone while she went on a 10-day-long vacation. And after she finally returned home, Candelario found her daughter unresponsive. Shocking, right? Well, baby Jaylyn had died in the home where she was left, surrounded by dirty blankets soiled with urine and feces, and left inside of a pack-and-play. Police say that the poor child was severely dehydrated at the time of her death. And now Candelario, the baby's mother, is indicted by a grand jury for murder, felonious assault, and endangering the welfare of her child. And while this case is sickening, unfortunately, it's not the first time we've seen a case like this play out here on Court TV. In fact, we've seen facts and circumstances quite similar. You may remember our wonderful courties who were with us since day one. Remember the case of Cheyenne Harris back in 2019, the year we relaunched? Harris found guilty of first-degree murder and child endangerment after her 4-month-old son was found dead in his baby swing, abandoned in the back room of their apartment for 9 to 14 days with no food or water, and never changed. The child had skin infected from sitting in his feces and his diaper filled.
Judge, the defense would call Ms. Sarkis.
All right, Ms. Sarkis has already taken the witness stand. She's been sworn in, and we are ready to proceed. You may begin.
And would you please state your name to the jury, ma'am?
Dana Sarkis.
And you testified for this state, I believe, last week. Is that correct, or earlier this week?
Correct.
Okay. And would you remind everyone where you're employed?
I'm currently employed at the Webb County Sheriff's Office, assigned to the Intel Division.
And what does the Intel Division mean?
We gather intelligence for other agencies from our own agency. We monitor phone calls, monitor cameras for the inmates.
Okay, and as a part of that, your job, you monitor, I believe, phone calls and messages. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's an important function because it's important to know what messages and things are being said by inmates in the Webb County Jail. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the same time, it's important for inmates at the Webb County Jail to have contact with the outside world. Is that correct?
Correct. Family members.
Because that helps you to maintain order within the jail.
Correct.
So for instance, if someone misbehaves in the jail, they could lose that privilege.
That's correct.
So it's like a carrot and a stick.
Yes, sir.
Now, we asked you, so we earlier gave you a thumb drive with messages and a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the thumb drive that we gave you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were those messages on the thumb drive and the phone call accurate and fair representations of the things that you collected at the Webb County Jail?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I'd asked to admit Defense Exhibit 15. It contains 3 sub-files.
And the sub-files are numbered?
15.1, 4 sub-files. 15.1, 15.2.
It has to be 16, I believe.
18.
Oh, 18, sorry. We've gone through some photos and that were big.
I was told that Ms. Grizelda skipped 15. I did, yes, Your Honor. And that's what we. Really? Yeah, 15.
I may have missed it, Your Honor, but I did skip 15 for this purpose.
No. We have 15 already. Oh, wait. There's
14, 15, 16, 17 were admitted by Mr. Burgos.
14, 15, 16, and 17 were admitted. So this will be numbered 18, and it'll be 18.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4 sub-files.
So Judge,
Sub-exhibits or exhibits. Quite frankly, there's no such thing as
with
sub-exhibit.
permission, we'll renumber on the disc.
That's fine.
For the Criminal Court of Appeals.
Before they go into the jury, that's fine. We'll do it that way. You may continue. There's no objections on your end, Mr. Alani? They're admitted. Proceed. I don't think I need.
Now, I've lost track of the days, but when you testified before, the district attorney asked you about certain calls and messages that were made by Mr. Ronald Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't choose which calls to play or which messages to see, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. It was the district attorney who decided which calls and which messages he wanted this jury to see.
That's correct. They provided me the phone calls and the messages.
Now, there are many calls, thousands, that the district attorney did not play. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And thousands of messages as well that the district attorney did not show. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, have you listened to all those calls?
Most of the calls, not all of them.
Okay. And have you looked at all those messages?
Most of the messages.
Okay. So for instance, to your knowledge, does Mr. Burgos-Aviles talk a lot about faith in those messages?
Yes, he does.
If he could just not lead her as to what the response.
I'm sorry, what?
If he could just not lead her.
All right. So do not lead your witness.
Okay, I
Rephrase
apologize.
your question.
Well, is faith one of the matters that Mr. Burgos-Aviles discusses?
Do not lead your witness, sir. Rephrase your question.
Well, what are one of the items that Mr. Burgos-Aviles speaks about frequently within his messages?
He speaks about a lot of things, can't just narrow it down to one specific thing. He speaks about a lot of things.
Does he speak about spirituality?
He does.
Um,
I do not know.
Does he speak to his grandmother?
He does speak to his grandmother.
And so at this time, I believe it's been admitted into evidence. I'm asking that Exhibit 18.1 be published to the jury.
Go ahead.
So we'll need the defense.
It's on already. We just need to get the file up.
I apologize. As I understand, and
I can you approach on the last objections while you get that up?
Sure.
Well, what
we
the
have the
computer that's hooked up is the one that has that screen up. So switch the computer.
I think it's the.
It's not. Oh, so
I believe it's the court's computer, sir.
All right, can you unhook it up and hook up your yes, please. I'm not sure that was the right phrase, unhook it up, but unplug it.
Yeah, hey, you're the judge. Unhook it. So I'm directing you to what's displayed in Defense Exhibit 18.1. And this is one of the emails that is in the records that you collect at the Webb County Jail. Is that, do I understand? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is a email from, or a jail mail from February 5th of this year. So 4 months ago, or I'm losing track of the days, about 5 months ago. And it appears to be from Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos to Amy Rosado. Am I correct about that?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified before that it is your understanding that Ms. Rosado is Ronald's wife.
That's correct.
Okay. And could you read this email to the jury? And,
Yes.
and the title and the subject is for everyone.
Could you take that down for the bit?
Take it down, sir.
So, could you approach?
Yes, sir.
Only because of the concern that they had before. I think Mr. Bogdan can speak to himself. The White House.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. I believe we've addressed the court's concerns. Thank you for alerting us.
I think.
And I'm, ma'am, directing you back to Defense Exhibit 18.1. And again, this was from February 5th of 2023 from Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles to Amy. 5th, 2023. Could you read that email, please?
Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel. I hope you're doing well. I heard you're already 5'8". Dang, you're going to be taller than me. That's a good sign. You're supposed to be better, stronger, wiser, smarter version of me. Then if you have our own kids, God willing, they're supposed to be better versions of you. Now you got to clean up your diet and get more leaner and stronger. I know you can do it. Don't forget about prayer, Gabriel. A global war is approaching, and we're going to need help from above, from heaven. It's for real this time. It's always been real. Don't let your brother and mom behind. Never. Never leave a man behind. I think it's some Army Ranger thing. Well, yours should be don't leave your mom and brother behind. Behave, all right? I'm still pay attention to what you do. Don't think I'm not. Love you. Damien. Hi, Damien. I hope you're doing well. Hope school is all right. Don't forget to read your Bible, okay? Learn the Psalms and read them with your brother and mom. Meditate on the Psalms and uncover their meanings. Learn the truths behind them. Unlock the power of God's promises. I believe in you. So you're almost 5 foot. You're getting there. Couple more months at the most. Be good to your family. I'm paying attention to what you're doing, okay? Don't think I'm not. I love you a lot and I miss you, Gabriel. Amy, hi there. I hope you're rehabilitated your shoulder with stretching and some exercise. I'm glad that you're still reading the Bible with Damien and Gabriel. At this point, it's all that matters. I'm glad that you're preparing for the difficult times that are upon all of us. I'm glad that God took the stumbling block from your life and your kids. Me. It was necessary so y'all can get right on track. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Keep praying with them and everything will be okay. I'll call you some other day. I didn't want to waste your money since you had a tire and a garage door and I don't know what else to fix. I'm pretty sure you heard about China's spy balloon that got shut down yesterday off the coast of North Carolina. I know I've said it before. The chess pieces continue to move. It's a matter of time. Be ready and pray, pray, pray. The upcoming global conflict is approaching. All the nations that will be involved are moving into place. UK and Japan signed a pact allowing UK troops in Japan. US and Philippines agreed to allow more US military presence in the Philippines. The area it's being slowly saturated and the stage it's being set for will come soon. China is spying on us. Who knows if they make the first move? Don't be afraid. God is telling us this so we can know that He is still in control, that He knows about this. He never got caught off guard. Keep praying and doing all you've been doing. Hope you have a nice week. Tell everybody good night or day if you read this tomorrow. I hope Coda is feeling good.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, if I believe the district attorney asked you about a phone call with Ms. Rosado.
Correct.
And Mr. Burgos-Aviles was, I think it's fair to say, rude to his wife in that phone call. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when we take a phone call, a single phone call, that you would agree that that is out of context in a relationship, would you not?
It's just a phone call that I hear. That's all I can testify to, the actual phone call.
So for instance, when we hear that phone call, we don't know about the years and years of the relationship before that phone call. Is that correct?
Right, just from the time he was in jail until now.
And so I believe the district attorney asked you about the decreasing the number of phone calls in the first 5 years that Ronald was incarcerated, and then you switched to the new system in December of 2022.
Correct.
And then the phone calls had decreased.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we don't know the context or why, do we?
We do not know.
Okay. So, for instance, it could be that Ronald's wife.
I'm not let me get the question in first.
Well, it could be for money reasons as to why those phone calls have decreased.
I cannot answer that because I do not know.
So I believe on the state's exhibit, for instance, that you authenticated originally, it gave the list of phone calls on the new system as well as the costs that were associated with them.
Correct.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, right, a missed call was almost $2. I believe it was $1.90.
I do not recall that.
Do you know if Ronald calls his family, whether if they don't pick up, if it charges Ronald's account?
I am not sure.
And can I direct your attention to Exhibit 18.2? And this is one of the emails that you looked at before your testimony today.
Correct.
Okay. And this is from Mr. Burgos-Aviles again to Amy, we understand to be his wife. And this is February 22nd of 2023. Yes, ma'am?
Correct.
Okay. So again, a few months ago.
Correct.
And could you read this email?
It's titled Happy Birthday. February 22nd, 2023. Hello, good morning. Happy birthday. This is a part of the year in which you get to be a cougar and I get to be a cub. Also, is a part of the year in which I can sing you a couple songs. You already heard them before. I hope that you get to eat some nice steak or food with my mamia.
With my mother.
I told her to get you a book called The Return of the Gods. I hope you and Gabriel get to read it. Jonathan Kahn, as I am told, used to be a skeptic. He is a real Jew, descendant of Israel. His father and grandfather were or are Orthodox Jewish rabbis, so he is familiar with the Torah. He was a God denier. He once said he would accept Jesus on his deathbed. Well, Jesus heard and Jesus granted. He got into a freak car accident and died. He had a near-death experience and went to heaven and met Joshua. So Jesus sent him back with a mission. Jonathan gets divine revelations on the behind the scenes of different events in the U.S. that involves the spiritual realm. His first book that catapulted him to frame The Harbinger reveals the behind the scenes of 9/11, why the Twin Towers, why 9/11, why people from the Middle East and not China, Russia, North Korea, or any other nation, why airplanes, why New York City. The mystery is so complex that he had to make the second part, Harbinger 2. Anyways, this book deals with something else. If you read it, you will understand and learn about who's behind the scenes and what's happening in the US and why. You probably are saying, I know who. It's no secret. Yes and no. Yes, he is responsible, but there's more. There's a plan and a method, and he's got help. Since I know you are into the sinister and mysterious and insidious, I thought that maybe you would like this book of his. Hope you give it a chance. I hope Gabriel does too. It's his generation who will be in the front lines more than ours. We got it bad. They gonna get it worse. The book touches on subjects that are controversial. You need to remember that we were born into this current mainstream philosophies. So for US it's normal. For us it's normal, but doesn't mean it's right and that he, eternal Supreme Court, approves. So instead of arguing and saying that God doesn't know, maybe it's us that don't. Remember I told you like 3 weeks ago I had a dream with Gabriel and I wanted to talk to him, but he was in the shower? Well, I spoke with him 2 days ago, and my dream was right. He is being bullied by a freaking 6'3" tall kid. A freaking niño saurio.
A Saudo child.
Niño saurio. He said he can't do nothing because the kid, it's way huge for Gabriel to do something. That's not nice at all. And if he tells on the kid, they're going to make fun of him and it's going to be worse for Gabriel. I didn't know what to tell him. I'm still thinking. I wish you a happy birthday. I hope you're doing fine. I'm sure it sucks, but so far you have made it. And you will keep going. You're a complainer for sure, but you're not a quitter for sure. Have a heart like a truck, like the song Heart Like a Truck by Lainey Wilson. I like the song a lot. I hope you have a heart like a truck so you won't give up. Have a good day at work. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Now, could I direct your attention to Defendant's Exhibit 18.3? And you recall when you last testified for the state that it was a phone call about between Ronald and who you understood to be his mother.
Correct.
Okay, and he was very rude to his mother, and it was, I believe, the day after we started this trial. Is that correct?
I do not recall the date, but I recall the phone call.
Okay. And again, everyone here has a mother. Would you agree that relationships with our parents are complicated?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And a phone call is out of context to the entirety of the relationship?
I can just testify to the phone call, what was heard on the phone call.
Now, you understood the mother's name to be Defendant's Exhibit 18.3 is an email from July 5th, 2023 from, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the title, the subject of the email is what?
Bendición, July 5th, 2023.
And
Blessing, July 5th, 2023.
so this is after the phone call that the district attorney played. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
And if I could direct your attention to the text of the phone call, and this is where we'll need the translator.
Yes. Bendición, perdona mi tono.
Blessing, forgive my tone.
Estoy contento que viniste.
Interpreter request for repetition.
Estoy contento que viniste.
I am happy that you came.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Solo que cuando me enteré como que me fui web balance por las noticias.
Just when I found out, I went off balance because of the news.
Hubiese querido estar más preparado.
I would have wanted to be more prepared.
Ya sabes que las cámaras están pendientes a uno a todo lo que hago y digo.
You know that the cameras are watching everything that I do and say.
No te pude llamar porque no pusiste dinero.
I couldn't call you because you didn't deposit any money.
Te iba a decir, no te desesperes ni hagas caras.
I was going to tell you, don't get frustrated and don't make faces.
No hagas escándalo cuando esto acabe.
Don't make a scandal when this ends.
Gane o pierda, acuérdate que están grabando esto.
Whether I win or lose, remember they are recording this.
Y cualquier cosa, please, ser usada para mal.
And anything could be used for bad.
So tranquilita, please.
So remain calm, please.
Me dijo Sara que la muchacha Les te dijo unas cosas interesantes.
Sarah told me that the young girl Les told you a couple of interesting things.
¿Por qué no me has contado?
Why haven't you told me?
Escríbeme y cuéntame todo, please.
Write to me and tell me everything, please.
Voy a esperar.
I will be waiting.
Me disculpo y te pido perdón por mi actitud y lenguaje.
I apologize and I'm asking you for forgiveness for my attitude and language.
No estuvo bien, perdón.
It wasn't right. I'm sorry.
So on the Defendant's Exhibit 18, you also listened to a phone call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was a part of the logs at the Webb County Jail, correct?
Correct.
And the district attorney did not choose to play that phone call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to publish Defendant's Exhibit 18 for. Oh, I apologize, Judge. Correct. Judge, we have a demonstrative to be shared with the jury while the call is played. And I've given a copy of the demonstrative to the district attorney.
Go ahead. You've received a guide. It's a demonstrative guide. It is not part of the evidence, okay? So it's supposed to help you follow along the recording. But the evidence is not what you're reading. The evidence is what you're hearing. So keep that in mind. If what you're hearing is not the same thing as what's in that document, should be, but you go with what you're hearing because that's it's actually in evidence, not what it is that you're having in your head. Thank you.
Just, we're trying to advance past
Yes, sir.
the sensitive.
Yes, sir.
Private.
Anyways, okay. What was the story?
Oh, because I was reading a book called Gut Wings or something like that some guy left me here.
Okay.
It's talking about like when gut winks at you, and it has like all these little stories, like prayer stories or whatever. And there was like some cool stories. And then there was like last night I was reading, right, and I stopped reading, and because I started thinking about like I don't know like some random thought. Well, not random, right? But I was saying like because I have seen a boat on TV, and then I was thinking about it, and I said, man, if I had a boat, like a boat, what would I name the boat, right?
Okay.
What are you laughing?
Because I see funny boat names all the time.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I said I was thinking, what would I name my boat if I had a boat? Like if I had a boat before or whatever. And I said I would name it Second Chance, right?
Oh, nice. Okay.
So then I started reading the story. This is before I read the story. Then I started reading the next story, and it's about two people that they were like gonna cross like somewhere in Louisiana, and a storm was coming, and they wanted to beat the storm, obviously, but it went wrong. The ship got hit by a wave. They were like sinking or whatever. They were in the water for a whole bunch of time. And it was cold. It was bad. They thought they were gonna die, and then the guy was thinking to himself all the time that his mom told him to like go like turn to God, and then his girlfriend, but he didn't care about his girlfriend. He was like drinking and partying with all the chicks. So all of a sudden, all that came to him, and he's like, man, I can't believe I'm gonna die. It's like, oh man, I'm gonna die, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he said, you know what? I guess you remember that one time they told him if something bad happens to pray, right? So then he's like, God, if you're there, if you're real, it was whatever. And it was like in the middle of the night, and it was like foggy. So as soon as he said that, like 10 seconds passed, and they see the shape of a boat, like a big boat. So then he kind of like went like, what the heck, like can't believe it. And he's like, well, they're not gonna see us because we're like little blobs in the water, and it's foggy and it's choppy, it's raining, right, because of the storm. And then he's like, God, please, if you're there still, make somebody see us, please. And then the next thing you know, he hears somebody screaming like, "Oh, there's somebody in the water!" So then they go and jump in the water, get him out. So when he goes to the boat, he sees the name of the boat, and guess what the name is?
Second chance.
Yep, second chance. And I was like, oh wow, I guess I got a gut wink. That's what I thought though.
That's cute.
So then he found. So then they found out later on that that boat was not supposed to be there because of the storm or whatever. Like it was going somewhere else, but they took a detour. And then they found out like God made it like all happen, like all like like He orchestrated everything. He's like, oh, it cannot be a coincidence. So then the guy now is a believer.
I think it's funny how, not funny, I mean, I guess it's powerful how sometimes things, like how God uses things.
That's what he was saying. He's like, man, he's like, I didn't deserve it because I was like a bad person. He would say that he was like drinking and partying and like in Louisiana and like Mardi Gras and all that stuff and like with prostitutes, all that stuff. And he's like, I didn't deserve a second chance. He's like, I should have just drowned. He's like, why would God send me a boat named Second Chance? He's like, if you think about it, I didn't deserve that. I just deserved to like freeze to death in that water in the middle of the ocean.
That reminds me of a song.
What?
Reckless Love.
The what?
Reckless Love.
Oh, I've never heard it.
Well, this thing, it was popular for a little while in church and like on the radio and stuff. And the guy says, in the song, he says, I don't deserve it. I didn't earn it. So you give yourself away.
Oh, true.
That God's love is reckless, not because it's reckless in the fact that, like, if he were a person, right? If you were a person loving another person, we don't. How many times do we betray God? How many times do we mess up? How many times do we, deny Him or, whatever? How many times do we fail Him? So many times, and He still loves. So I'm saying, if in the terms of human love, if we were to compare it to human love, His love is reckless. It's with no kind of like, it doesn't make sense to us because we don't love like that.
To be honest, I'll be honest with you. To me, that's something hard to understand. Sometimes I kind of like forget about it. Sometimes I actually don't believe it that well, to be honest. I'm like, no, it makes no sense.
It makes sense to me. You know why?
Why?
Think about our kids.
Yeah, sometimes when I think stuff like that, it makes sense, but still it's kind of like, sometimes I'm like, man, I don't think I can comprehend it like that well. But anyway, I have to let you go because we've already been talking more than 10 minutes, and then, well, have a good night. Love you, I miss you. I'm glad that you're praying. That I wanted to ask you that because when I've been reading that book, I've been thinking about you. And everywhere, and Gabriel and Damien, I was going to tell them too. Or I wanted to tell them, but obviously I can't.
Oh, they pray, and they're getting better at prayer.
That's good.
So,
all right. Well,
love you, miss you.
Miss you. Good night.
Love you, miss you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Right, you have 18, you should put 18 back over here.
Oh, 18 back? Yes, sir.
And if you need to relabel it before it goes in, just let me know. It's fine.
Already afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the email entitled "For Everyone" that was sent on February the 5th of 2023.
Correct.
Is that correct? Can I approach one? Okay. Show you what's been marked as case exhibit 584. And ask you to look through that document. Are you familiar with these emails?
Yes, I am.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what's contained therein?
Yes.
Okay. And they also contain a certification of translation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And translated by
Marev Alexandra Martinez.
and certified.
Correct.
$584.
Objection.
No objection.
Okay, thank you. So, you're familiar with State's Exhibit 584?
Correct.
And what is State's Exhibit 584?
Their messages
Okay.
from Mr.
Okay. You testified that on February 5th of 2023, he sent the email for the one that was read to the jury.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 584. And what is this one entitled?
Do you miss me? Message 6.
And who is this to? And what is the date?
February 9th, 2023 at 10:36 p.m.
This is 4 days after the other message.
Correct.
And you can go ahead and read this.
February 8th, 2023, 10:37. Number 1. I'm thinking something. This is very expensive for you. I'm thinking if we send each other one message a day every day, it's going to be around $30. Is that right? Obviously, I take longer to write to you, so I can do every other day. That would save more. If we do that, one message per day, we can drop the phone calls and save money. 1 phone call, it's $4.50. That's 9 messages, like 1 week worth. I think we should drop the phone calls and talk through message. The reason why I'm saying this is because we're getting more and more attached. I know I am. And it's going to get out of control. LOL. Laugh out loud. This babe wants to be attached with mommy on the ... But well, it's not fair for you. So you can message me every night or every other night once you're out of work and chilling, or if you write throughout the day, you can keep piling up and filing up until nighttime and boom, send it. That way, once your day is finished, you can tell me about it. We can stay in contact and you save money. What do you think? Number 2, don't think I'm doing this because I want to slow you down or cut you. I'm not. I'm doing this because I want to find a way to get more of you. But I want to be smart so you don't go broke. That's why I can get my daily dose of Sahara new medicine for a heart condition I just discovered recently. I told you a couple days ago. I warned you. I told you to. I told you to think about it. And well, I'm here. I need my little doctor. And you have a new patient. Enroll me in the insurance. Number 3, it's 10:55. Shit. Well, I hope you're okay. I hope I didn't make you upset. I didn't mean to. Have a good night. Have a good night, love. IOY. I love you. I'm going to sleep. Let's see what happens tomorrow. God told Josie and David, I will not leave you. I will not abandon you. May he be with me as he was with them. February 9th, 2023, 6:30 p.m. Number 4. Hello, girlie. I just arrived from court and ate. I'll call you in a bit. I don't know. I'm going to shower. I'll call my grandma and then I'll call you. As you already know, they told me no. I'm staying in Laredo for trial. Since the judge thinks, in comparison with the other one, Ortiz, mine is not as bad. He also said that the pre-trial publicity is not bad. Apparently what people comment on Facebook and on social media is okay. It doesn't mean prejudice. He also believes that just because people talk shit about me on Facebook doesn't mean all Laredo hates me. They brought 3 witnesses. Some owner of a bar here in Laredo. He said that basically no one talks about my case no more. And if they do, they don't say negative things. The other one was a professor from some university. That one was just boring. He didn't really was understood. Everyone seemed to want him to shut up. Number 5, the other one. Wow, shady. They bring the ex-chief investigator from the district attorney's office. He retired after I was arrested. So he worked with PD for 5 years and then 40 years with the prosecutor as a chief investigator. He is also the DAD of Judge Oscar Hill, the judge that saw my bond hearing 2 weeks after I got arrested. He denied me bail, but he gave Ortiz bail, even though he confessed to killing 4 people and ran from the cops. I didn't confess because I didn't do shit, and I didn't run. But he got bail, and I didn't. Anyways, the guy's DAD came to say that I should have trial here, that it will be fair and no one talks bad about me. Anyways, other stuff was said regarding the issue. Oh well, anyways, I'm gonna take a shower, 9:03 p.m. Number 6, I already read your message and I called you. Sorry I hung up. I decided to take a shower first, then I called you before I called my grandma. It was the right choice. I tell you in a bit. To answer that title, well, of course I do miss you. That's why I wanted to call you. Also, to tell you myself how my court went. So I noticed you kind of sad. Now I know why. Your liver. Seems like today wasn't a good day for us. I honestly don't know about it. I honestly don't know about high enzymes, but maybe it's nothing serious. Maybe it's super fixable. What could it mean? Did you Google it? What if you just need to drink more water to flush it out? I don't know. Hold on. It's Nay. She's gonna talk to you in the morning, in the AM, and then come here in the afternoon. Number 7. Of course I do miss you. That's why I called you, to update you with the latest from my court and to hear you for a bit to get some encouragement. I'm glad I called you first because I called my grandma after and she annoyed me. She got me mad. She was running her mouth about my court and saying stupid shit. Stupid shit. They know they have never been fair about me. I told her, okay, so the judge believes it's not true. And it's his decision that matters, not hers. Anyways, I'm not mad or sad or upset. I'm cool. I wasn't too excited about this court and taking the trial out of town. It wasn't my idea. Excuse me. So I'm okay. Just my grandma fucking complaining all the time that gets me upset. Like I don't want to hear that. It's out of our control. Number 8. Anyways, at least I called you first so I wasn't in a bad mood when I called you. even though most likely I wouldn't have called you if I was upset like that. The other girl messaged me that she's going to go visit you tomorrow early. Then come here in the afternoon. Take advantage if there's anything you want to tell me that you can't through here. I hope she doesn't make you more upset or sad. I know right now everyone is all upset because the court went against me. It's okay though. I'm at peace. If this was what's supposed to happen, so be it. But I don't want no one telling you negative things. Because the truth is, no one really knows what's going to happen. Also, I hope that if they ask about what's up with me and you don't get up being criticized. Number 9. Okay, enough sadness. It wasn't a great day for us. But hey, at least you are here for me and I'm here for you. We still got one another. I'm thankful for that. It sucks for now, but at least I'm not lonely. I got you. And you make my time and day pass by better. Thank God. Why he put you here. If you wouldn't have never been here, I would be going it all up alone. And honestly, you can ask Nay that there was a time in which I wanted to give up and let them fabricate and fit me into their plans. But no, I don't. Fuck them. I'm not going to let them make things up and just go with it so they can look good. I know what happened and it's not the way they say it. And they lied about it. And I know, and Nay knows. My lawyers is just a bunch of puss ... Number 10. That stuff that they pulled your freaking hand. Oh, what the fuck? It's the freaking demons. What do they want? Honestly, they have been following you. You need to go to church or ask pastors if anyone knows a person with the gift of exorcism or see the spiritual so they can help you. What if eventually they start attacking you, like touching you or hitting you? Number 1. I hope you felt better soon. I hope and pray that your liver stuff isn't serious. Maybe that's why your last doctor never said anything. Maybe it ain't something to be concerned about. Or maybe it's something fixable. Number 12. I hope everything goes well tomorrow with baby girl. You called her that in another message. LOL. I want you to know something. And I'm telling you because I always tell it to you straight. The reason why I'm still here and nothing goes good for me is 1. I've always said, some people lied. I'm not making that up. And my lawyers don't give a fuck. Expose them and make them fix and admit their lie. But I still believe in God and still has a few surprises in my favor. Number 3. All right, Bella. Who misses you? And I called you a while ago. You know who. I want you to know that you're not friend zoned. Let no one come. And I want you to know that even though I'm still taking and while I still feel a sense of loyalty towards my responsibilities with HB, you are surpassing her and very quickly. I'm slowly realizing what's been in front of me all this time. Forgive me if I'm being slow. I'm just careful. To be honest, I'm worried that one day you might say, I got a new boyfriend and I'm back with X and gotta bounce. That's why I'm kind of careful and worried about getting too attached to mommy. Because if they take away the breast from the baby will cry. And while I know you should be free to go about your biz, I'm in no position to demand your full attention, but not at the same time I want more and more with you. And it would be below if suddenly, poof. So that's my guard, my heart. Like I'm telling you. Number 4, I'm gonna send you this today. I will start your reply tomorrow, God willing. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow also. Visits all day. So I don't know how long it will take me. Remember what I told you about my proposal to save money? We were to message 1 message a day from both. That'd be approximately $30 a month. Obviously I can so every 2 or 3 days. So I take longer. So it could be less. And you can save cutting the phone calls. I gotta think about the math. Let me know, okay? We gotta put like order because I'm here all alone and I get impatient and I call you and I want to send you a message back to back and I get crazy. LOL. Laugh out loud. For real. I gotta have rule and limits. I gotta have rule and limits. It's for your good. So you can be smart with money. Remember, you got your dad issue and your mom and you and the mini Sahara. Number 15. Okay, here it goes. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm super tired. Get some rest. I hope we all get good news. We're going to get good news. God puts us to the test to see if we trust in Him. We gotta have patience. I'm gonna get off the tablet. I don't know what that says. Need to write me right now. You can save whatever for tomorrow. Also, I won't be back until like 4 p.m. You can save your message if you want until 4. That way you don't send 2 or 3. You can just put it all one and send it after that time. I don't know what this says. I almost forgot. I was able to send you a little kiss on the call. Did you hear before it cut off? Mwah. P.S. I'll write your message 5 later. Couple stuff I need to reply. That you're going on a trip. Compliant tomorrow? Don't get jelly on me if the misuse comes out. 9689K. Mrs. May God bless you.
A message from someone.
And the messages that you were reading, and you're in charge of the intel department.
Correct.
Is part of your job determining the initials or nicknames for persons?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine who is baby girl?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who is baby? If
We're gonna have to have a discussion outside of the presence of the jury for that. Or at least you have to lay the predicate for that here in front of them.
I'm moving on to the next question.
All right, let's go.
You also, he also used the initials HB. Do you know who HB is?
Yes, Amy Burgos.
In reviewing phone calls and emails and after the inmates have been warned that things are being recorded and monitored and reviewed, why is it important to know who the initials or nicknames are or code names for people?
So we know who they're talking to.
And why else is it important to know who
For the
they're-
safety of the jail.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You are finally released.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, 12:35, so, or, yes, 12:35. So let's go out for lunch and allow you stretch your legs and whatnot and thaw out and things of that nature. And then let's get you back here at 1:45. Okay, so we can get started. Thank you. I'll remind you again of the instructions that I'm giving you from the very beginning. Please keep those in mind as you eat lunch together or whatnot, and you're not ready to discuss the case or any of the testimony.
So theoretically, a 70-minute lunch. I have my doubts. What can I say? Let's wait till he has the last words, and then we'll finish up that video we were looking at.
With maggots, little baby Sterling. In the case, it was determined that little baby Sterling died of malnutrition, dehydration. E. coli entered his bloodstream through his infected skin. But in the case of baby Jaylyn in Cleveland, there's no cause of death or autopsy results being released yet. So we don't know exactly what it is. But this morning, we want to bring in our own expert to talk about what that baby's cause of death might have been and talk about proving this case at trial. I'm going to bring in our expert this morning, standing by in Toledo, Ohio. He is a physician and professor, Dr. Jason Smith. Good morning to you, my friend. Wonderful to see you on this Wednesday. I hate that we have to talk about cases like this, but we do. The state of Ohio is going to have to bring in someone like yourself to talk about how this baby died. So, Dr. J, go into professor mode for us. Pretend like we're your students in the class. How do you think this happened, please?
Yeah, Julie, good morning. Good morning, Cordies. You know, this is, again, disturbing and I would almost argue confusing. Who would think that it would be safe to leave a 16-month-old baby in a pack and play for any period of time, especially up to 10 days? You know, when we look at a case like this, we are, again, postulating how this child may have passed, sadly and tragically. And I do think that dehydration, heat illness, had to play a factor. Obviously, we will be waiting for the coroner's final report. But, you know, this is a situation where a child is essentially caged in that pack and play. She has no access to food or water. And I think very quickly, especially in a child at that age, dehydration will set in like immediately. We're talking about in a day to 2 days. And this is not by any way, shape, or form a comfortable way to live, or unfortunately how Jaylyn passed.
Certainly not, Dr. J. I have a really unpleasant question to ask you, but it's a critical question. In your opinion, did baby Jaylyn suffer before she died?
She tragically suffered, and she suffered sitting in her own urine, her own feces, and she did not cry short periods of time. She cried until she could not cry anymore. And it is heartbreaking to think of this and this tragic way that a child should die, because it should never happen.
Dr. J, but we think about this period of time, 10 days. You have to wonder how soon into that 10-day period might that horrible suffering have ended? If you had to put forth your best educated guess on that, what would it be and why, please?
Yeah, I'm not going to play corner in this situation because I really don't know, but I would venture to guess it would have been sooner than later. This 16-month-old cannot sustain without water, without nutrition for a very long period of time.
Oh, it is so heartbreaking. Dr. J, stand by. I want to also bring in our other guest we have on the show this morning, criminal defense attorney Greg Isaacs, standing by in Knoxville, Tennessee, where he practices. Certainly no stranger to high-profile criminal cases. We watched Greg in action on Court TV. Greg, talk to me, please, about what the state is coming with against Crystal Candelario. Here, you can't think there was any other intention than to kill a baby, right? If you walk away for 10 days, it's not like 10 minutes. How do you see this case playing out for her? We know she's going to be in court this morning, 9 a.m. for one of her pretrial hearings. How do you think this is going to go, please?
Well, it's going to go poorly. And if you're the defense lawyer in a case like this, you are going to scratch your head in terms of, what can I do to zealously represent somebody that presents as depraved, as a mommy/monster? You see cases where someone leaves a child unattended for a short period of time in a car overnight, but it is very rare to see someone abandon a child for a period of time and return. It's almost a slow torture. It is premeditated. It is planned. So if I'm the defense lawyer, I'm going to try to confront the medicine with the mens rea, with experts that can put this behavior in some sort of context. Was there a mental disease or defect? But Julie, the problem is to find someone that could say she had a substantial mental disease or defect that prohibited her from controlling her conduct and her actions. When you juxtapose the fact she was on vacation for 10 days. So I think this is one where you really have a hard time coming up with a defense because the medicine is against you, the facts, the sympathy are against you. So a very, very tough hurdle for the defense.
Certainly, Greg. When we think about how this child had to suffer and endure such a tremendous amount of pain, Dr. J, I want to go back to you and pick your brain on something, please. When I was thinking about this case and how awful it is when we all know babies are helpless, they rely on adults to care for them, and this child had no one to turn to because mom abandoned her, according to police in Cuyahoga County. Would an adult last longer in a situation with no food and water than a baby, Dr. J?
Yeah, absolutely, Julie. We know adults can last for a week to 10 days without hydration, without water. And it's just the amount of water content we have in our body. Dehydration comes and you can be more malnourished than dehydrated, meaning that you can go longer without food than you can go without water. And in any situation, this is just not a tenable situation for life.
No. Thank you, Dr. J. Greg Isaacs, let me go back to you on something. You've been involved in capital cases. I see this one having potential to become one in Ohio. Ohio is still currently a death penalty state. If you were tasked with representing Crystal Candelario, would you be concerned that that could be what's coming next from the prosecution?
Absolutely. These are terrible facts. We see cases all the time where people treat pets and animals in this manner and receive harsh sentences. To treat your own child like this Clearly, if you're a prosecutor, you have to consider whether the death penalty is the appropriate mechanism, the appropriate punishment, the ultimate punishment, because this was a torture. This was heinous. It was atrocious and cruel. It actually fits the aggravating factors that the state would have to prove to achieve a sentence of death. So, you know, if I'm the defense, you have to deep dive this person from childhood forward to see how this mother morphed into a monster. But if I am that prosecution's office, I'm having meetings right now, making a determination whether I file that notice.
Most definitely, Greg. And, you know, I wonder, depending on whether they file the notice, maybe that may force a plea if she did what the state of Ohio says that she did. This is just a dreadful case, as you both know, and we're going to continue following it. 9 a.m. Eastern time, Crystal Candelario is going to be in court in Cleveland. We're going to keep everybody posted on any updates we learn from that hearing. Big thank you to our guests this morning, physician and professor Dr. Jason Smith and criminal defense attorney Greg Isaacs. Thank you kindly for lending us your time and expertise this morning.
Came home from work and you could tell somebody was in our attic. We found them in there.
How do I get up?
Carlos, do that door.
Who's up there with him?
My boyfriend pulled him out of the attic.
Hey, I have a firearm. All right, well, don't use it.
It's that door right there. Carlos, you stay. I'm not going up there.
36. He's on the porch with another individual. I'm gonna be heading up there.
Hey, I'm putting my firearm.
Put your way. Turn around.
I just told him, come in here.
Turn around.
I'm trying to come in.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Suspect up here. Coming through the back over here. Other individual has a firearm. He has it holstered. Just hold still. You got anything on you we need to know about?
No, sir. Look at my leg.
You got any weapons or anything?
No, sir.
You got any weapons up in that attic?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Where do you live? Huh? You live on Carpenter?
Hurt your leg jumping out a window?
Were you jumping out of a window or jumping across roofs last night?
I had my leg come across here yesterday.
What's up?
I'm on my grandmother. I had my leg.
What's your first name? Robert?
Yeah.
And your last name is Turner?
Yes, sir.
For them for a second before you.
Go ahead. Would you rather I had all the damn thing here?
Okay.
Where's your firearm, sir?
It's right on my waistband.
I'm going to secure this.
It's right in my waistband. There is one in the chamber. Once I knew he was in my attic, I put one in the chamber.
Okay. My name is Robert Turner. Requesting ambulance for a possible broken leg.
Okay. I found my other one. Luckily, he didn't know where the ammo was for that one.
5'8".
Okay, do you have an ID, sir?
I do.
Is this his?
No, that's mine. Okay. They're both legal. I'm concealed carry.
Okay.
I'm legal. Everything's legal.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, you're in your own.
Look at it. Fucking. When we came home, my bottom door was open and all the stuff from the attic was on the floor.
So you just got home?
Just got home. Just got off work.
Okay.
Stopped at the bar, had a drink, came home, and all the shit was from the attic was on the floor. And Mindy's like, "There's an animal in the roof." And no, he started.
Who said that?
Mindy, my girlfriend, because we came up at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So we're thinking it's an animal, and he said, "No, my name's Robert." Oh, dude in my roof.
Okay. Did he have anything?
No. Once he heard us in here, he said, "My name's Robert. I'm in the attic." Then he come down. I didn't know what to expect.
Right. So, how long ago did you get home?
This literally just happened 5 minutes ago.
Okay. So you got off work, had a drink.
Yep.
Okay, that's where you were drinking at?
Clementine's, a block from work.
Heard of it. Where is that place?
Oh.
So she works third shift too?
Yeah, we both.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time did you get off?
We get off at 7.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I didn't leave work until about 7:45. So.
Gonna need a ladder or something to get into that attic, check for a weapon.
He said he lives right there.
Have you seen that? Ever seen this?
I've never seen him before. I could have, but I couldn't tell. He was so covered in the shit. I don't know.
Oh, man. So you rent here, right?
Yes.
So you get home and immediately, so she sees it. Where is she right now? Your girlfriend.
She came up right behind me. We got to the back door and then I noticed the door was open.
Okay, but where is she right now?
Oh, she's downstairs with the dog.
Oh, what kind of dog?
A little Pomeranian.
I mean, does she want to come back up here?
She might. I don't know. She's freaked out.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to like console her, if you want to have her come up here, that's fine. She can come up here. I mean, that's.
I think she's still talking to the neighbor. Mindy.
Last name
If you want to
Turner.
come up, you can come up.
Tom Union Robert, Nora Edward Robert.
Oh.
First up, Robert.
They're right at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
She can't get by.
587.
So about how long were you at the bar?
Less than an hour. We went to Pick and Save. We were going to come home and cook.
What, Pick and Save?
We stopped at the one. Who drives the pickup truck, the Cut A pickup truck? We literally just drove past them coming down the road.
Okay.
36 years, 20.
So did you go to the Pick and Save in St. Francis or?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after the bar, and then you're coming home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Non-issue.
Was your door?
This door was closed. The bottom door was open.
But
as soon as we opened the door, we saw the
right. But was this door locked?
No, it was not locked.
Okay.
Negative. Showing
So
an
no,
address.
there's no damage to
There
the
was no
door.
forced entry.
Drive in
No.
New Lisbon, updated in 2022. 10-4. Stays at the house that was in question.
I'm guessing you guys probably chased him. That's how he broke his leg and ran in here.
Possible.
Because he
Yeah, I don't
showed
think-
me his leg. He's like, my leg's broken. I'll pay you $300. I'm like, I don't give a fuck $300.
Okay.
On paper for hit and run involved great bodily harm, hit and run involved injury, and homicide by dangerous weapon.
What do you call this stuff? Insulation? I know it's insulation.
Yeah,
but is there like a special.
that's the old. It's not.
Is that like that spray and stuff? Or,
No,
I
this
mean,
is
what?
the old, super old. Like,
Okay.
what's in a pillow almost?
Yeah, insulation.
51 and 33.
Go ahead.
If you haven't already, can you make sure you get a nice statement from him?
Working on that now.
Thank you.
So you see the insulation all over the floor. What do you do next?
I immediately looked up because I knew that's where it came from. Like none of this was on the floor, so I knew something was in the attic. We thought it was like a raccoon or something, but then he started screaming, "My name's Robert. My name's Robert." I said, "I have a gun. Get your down here." Nothing's missing, so he must have just went right up into the attic. He didn't touch anything.
Okay.
He came in here with my dog.
Was the dog barking when you got? I mean,
The dog barks at me if I come home. The
Okay.
dog barks at me if I go to the bathroom.
so really
back in the
nothing
room.
suspicious with the dog then when you came home?
No.
Yeah, got it. Okay. And so okay, so you thought it was an animal. So that's kind of, and then he says, "No, my name's Robert" or something.
Mhm. That's exactly what. So my name's Robert.
No. Okay, what happened after that then?
I grabbed him by his neck, drug him out the attic, and
So you actually saw him?
he opened it. As soon as he heard us, he opened it. He said, "My name's Robert." I grabbed him and I yanked him down. And I put my gun in the back of his head and I said, "Move until the cops get here."
Nice.
Man, I've never had this happen before.
Right. No, I can. That
I guess
that would freak anybody out. You come home and see something like that. Hell
this
yeah,
is
man.
What CCWs are made for, I
Right.
guess.
So you basically grabbed him and
Yeah, I ripped him right down. And he's like, "My leg's broken." So I kind of tried to be nice with him, but I'm like, "Dude, you're in my house."
right. He pulled him down onto the floor.
Well, he did try to struggle with me because I tried to push him. He wanted to go down the stairs, so he knew where he was going. I pushed him out the back so he couldn't go.
So you had your gun on you?
Oh yeah,
when you came home.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Literally, why that was on the floor is that was the first thing I thought. Because when I was like, oh, shit, did someone grab the AR? Because now I got to report it stolen.
Right.
But no, that was right where I left it. And I hid the magazine. So, like, the two things weren't in the same place. But look, it doesn't even seem like he walked in.
Yeah.
It seems like he just went right up there.
So you put your gun on him and you said, don't move till the cops get
Don't
here?
move till the cops get here.
Okay.
He was asking me to call his grandmother. He says, I live right there. The neighbor knows me.
So he said his leg was broke.
Oh, it was very clearly broken.
Okay. Yeah. All the way to the top.
All the way to the top?
Yeah, right here.
Holy shit.
Yep.
He's up here?
He was, yeah. So then, so you're holding him out there?
I was holding him on the porch, yeah.
Okay.
How did you get up there?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
No ladder?
Especially with a broken leg.
Is that yours?
That's mine.
And this too. This
That's yours?
was on him when he came home. He's got a permit. This was on him.
You're in your house.
Yeah. So he, luckily,
You're okay? Just shaking up, man. I didn't
put it to his head and took him outside.
I didn't expect to come home from work with somebody in my house.
You did a good job, man.
Okay.
You did a very nice job.
I never carried one in the chamber, but when I heard him say my name's Robert, I racked when you could hear it.
Did you tell him what happened last night?
We didn't get there yet. I don't know if you heard the news or not, but there was like a block over.
We go up there?
Well, more than welcome, man.
29 for the residents here.
About 10:20 last night, a call came in. Somebody heard a broken glass and seeing somebody jumping roofs around here. Okay. Well, our officers last night show up, and all of a sudden somebody starts shooting rifle rounds, and the officers thought that maybe he was shooting at them. So this may be the dude that was doing that. They were shooting at our officers last night. So that's why we need to know.
There might be something up there.
Correct.
Hey, what's your name?
John.
John, she says you leave this door open at night sometimes?
Yeah, so the dog can see outside.
So that door to the porch is unlocked?
Yeah, we usually leave the porch door open so the dog can. I never expected anything like this in this neighborhood. That's why I love cutting it.
Right. No, that's quite a shock when you get home. All right. .133 firearm query.
Go ahead.
What's the caliber on this?
It's called a 50 Beowulf.
Try 50 caliber, 50.
The upper was bought separate from the lower.
Yeah.
Turner, Tom Union, Robert, Laura, Edward, Robert.
So you've never seen this dude around before, right?
I don't know if like I said, I don't know. He was covered head to toe. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Oh, that had to be itchy and probably hot up there.
I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I don't.
Right. So what was he asking for? He said he would give you money to help him out, or
he asked me to call his grandmother.
Or, okay.
He said he'd give me $300 on Friday if I didn't call the police.
Asked to contact grandmother. Offered what you said, $300
Yep,
not call the cops.
$300 bucks on Friday.
300 this Friday.
You would know better than I do. Was that shot? Because I've never shot it. It's not even fully complete yet.
Well, I mean, does it? What do you mean fully complete? Does it not functioning then?
No, it functions, but I don't have a sight on it. That's going to be my deer hunting rifle.
Okay.
But I don't.
I mean,
he doesn't have the magazine, so
no. Chamber's empty. If there's so a telltale sign is if there's obviously if there's going to be dirt in here from gunpowder.
Yeah, I've never shot it.
Yeah, you fire it once. There's going to be gunpowder residue in there. I'm in the chamber. I'm not feeling anything.
I'm in the process of building it. I haven't even, like I said, I haven't even shot it yet.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Because even at the end of the barrel, you'd have some. I'm not really.
36 back.
Not really getting anything.
I had to call the DNR to see if I could actually hunt it.
Oh yeah.
That's right.
Did he say anything else at all?
No. It was $2.75 a round.
Holy crap.
Very uncommon round. That's why I bought it. I was like,
and that's
for that, yeah.
Wow. Okay. So all right. So did he say anything else at all?
No. Just let me go. Please, I'll pay you. Let me go. Okay. You're in my house, man.
And you said he struggled a little bit when you're pushing him up
he
to the
wanted me
porch?
to put him on the back porch.
Okay.
He wanted me to go downstairs with him, and I wouldn't do it. I knew if I put him on the porch, he'd have to go through me to get away.
He said nothing's missing or disturbed other than that.
My PlayStation 5's still here. My TVs are still here.
Okay.
No, I'm assuming he came up the stairs and went right in the attic.
Okay.
That's registered to me. That's
okay.
Registered to me.
Somebody in custody right now for burglary and possession of
When I saw that bottom door open, my buddy left his motorcycle out front. So I thought he came to grab his key for the bike. The key for the bike's still here. The bike's gone.
So what time did you leave for work last night then?
Oh, we leave at about 10 o'clock. We got to start at 11. We got to get dressed. So it gives us about 15 minutes to get there. And
okay, so yeah, so that call last night came in at 10:20, so you just missed it. So that would have been on the 18th. Okay, and then obviously, yeah, I mean, he could have been in there for God knows how long. Okay.
that one's clean too if you got to run it too.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for her to get back. Actually, could I see your CCW permit,
absolutely.
please? Boy, that had to be itchy and probably hot up there.
I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I don't.
Right.
He's still here.
Go ahead. 10-4. Do you mind if I go secure this?
Yeah, go for it, dude.
He's got that and his pistol with 2 mags are up there, so you know.
I won't touch anything.
So, yeah, no, we appreciate, you know, you're being super cool, man.
I'm not worried about
Go secure this.
What'd you find? Find a rifle?
No, we didn't go up there yet. No,
Oh,
those
it
are
is?
his. Yeah,
Oh,
his guns.
okay.
Yeah, like the pistol he had on him, and so. Yep. Is he going up to the hospital?
He's got to have to. Like,
I'm familiar with the forge.
I don't know if you heard the news or not, but there was like a block.
Yeah, we go up there.
More than welcome, man.
All right. Just got to figure out a way to get up there.
A call came in, somebody heard broken glass, and
Do you leave this door open at night or anything?
Yeah, sometimes. I'm gonna start talking
One last
now.
name, Jack Phelps, John Adam, Nora, King Ocean, William, Sam King, item for John,
There
Julie.
might be something up there.
Hey, big guy, what's your name?
John.
John, she says you leave this door open at night sometimes?
Yeah, we let so the dog can see outside.
You probably climbed up.
Ten four, three volt for right here. At 5-8.
106 desk. I've made contact with 102.
If there's anyone in the station, I need someone to bring out some kind of step ladder or a ladder. Something so we can crawl up into this attic. All right. Yeah, go for it, dude.
He's got that and his pistol with 2 mags are up there, just so you know.
I won't touch anything while you.
Yeah, no, we appreciate, you're being super cool, man.
I'm not worried about you. I don't think you're gonna do anything. Well, bummer, guys. Sorry to wreck your day here.
I'm glad I only had 2 beers at the bar.
Which bar?
Oh, Clementine, just right by work.
Yeah, the Forge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. My uncle worked there. My dad used to work there.
Oh, really?
Long time ago, but I'm familiar with the Forge.
I've been there 6 years.
Yeah, good place to work, eh?
Yeah, it's a decent paycheck.
Yeah,
it's hard work, but man.
No, man, my uncle lived off that place with his family for.
Here,
give me that, man. If you want to take pictures. Let's get this attic thing out of the way, if you care.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Okay. Move this right.
We're gonna grab some of him. We got a couple before he went to the hospital.
Yeah, you're good. Let's check this out. Hold that for me, would you, buddy?
You got it. Need a light?
I'll use my gun in a minute here, pal. Make sure there ain't nobody else creeping around up here. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Oh my God, is it tight up here, guys? Not seeing anything right this second.
I'm sure it's probably buried up there.
Yeah. I mean, oh man, there's tons and tons of insulation up here. Well, only one way to find out.
You are never gonna believe what just happened. I come home and find a dude in my attic.
I don't know if I want to crawl around up here, to be honest with you.
Huh?
I said, I don't know if I want to crawl around up here.
51206.
No, I don't even know about you.
I don't care if I'm gonna find whatever. If I'm gonna find a gun, I'm gonna find it.
No, it ain't that.
Oh,
I'm talking about like weight.
like what?
Like weight.
Oh, like weight?
Yes.
5106.
You know what I'm
He was in
saying?
there, so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go for 06.
I don't want to fall through the ceiling.
I'll give you a heads up. Protecting this gentleman in front of you.
I got real close, man.
What do you say?
I don't know.
Can you repeat?
They are taking this gentleman to freighter.
Okay. Yeah, if you could follow. You're gonna have to for now. I'll figure something out as soon as somebody gets in here.
No. Just like this.
Yeah, I don't even know if you should be crawling around up there.
3306.
Go ahead.
Would you rather
I don't know. He said he's my neighbor. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, I don't care who goes. Someone needs to go with them. We need someone to stay with them.
Copy 51. What are your thoughts?
Oh, dude, it's crazy. I just thought I'd let you know this.
Your case, your call, but their policy is you have to ride in the ambulance. You can't drive behind them.
I don't care.
I should probably call him or something.
Yeah, so be it. I don't care who goes. Just somebody has to go.
Holy.
You see anything immediately?
There's like a little dugout area over here to the right.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to keep crawling around up there.
You know, like the attic doors right above, like the back.
All right, I'll tell you what, dude. How much do you weigh?
180 on the floor.
Get down here and strip all your shit off, and then you can go.
And then he started screaming his name. So I'm like, oh,
We'll
shit,
get down to
what's
180. You're not 180 with all that shit on.
All right, dude. Well, I'm gonna let you go. I just thought this, like, you should know. All right, brother. Bye.
Yeah, man, my 240-pound ass is gonna go right through the ceiling if I crawl around there. I'm telling you right now.
What was he sitting on?
I don't know. He's a little dude, though.
My boss said I should call him and go to Paddle.
Feeling lucky? All right, he's gonna strip all his gear off. He's gonna crawl up into that. I don't know what I can tell you, TK. I don't know if I can spot you. I'll keep an eye on you, though, okay, when you get up there.
Yeah, just get me up. That's all.
All right.
All I gotta do is just. I should be all right.
Why don't you take your like 51? Let me get you a mask. Hey, check with the fire lads. See if they got some sort of face mask
It might be like a dress, but he doesn't
or
have
something
itch.
like that. You know, I need a face mask.
Copy. 106.
Go ahead.
Is this you or him?
No, this was between me and him. All of his stuff was right there.
They were
But when I drug him down, it kind of went everywhere.
Mindy said she was like calling for someone to help him out.
Well, he was screaming, "My name's Robert. My name's Robert." And then like he put his feet. He opened the thing and he put his feet down, and I yanked him down.
Did you say anything else?
Oh, let me go. I'll give you $300.
That's it.
$300? Wow.
$300.
Oh, $300 on Friday. You can even get.
I'm good for it. It's only Monday, bro. Is that your target?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what's been going on? What happened here last night?
We heard about it. That's why I asked him if this had been fired, but he said it hasn't.
Okay. That's kind of why we're going up there. Want to see if there's anything he left behind.
Well, he clearly broke his leg somehow.
Well,
he broke his leg jumping out of the house.
Jumping out of across the alley.
He jumped out of a. You think he jumped out of a window? Yeah, the attic. Somebody didn't get called.
So then why the f did he climb in my house?
He didn't get called in as a shots fired. He got called in as a suspicious guy.
With a glass break.
With glass breaking and someone jumping across roofs. I think he jumped off the roof of that house.
Yeah.
And broke his leg. He came over here. He crawled up he climbed up.
Yep.
He parkoured up their balcony here. And he came through that
She
door.
didn't know if the door was locked.
He says they leave it open for the dog.
Yeah, we leave
So he might have just crawled in that door then.
Yeah. Yeah, double A, go out, head out with fire.
Brandon said he was
I don't care who goes, it doesn't matter to me. Well, let him know. I mean, if that's
I told him, and he said,
if he wants to go, he can go. I don't care who goes. I just as long as somebody goes.
Rig headed to freighters. My squad.
Why don't you take your uniform shirt off, dude? Get down to. It's gonna be hot there too.
Yeah, Kyle.
Like I said, you can have this.
What's up, Cal?
It's okay.
No, we're good. Thanks, bud.
You good?
No, not you. Go stand outside for a sec. I'll come talk to you in a minute, all right? Hey, thanks for coming. I might find something for you to do. You never know. Did you bring your dog?
It's not that wrong.
What's
Kyle.
that?
Which Kyle is that?
Garrett.
Oh, Garrett. Hey, how was the soup?
The what?
The soup.
You had soup yesterday for lunch.
This isn't falling down, is it?
No.
Rittner shirt. Not like Don.
You're good? Yep. You good? Yep. All right. Yep. Let's go find a gun.
Carlos,
Good.
you didn't let nobody know there was somebody in the house, Carlos?
You probably welcomed them.
Dog pretty scared
He's
too.
probably chilling. Where'd those masks go? Is there another one?
No, Carlos.
Thanks.
Dave, you should probably take him back outside. Just leave him in the backyard.
Come on, Carlos. Does he want to be fed? I'll wait with you.
Oh, yeah, that's much better. Oh. Yeah.
We got a metal detector.
Oh. How you feeling?
Hmm?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling. You had plenty of time to bury it, that's for sure.
You're not missing anything.
was very disturbed back there.
Where was he hiding?
He said he was right here because when he opened the hatch, his feet came out.
All right. Does it look like he made it back that way or
I was
what?
gonna say it does not look disturbed all the way back there. This looks
All right.
like the main disturbed area right here.
Okay.
This is where it was dug out pretty good.
Hey, Aaron.
Yo.
Give me like a 10-minute counter, then we're pulling him out of here because I don't want him to get all.
Certain now.
Yeah. You can come back up later if you want.
It's got to be in here, right here, I would think. This is the only area that's disturbed. Got to be right here. That's what I would think. Why would he dig this area up?
I don't know.
Oh.
Careful. Hooks and hangers and
Yeah.
nails and shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Hang on. Where'd you put it, dude? It's gotta be over here somewhere.
I feel like it's holding you up all right, okay?
Oh, I'm fine. There's no issue there.
I did not.
All right.
It's disturbed.
What about this little hole over here?
I'm trying to see if he chucked it into the eaves.
Look to your right.
Am I right?
This little hole right here. See the chimney? To your right. Look to your right. See the chimney?
Oh, yeah.
Right here. Look down right there. There's a hole right where your flashlight is. He's kind of dug up there.
Yeah.
Is that where he was sitting?
Might have been. He might have had his back up against the... That's electrical wire.
It doesn't look like he crawled any further back.
No, I agree.
This is all dug up here.
Just trying to see if he threw it, maybe.
Yeah.
It's gotta be over here. Somewhere.
That's wire. Hell, dude.
Unless he shot that dude's.
I don't think so, man. You think?
You saw it sitting out. If it was out, maybe. You around?
Aaron.
Yeah.
He had the pistol on him, right? Big guy Mike?
Yes. John.
Or John?
Yes.
He had the pistol on him.
Yes.
All right, but the rifle was in the house.
Yes.
Okay.
That's his rifle.
And it was
John's.
out? It wasn't secured?
Was it accessible or no?
It was out, but it was right where I left it.
I got you. It was out, but it was right where you left it. So probably not.
Okay. All right.
Do you look behind the chimney? It's getting kind of nasty up here, bud.
Yeah. No dice.
No?
Like I said, there's no footsteps or anything back here.
All right.
So if you would have thrown it, you would see it.
Right.
It would have made a impression or indentation.
Correct.
Unless it's back. It's gotta be right in this fucking area if he's got it.
Unless it's back behind me.
I'll get over there.
All right.
There's a sock.
Huh?
There's a sock.
We found a sock. All right.
Here's the hatch.
All right.
So he was definitely crawling in this area. That's why I said it's got to be over here somewhere. This is definitely where he was.
He didn't go very far.
No. Unless this was it. I mean, maybe he didn't have one. Who knows? There's got to be the gunshots coming from somewhere.
This insulation's really thick.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you could get a dog up here.
I don't know.
All right. Well, let's look at the bright side here.
We got the guy.
We got the guy.
That's one thing.
All right. Let me, next step. Hey, how's time?
We're at 5 minutes.
You got 5 minutes.
I'm fine. Like, this is all undisturbed here. But this is
Phone. Aaron, you there?
Yep. You're right on the edge of this.
Oh. Man, I'm too big for this shit. Man. Big guy worries, right?
Yeah, I know the problem.
Sorry.
Here.
You gotta, hose me down, bud. Who's here? Yeah. My man. Look at this guy.
I don't want to bump your gun here.
You're good, dude. I don't think you're looking to hurt me. Thank you.
No problem, man. Thank you guys.
Yeah, we'll get it off eventually. All right. Thanks, dude.
Good.
I got a washing machine at home.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute. All right, just don't leave them up there too long.
All right.
TK, don't stay up there too long. Sorry. I mean, I have to start looking outside.
Yeah. Oh, do they? Oh, yeah. Block the guys in the metal detector.
Yeah. All right.
Does you think same dude from yesterday?
Yeah, it's definitely him.
Where did he come from?
Right, that red brick house.
That's the one?
Yeah.
Come here.
Jumped out of the window.
That's why I broke the leg.
That's why I broke
How
his
they get
leg.
in here? Are you breaking the back door?
No, climbed up there and went through the door. It was open. All right, they're still crawling around in your attic.
Okay.
No.
Do you know what he was using or anything?
Everybody said it sounded like a rifle. But you know that, you know.
So on the checks a little bit?
Yeah.
Checking garbage cans maybe?
Yeah, I was about to say, let's start taking a look around in the alley here.
Sounds good.
What kind of soup did you get?
Oh, the vegetable.
Oh, they're good? Yeah? I do too. A couple of weeks ago, I had chili mac there, which was real good. Thanks, dude.
All right, clock should be there any minute.
Okay, hey, me and TK were up in the attic here.
Okay.
We're gonna need a metal detector
Okay.
because
You may have stashed it in the insulation or something.
the insulation's super thick and it's super hot up there. And I don't know. I told him I gave TK. I said, you got 10 minutes up here. That's it.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't about to go crawling around up there. I'll fall through the ceiling.
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna want to hold it. Clock's gonna get out there to help. I'm gonna call him and see if he has any contacts, anybody with a metal detector.
Apparently, Plock. We already heard Plock does. So.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. So I'll talk to him when he gets here.
Yeah, that's good. And then, yeah, we're gonna hopefully we can find that.
The only other thing is, me and guy Kyle Garish here with him from St. Francis, we're gonna start going through some of these garbage cans. I don't know if he dumped them.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to look through it in those areas.
I mean,
you know,
this
any nook
house,
and cranny.
this house that he entered. So this dude normally carries a Roscoe with him. So he had his handgun with him, and that's how he ordered him out of the house. But this dude had a rifle in his house that this dude didn't see. Luckily.
Wow. All right. So right now you got this burglary. Who? You got somebody? Is he going to Freighter?
Yeah, I can't remember. I think Brandon's going with him.
All right. Do we know what he was on probation for?
Hit and run?
I'm losing you.
I heard hit and run. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna want to maintain a hospital watch.
Well, we can put a hold on him. He ain't going anywhere.
Okay.
We own this.
Yeah, we just don't want anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in rough shape.
Okay.
He's
so
coming.
He's gonna be in there a while.
He's coming down or whatever he's coming off of. Man, he had drugs on him.
Okay.
So
yeah, that other family, somebody's not telling the truth of what happened there. Why he did, felt the need to bust through the window and not go out the front door or the side door.
yeah.
All right. Well, I'm heading in, and then Janelle's gonna head back in and see what we can do.
Alrighty.
All right.
Cool.
See ya.
Later.
All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Bye.
The dog even help us out here? An article search?
Maybe, but with dogs available, we got one.
What's Kyle doing?
He's at where he works seconds. I don't even know if he's on today, to be honest. He's supposed to be on, but they might have flexed him off because of training.
Oh. What the hell Jeremiah is doing? He need a drill.
I think Franklin's got a day shift dog. Or Creed. Might be worth it.
Yeah.
I can back him up.
You all right?
Yeah.
You okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Just didn't find it, that's all.
We'll try see if he's got a metal detector. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Literally, yeah. Looking for shells.
No, looking for the gun.
Go off. Came through all the garbages and stuff like that, and she says she sees people coming in and out of that house all the time. I'm assuming they checked the shed.
They went through the house. They cleared the house.
That's what I saw on the blotter today. That's a far jump. Did you break in the window then, or just that back door?
No, the door was open. They leave the door open for the dog. So the dog comes out on the porch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Looks like he probably crawled up there.
I'm trying to think where you could dump it. And you guys, obviously they checked the house. It couldn't be there. To launch it.
Did anyone, I know they lost, but was the broken window from the porch?
I don't know that.
The broken window?
Yeah, they said there was broken glass, and I didn't ask.
The broken window is that right there, that window, this attic window on the right side here.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
So that's where he jumped from. Oh, I thought he just jumped first before.
No, he jumped.
Because I looked and I thought, oh my God, my car, my
we
trailer.
think he jumped window to roof.
Yeah, that's what he probably
And
did.
I think he jumped off of this roof and broke his leg.
They checked this yard too, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Let's take a look.
I'm telling you,
Yeah, I was in
there
this.
were a ton of cops here this morning going through all the yards.
Yeah.
I believe
No, I was here.
Were you?
Yeah, I was here. I've been here. I didn't go anywhere yet.
Then I looked at my window upstairs. I thought, well, maybe I went that way. And I thought, you didn't know.
I knew this wasn't over. Is that her car?
No, it's too freaking short to see.
You probably just came up this way. Upstairs. I was ass upstairs. I mean, the house is right behind us, Brett. The red house is right there.
Hey, Plock, you got a metal detector? You know someone that does? No, do you know someone that, like in the FBI or something?
First, there's no FBI working today because it's Tuesday. So there's not a single person in the office.
Well, I'm working today. Interesting. TK, Sheriff's Department? No? Maybe got one. I mean, the only other thing I can think of is a dog. It's insulation. Go ahead. It's that fluffy.
56 and his partner are heading in.
10-4. Thanks. Let them know just to respond to scene here. I mean, Jeremiah's going to come in. I don't know. We'll try the dog. So watch your head. Almost smacked you with the thing. Bring your home today after work to wash.
106.
He's not coming in. Go ahead.
Can I transfer 56 right to your phone?
10-3.
Hey, Harry, what you got?
Regarding this dude that jumped out of this house. Well, we found him this morning. Crawled up into somebody's attic.
No.
Yeah, so he broke his leg jumping off a roof. And then he climbed up into the second story of a multifamily home. Went through their porch door and into their attic, and that's where he hid. Where they found him when they got home from work.
Okay, so are you thinking this firearm's in the grass or in the attic?
It's got to be around here somewhere, man. The only thing is that the attic's a nightmare, dude. It's covered with insulation. Found it? You got a metal detector? So I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you think the dog can do a grid search or a article search out here? Do you want to try?
Exterior wise, yes. Inside, I'm gonna say no on the inside part.
No, I don't even want to go back. I don't even want to go back up there. So, no. If you want to come do the outside, that'd be cool with me, man. I'd love to have you take a shot at it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Okay. Cool.
All right. I'm probably about 30 minutes out. I'm leaving New Berlin now.
All right. So. We're out back. We're in the 3600 block alley between between Carpenter and Summers. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Bye. Oh, in the grill? Get the f*** out of here. Nice. That dude. Way to climb up in the attic, dude. 106.
06, go ahead.
Yeah, we located the firearm.
10-4.
The 6. Do you want me to cancel that?
Yeah, 10-3. You can disregard. Thank you.
10-4.
9 or 380, huh?
Yeah. Pretty compact. It's probably a 9.
All right. You need anything up there? Collect it?
Yeah, I'll probably need some gloves or something.
Well, go get what you need. Take care of that business. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna be able to hunt down any brass.
Where is he at when he's shooting? The house is there.
He won't tell us.
I guarantee you, he didn't probably make it to that other roof. He tried. Maybe like one of these where you kind of get it, and then you go down the rest of the way.
Well,
Like if his leg was broken,
his leg's broken, dude. No, either that or he did make it across. He crawled over the top of the White House. He jumped off the back of this one and broke his leg, and then made his way out through the fence there and then climbed up here.
So he jumps out the window. That's what the cops come here for. A couple minutes after somebody reports he jumps out the window, that's when the shots happen. He ain't running around the neighborhood. Like, can he walk?
He can hobble. He's all hopped up, dude. He's cranked up on dope.
He ain't hobbling around with.
But he's hopped up, man.
I think he came straight.
Yeah, I mean, it's humanly possible, dude, that he fired a shot from up there. Remember, they said they heard two right away, right?
Like, it's one, and then it's 10 minutes.
And then another, and then 45 minutes later, they hear another one.
Where the fuck are the cases? He's not picking up cases. There's no way he's thinking that far. You know what else? We were sitting right behind that shed the whole time. Perfect. With our backs. Perfect.
Who knew? Well, he wouldn't know where the hell you were anyway. He wouldn't know where you were anyway.
So did a drone help a murder and kidnapping suspect escape from jail? Tonight, with a manhunt still very much underway, police are suggesting that that could actually be the case. 34-year-old Army veteran Michael Burham has been on the run for 6 days, and just hours ago, police said before Burham descended from the roof of the Warren County Jail using bed sheets tied together, a drone was spotted nearby in the air.
During the course of this investigation, we have also learned that a drone may have been operating in the immediate area of the jail prior to the escape. I'm not a big believer in coincidences, but what I would tell you is that just prior to the escape, there was a drone flying in that area. It could be that there is a perfectly innocent and reasonable explanation. It could also be that it was somehow connected to his escape.
Of course, if the drone does turn out to be a part of the escape, it opens up all sorts of other questions, not limited to, did Burham receive aid from someone on the outside who was operating the drone, and who is that person?
We've interviewed a couple of people who have provided us information that they heard, and I don't know if any of them saw it, but they heard the drone. And it could be that one of them saw it. I didn't participate in the interview myself, but it was immediately adjacent to the jail.
Okay, so more than 200 officers have been assigned to try to track down Burham, who is considered armed and dangerous. He could be an especially difficult escapee to nab, as he's self-taught as a survivalist with military reserve experience. At the time of his escape, Burham was being held on a $1 million burglary, other related charges. He's also seen. He is a former inmate turned federal prison consultant. It's always good to see you, Larry. You know, I feel like you're the kind of guy, every time I talk to you, it's like you've seen everything. But this drone thing, I know you have. But this drone thing, I mean, does this even catch you by surprise?
No, because I mean, I'm in LA or near LA, and there's drones everywhere. Everybody seems to be buying these. Hell, you could go to Costco and pick up one for like $300. You can buy them online coming in from China for a couple $100. So that drone, I don't
Maybe I'll read this article here. I don't know if you can hear that. Sounds like maybe a motorcycle next door. It's not been as quiet here at my house since my neighbor sold his apartments to some new people. Where'd that? Okay, here it is. Okay. It says a Kentucky man was arrested after law enforcement found 40 human skulls and other body parts in his home in Mount Washington. FBI officials made the discovery as part of an investigation into theft of body parts from the morgue at Harvard Medical School. 39-year-old James Knott allegedly purchased the human remains from a Pennsylvania man named Jeremy Polly, who had obtained them from a woman who stole the parts from cadavers donated to the School for Medical Research and Education. Investigators said that Polly purchased the hearts, brains, lungs, and 2 fetal specimens from Polly and paid her through PayPal online banking service. In addition to the 40 skulls, the FBI agents also found a human spinal cord, hip bones, and femurs at Knott's home. Some of the skulls were allegedly decorated. The FBI also claimed to have found a Harvard Medical School bag, various guns, including an AK-47, inert grenades, and body armor plates. U.S. Attorney Jared K. Karam issued a scathing statement about the case. The theft and trafficking of human remains strikes at the very essence of what makes us human, he said. It is particularly egregious that so many of the victims here volunteered to allow their remains to be used to educate medical professionals and advance the interests of science and healing. For them and their families to be taken advantage of in the name of profit is appalling. Knott was booked into the Oldham County Jail and charged with unlawful possession of firearm as a prohibited person. He lived alone, but when he was asked by an FBI agent if there was anyone else in his apartment, he responded, "Only my dead friends." Nice to know he's got a sense of humor, right? And this was in Kentucky, and the article's dated yesterday, so pretty freaky. Okay, let me look and see what we've got that might fit for the time slot. Oh, here we go. There's a motions hearing tomorrow in Mallory Beach boat crash case. Well, that should have happened today. Maybe we'll look a little further. Oh, here they caught the Long Island killer, serial killer dating back to, I think somebody said 26 years. So let's look at that.
And they have made an arrest. And we have live team coverage of this huge development. News 4's Greg Sergel is at the courthouse in Riverhead, where that man is expected to be arraigned today. News 4's Paisley Chang is at the suspect's home in Massapequa Park. But let's begin with Chief Investigative Reporter Jonathan Dienst with what we are learning about this suspect, John.
Yeah, Suffolk police and other agencies searching the Massapequa home of the suspect. They're looking to see if any evidence inside might further link him to the serial killings that stretched over a decade. Numerous law enforcement sources and neighbors say the man in custody is Rex Heuermann. The arrest coming in the early morning hours. The Suffolk DA is expected to announce details of the charges at a news conference later today, but we may hear from the Suffolk County Police Commissioner shortly. We're told law enforcement officials are expected to tie Heuermann to several of the bodies found over the 10 years discovered in that Gilgo Beach area. They're looking to see if he is linked to some of the bodies that were found wrapped in tarps. 10 bodies in all found over the years, but again, not all are linked to the same killer. Among the breaks, cell phone tower pings, calls made by the suspect to one of the victims' families that trace back to the Massapequa Park area. Heuermann works as an architect, and police just a short time ago were seen in Midtown Manhattan searching his offices at 5th Avenue and 36th Street. For years, police have been looking into whether the suspect lived on Long Island and worked in Manhattan, commuting through Penn Station. A cell phone ping from Penn Station area, also part of the evidence. Heuermann, in his own YouTube video, speaks about his life on Long Island, his family, and how he's been working in New York as an architect since the 1980s. Heuermann is expected to appear in court later today, and the charges are expected to be released then. And again, a possible news conference in the coming minutes, also a news conference by the district attorney later to detail the charges. One attorney for several of the victims' families today said the development is good news in what has been a long time coming. Again, a suspect from Long Island arrested and charges expected to be announced soon connected to some of the deaths in the Gilgo Beach serial killings. Back to you.
Okay, Jonathan Dienst in the newsroom with this breaking news for us. Let's continue our team coverage now with News 4's Paisley Chang in Massapequa Park at the suspect's home, where there's been a lot of action, Paisley.
Yes, there certainly has. The suspect was arrested last night, but throughout the night and this morning, you could see there is a massive police presence. We have Suffolk police who are leading the case, state police, as well as Nassau PD and the Nassau DA and the DA's office. Actually, they are all over here. They've been searching the house. We've seen detectives clothed in plastic and booties. They've been going into the house, bringing out bags of evidence. And this is the home of Rex Heuermann. He is an architect, and as people have told us in this neighborhood, they're completely stunned. They always saw him in the morning dressed in a suit going to work. They say that he has lived here his entire life. He grew up in this house. He ended up buying the house in some fashion from his parents, and he lives here with his wife as well as 2 adult children. And of course, the people that are most stunned are the ones that live right next door to him. We spoke to them earlier today, and here's what they told us.
No, the guy, he keeps to himself. He pretty much keeps to himself, and we'd say hello to each other once in a while, and that was it. You know, morning pleasantries. It's an incredible story. You've been hearing it for, 15 years or something? 11 people, right? Something like that. And like I said, we're shocked. Because this is a very, very quiet neighborhood. Everybody knows each other. All of our neighbors are, we're all friendly, and there's never been a problem at all.
Yes, completely stunned and concerned that he could have been living in plain sight right here in this neighborhood for so long. Now, we are told that Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison, as well as the county executive, they are getting ready right now. You'll see the podium to make some comments to the media, and that is expected in the next couple of minutes. But for now, we're live from Massapequa Park. Paisley Chang, News 4 New York.
Okay, Paisley, thank you. We'll bring you that news conference live when it happens. Right now, let's go to News 4 Long Island reporter Greg Sergel at the courthouse in Riverhead with a look at what's expected to happen there, Greg.
Well, we're expecting some kind of a court appearance here, Adam, although the Suffolk DA spokesperson has yet to confirm that an arrest has been made, saying only that there's been a significant development in the Gilgo investigation. However, she did direct us here to Riverhead, presumably for the arraignment of the suspect, but right now we don't have a time when that's going to happen. We have, however, seen court officers and Suffolk sheriffs, some of them behind me, gearing up for what's expected to be a media crush here today. This Gilgo case, of course, has garnered attention around the world with documentaries and podcasts about the murders. Again, we're waiting for the court appearance of the suspect here, expected sometime this afternoon. And as Jonathan Dean said, Suffolk's DA will be holding a news conference after that at 4 o'clock this afternoon to brief reporters on everything that's happened. We're live in Riverhead. Greg Sergel, News 4 New York.
To another big story that we are following and have been all throughout the morning here. This involves the infamous Gilgo Beach serial murders. Now, a suspect in the long unsolved string of killings has been taken into custody on New York's Long Island, more specifically in Massapequa. Now, you're looking at a live image of the suspect's home, and we've seen people going in and out all throughout the morning. The case itself involves the murders of 11 people whose remains were found in 2010 and 2011. Now, most of the victims were young women, and the bodies, many of them, found near the town of Gilgo Beach. Joseph Jackalone is a retired NYPD sergeant and the author of the Cold Case Handbook. He joins us now live to talk more about the case. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
So a big development here in a very big case. Now, I know you are very familiar with it. Can you start by kind of breaking down how this whole thing played out?
Certainly. This case dates back to at least May 1st of 2010 when Shannon Gilbert was seen running from the Oak Beach village, basically out on Long Island near Gilgo Beach. And this is what tipped off the entire case, because shortly thereafter that, in a few months, investigators found the remains of several bodies along Gilgo Beach. Now, there is 4 in particular that are interesting. They're referred to as the Gilgo 4. They were 4 women that were found wrapped in burlap, not far from each other. So, one can surmise that that killer was responsible for all 4 of those. Now, one of those victims, Melissa Bartholomew, was also, her sister was harassed by an individual who was using her cell phone, calling her up and saying terrible things over the phone. Now, that phone pinged in Massapequa. And also, they had tracked this phone call, this person, all the way into Manhattan near Penn Station and Times Square. Now, the suspect that they have here lives in Massapequa, and he has his office on 36th Street in Manhattan, not far from Penn Station nor Times Square. So that's an interesting little connection there, where people are saying all over the internet, what's the connection to this guy? If anything, I think that's what they keyed in on.
And it seems like overall investigators seemed fairly certain as this all played out that there was just one suspect and these were essentially serial killings.
Well, the problem that you had here, you had a public dispute between the police commissioner at the time, Richard Dormer, and the district attorney, Spoda, about how many killers they would have. Richard Dormer, the police commissioner, said there was one. Spoda, the DA, said that there were multiple. So that is a huge problem for a prosecutor now going forward on this case. So if I was investigating something like this, and I used to do this for the New York City Police Department, the issue that came down to, I would have focused in on what we refer to as the Gilgo 4, because those had seemed to be the latest in the killings, and the fact that they were wrapped in burlap, which separated them from everybody else. Other remains that were found, you could then say that these 4 victims were killed by one person. So it's going to remains to be seen, right? So we had a big press conference. Remember, this is just my guess, so to speak, based on what we already know. I don't have any inside information, nor do I have all the answers to this developing story.
Now, we do have that, as you mentioned, news conference that is scheduled for later on today, where we could get some more information and will likely get a lot more information. What do you think it is about this case that so many people have been captivated by? I mean, this is one that you can talk about and folks know exactly what you're referring to. What is it about this case that so many people were paying attention to?
Well, there's been a number of Netflix movies on this. The true crime community, of course, has been involved in this. And there was a book written by the author. His name was Bob Kolker, who wrote Lost Girls, which was victim-centric. And I think that was one of the draws about how even Netflix came about doing a story on this. But this happened practically in my backyard, so to speak. You know, growing up on Long Island, living on Long Island, not living far from Jones Beach, where some of the remains were found. You have to remember there are several victims that were dating back at least until 1996 or earlier. We have the Fire Island Jane Doe, where parts of her remains were found. We also have what was referred to as Peaches, which was found at Hempstead Lake State Park, which then was her rest of her remains were found in Gilgo. And then, of course, you had Manorville. You have Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor, whose torsos were found in Manorville, and the rest of their remains were found on Gilgo. So Gilgo seems to be the ground zero for either one person or several persons who was using it, unfortunately, as a dumping ground for the remains of these victims. And the other sad part of this is that you also had, remember, Hurricane Sandy happened around this time too, where most of that barrier reef or island out there was covered under water too. So it could have wiped away other human remains or other evidence in this case.
What questions do you hope are answered during this news conference today? I mean, of course, we'll get court documents at some point that will provide a little bit more information, but what questions do you have that you do hope are answered today?
Well, first of all, like how they zoned in on this individual and what evidence did they go by? Was it the digital evidence from cell phone calls way back when? You have to remember, Suffolk County had a complete overhaul in their criminal justice system. So we have two new people out there, Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison and the District Attorney Ray Tierney, who are elected to the position. He was elected about a year and a half ago, which was a big change from everything that was going on previously in other going on in government. And here is the other issue. When you have a fresh set of eyes, and these two gentlemen took this case and said publicly in the very beginning that it was going to be first and foremost on their list. And here we are about a year and a half later discussing an arrest that was made. So sometimes that fresh set of eyes and the will to move forward on a case is something that all you need. You know, there could be other things involved, like new forensic technologies and the like. So I hope that they just paint out a picture and tell us exactly what happened. But we're going to have to be patient, because from what I'm learning is that the indictment or the grand jury and the probable cause affidavit are going to be sealed. Kind of like what we saw in Idaho, where a lot of people then, cause a lot of speculation and a lot of running around with the true crime community. So I just hope that people are just patient enough to let the answers come out. They all will come out eventually.
Yeah, and it looks like the podium's set up, and I have a feeling we're about to get this news conference here any moment now, where they will provide some more details. Again, they're stepping up to the podium, so we're going to take this full and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Good morning. There's been some new developments in the Gilgo investigation. Last night, a little bit around 8:30 p.m. in the vicinity of 35th and 5th Avenue in the city, members assigned to the Gilgo Beach Task Force, which consisted of numerous detectives and investigators from the Suffolk County Police Department, as well as our partners in the FBI, did place one individual under arrest, transported him back to 30 Yaphank, which is our headquarters, and he's currently in custody at this time. The case is in grand jury. We anticipate an indictment later on this afternoon, and we're going to probably have a press conference around 4 to 5 o'clock this afternoon with the district attorney and a lot of the other leadership that law enforcement has. Do have to take advantage of this opportunity and thank the teamwork, the effort, the work by all the members of the task force, allowing us to get to this point today. It was a collaborative effort. The resilient work that was done allowed us to place somebody into custody. But once again, there will be a lot more detailed press conference later on today, 4 o'clock, out in Riverhead at the District Attorney's Office. I'm going to pass it over to our County Executive, Steve Malone.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is my 12th year as County Executive. I've lived with the Gilgo Beach investigation for my entire tenure as County Executive. And I can tell you that during that time, the focus for me, members of our team, have been on bringing justice for these victims and closure to these families who have suffered. Today's developments take us a major step forward in doing exactly that. I want to thank all the members of law enforcement, but particularly here today, the Suffolk County Police Department, Commissioner Rodney Harrison. When I nominated Commissioner Harrison, I specifically spoke about one of the most important factors, and that is his background, his investigative background. He's former chief of detectives in the NYPD, former chief of department in the NYPD, and that the focus that he would bring to the investigation. And he did that right from the start, even before he started visiting the site where the bodies were discovered, releasing strategically new information, reconstituting the Gilgo Investigative Task Force, and bringing together those law enforcement partners. And I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. Certainly, I want to thank District Attorney Ray Tierney and his team for their great work. I want to thank the New York State Police, the FBI, and all the law enforcement partners who have worked on this case for so many years. I want to thank our former police commissioners, Commissioner Tim Sini, who then was followed by Police Commissioner Jerry Hart when he was elected District Attorney. Commissioner Hart is former head of the FBI. When Commissioner Sini came in to office, he immediately re-engaged federal law enforcement. And that was Jerry Hart, again, the head of the FBI. When she took over as police commissioner, she continued to work with District Attorney Sini, and he continued to work to advance the case. And now here we are today with this arrest taking place, this major development in the case, and moving closer to that goal that we have all been working towards. I want the public to know, the message to the public is that we have never stopped working on this case. There are police officers, Suffolk police officers, who started working on this case who have retired now. But their efforts, their dedication, it has never stopped, putting more resources into the case. There are people who talked about this case never getting to this point, never getting to this resolution that we see today, this development that we see today. But it was the nonstop, dogged determination of the men and women of the Suffolk County Police Department, our investigators, and our partners in law enforcement, including the Nassau County Police Department. I want to thank Commissioner Ryder. All of that work never stopped. And a message to the men and women of the Suffolk County Police Department. My thanks to you and specifically the investigators here and the team working under Commissioner Harrison. I've always been incredibly proud of the men and women of this department. This is one of the finest law enforcement agencies in the nation and the world. And I'm proud of the work that they've done here to bring us this much closer. The work is not done, and you will hear more details on that later today. The work is not done here, but this is a major, major step forward in achieving the goal that we have had from the beginning, and that is, again, to bring closure to these families and to bring justice to the victims in this case. There'll be more to discuss later. Thank you very much. We're not going to take any additional questions at this time. There'll be more to discuss later. Thank you very much.
All right, Joseph Jackalone joins here again, retired NYPD sergeant. So we did have a fairly brief news conference that was held right there at the scene, essentially where that suspect was taken into custody there in Massapequa, New York. We did learn that coming up at about 4 p.m. Eastern time, we expect to get a little bit more information during a news conference with the district attorney. Joseph, what did you think of the comments that were made there? We did hear them say, of course, that they never gave up and they never stopped looking for the person responsible.
Out there, Rodney Harrison, he's done a great job from the short amount of time that he's been there. I personally know Rodney. He and I were sergeants together way back when, and I had all the faith in the world that he was going to be able to, if anybody was going to be able to do something, it was him. You know, the county executive has been pretty much non-existent on this case, so it's I'm not surprised to see him there. This is a huge, you know, event, so to speak. But you know, he was also the one that appointed James. This was an effort of never giving up, and it's about taking a look at this case and being able to put together some of the pieces. Remember, there was a lot of things I was taking. It seems to be as if the last year and a half they were able to piece all those things back together and be able to build a case and make an arrest. They haven't really told us yet. I guess they're going to wait to see what the indictment turns out to be, but they have to let us know how many victims that they believe that this person is responsible for killing. And that's going to tell the tale a little bit later on.
And a tough question to ask and to answer here is what, I guess, questions do you...
There was so much mishandling on this case from the very beginning, right? So there was so many things, missed opportunities. Like I said, video surveillance that wasn't taken from Oak Beach. There was so many things that had happened. And unfortunately, a lot of speculation ruined the day. Then you had both the police chief and the district attorney both arrested and prosecuted and sent to prison, you know, for various other offenses that were involved in this case. So you had a lot of things stacked up against it. And to be able to see where this case has now, you know, transpired to be, it's kind of fascinating. And I'm looking forward to this. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that movies and most, these two individuals, a lot of credit here, and Rodney Harris really do.
And I know I'm asking you the same kind of question here about what answer you hear. First suspect, what do you hope to learn about that and and we know later on during the news conference today information.
Well, listen, I guess it's a compound question. Why did he stop, and did he stop, right? So when all this case became public and all the information that was coming out at the time, going back now 10 years, you know, what made him stop? And did he even stop? So this is a very interesting aspect. I think a psychologist will actually be able to help you further on down the road. Like, what was he thinking during this time? What was he doing? Was this a cool off period? Was he frightened that he might be identified? What other family members were, you know, thought there might have been a change? Like, what happened in his life during that time period? Did something terrible happen? Was there a reason for it? We know that he's an architect, know that he has a business in Manhattan, you know, so it seems to give every indication that he's just this normal guy that lives in, you know, Massapequa. I mean, it's a very nice town. I grew up from there. It's the kind of thing I think we're going to hear. You know what neighbors are going to say? He's such a nice guy. He was quiet, right? And I would say, well, the suspects who are involved in some of these things never make a big to-do about anything. They want to remain below the radar, and that's their MO.
And we do have a psychologist that is going to join us here in about 10 minutes to break down more
Good.
on that. So we'll definitely have the information there. Joseph Jackalone, anything else that you want to add about this before I let you go?
Well, yes, we have to make sure that, I know the true crime community is going to be on top of this. Remember, the motto should be to do no further harm. Remember, a couple days with interviews and having to relive all this back over again. They lost their loved ones, and I just hope that people are respectful in that regard.
And allegedly of this person. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here.
Thanks for having me, Josh. Have a great day.
Here's the statement from the university president, Scott Green. I was so interested in this. He also sent out an email to the kids and the employees of the university. We know that every action and decision around this horrific incident is painful and invokes emotions. That is why every decision we have made this far is with the families of the victims and our students in mind. While we look forward to removing this grim reminder of this tragedy, we feel holding until October is the right thing to do. We appreciate how so many have responded with empathy and with patience. This would be a perfect opportunity to bring in the attorney representing the family of Kaylee Gonzalez. Shannon Gray is that person. He's live with me now. Shannon, we've been going back and forth on this for months. The debate, the Gonzalezes and two other families don't want that home to be demolished, and yet the decision keeps going forward that it's going to be. And then this big change. Any thoughts about why the reverse?
Well, I mean, we've been asking them for months not to demo the home. I think it's really the tipping point was us getting out and asking the community and letting the world know about the opinion of the families, and letting people there's value there, and letting the university know. We've told them time again, but I really think it was the outside pressure from the public, and I think it was from everyone covering this issue. So we were thankful to everyone that spoke up and said something to the University of Idaho, and there were alumni or anything like that. It was, we had to speak up, we had to voice it out. We were hoping there would be some public pressure that was put on them to stop. And I really feel like that was what really turned the table was the public put some pressure on the University of Idaho and said, hey, listen to the victims' families and just hold off on demoing the home.
What has the communication been like with the university? Because still kind of gobsmacked that the decision was made against the wishes of the families. Although I do understand that not everybody agrees. And the university feels that it is, I think they've called it a grim reminder, that they look forward to removing that grim reminder. I know the family of Ethan Chapin, his siblings, he's a triplet, his siblings still go to the University of Idaho. They said that one of their kids has a bedroom that has a view of the house. So I understand both sides, but how has the university been communicating with you and the Gonzaleses and the other families who don't want that house to be torn down?
Well, we've had some emails back and forth. I've expressed to them about how we thought that there was evidentiary value to the home, that members of the Mogan family and some members of the Carnudo family and the
Counsel. And you're going to call. All right. Let me have. You want to do that while the jury is out, Mr. Boggs? You want to get the records in while they're, or you want to do that before they come in? Okay. Are they ready, or you want me to wait for a few minutes? Oh, yes. Yes, go ahead and bring that. We can do it outside the presence of the jury. Well, depends on what type of proffer you're going to make. Could you tell me what proffer it is and of what evidence or what witness? Yeah, I think I need y'all to come up because there's no microphone up there. Sorry about that. I know it's more comfortable to do it from there. Okay.
So there was a witness who, as I indicated yesterday, had undertaken higher than was informed during the evening of your Honor's proposed remedy, and still informed the defense team that he was going to refuse to testify given the situation. So the question now is how your Honor would like the information that the team believes that he was testified. We can submit a declaration from the defense team member who has spoken to him about the content of his testimony. We could read it into the record how the Honor would like.
How long is the reading into the record? Or do you have a couple of pages worth? I think I'm good with y'all submitting the pages if you want to print them out and just offer a proof. How many do we have? Okay, so we can get that in as offer of proof number 1 or defendant's offer of proof number 1.
Your Honor want to be sworn by one of the members.
Well, you're right, since it's not going to be read, right? And this would have been summarized by whom? One of your team members?
Yes, it would be the investigator.
And that person is here and can swear to it, or can wherever you want to, you put the. Yes, let's do that. So we're going to call that offer of proof number 1. But could the person please come up who did the investigation?
Your Honor, but before we go there, I was my concern is if all remedies have been exhausted, I believe.
Yeah.
And we don't know enough right now.
What?
If the rate of attachment could be issues.
And those are all arguments that can be made if that issue comes up. In other words, that they didn't exhaust all their remedies. But I think that for purposes, I can't deny somebody to put in an offer of proof. And then, of course, the offer of proof is subject to criticism if, in fact, it was done prematurely without exhausting remedies.
But what if a lay witness decides?
Sorry, you don't have to lay. Just
who could knowingly, intelligently change their mind and say, you know what, I thought I would testify for him, but now I don't want to testify for him.
it could be, and but that would be, it could be. I didn't know the details of now that I've heard of them. At the end of the day, when somebody calls somebody to testify in a trial, all they want them to do is to come and answer the questions that you're going to be propounded truthfully, right? So the fact that that somebody changes their mind about appearing, and by the way, let's make this really clear about this changing their mind thing. No one has the option to come into court or not if they're subject to the subpoena of the court, okay? If they are subject to our subpoena, within the jurisdiction of our subpoena, we can attempt to go pick them up with a writ of attachment, whatnot. I am, I guess, assuming that in fact the person is outside of that jurisdictional subpoena power that the court has. Is that a right assumption?
Yes, Your Honor.
Geographically. So
well, I was going to ask if the court was asked then to do a issue.
Well, we could not pick them up if we're outside our jurisdiction. We cannot pick them up with a writ of attachment.
I know it's 150 miles, I think it is, or within.
Yep. As the crow fly.
Well, are they
So it's
going-
beyond 150 miles. So I guess because I understand where you're coming from too, Mr. Hernandez. In other words, everyone could say, if I would have brought this witness, they would have testified that. If I would have brought this witness. But at the end of the day, it's not evidence. First of all, it's not evidence that goes to the jury. That's one. Two, it's evidence that the Court of Appeals would take into account only if they find it to have been improper, that the court did something improper by not allowing by either doing something or not doing something that prevented the evidence from coming in. That's basically it. And I think I've crossed my T's and dotted my I's with regard to that and with regard to the remedy that I gave them, but I still have to allow them to submit their proffer.
Very well.
Thank you. So the person who is going to sign off on, swear to it, because since we're not going to sign to a sworn document, we'll sign. You'll just get on the record to say that offer of proof number one. Can you ask her the question? I don't want to ask her the question. We're going to call that defendant's offer of proof number one. So when we swear her in, you ask her the questions. You said that this is a document that she drafted and that she has personal knowledge of by virtue of her interviews or whatever it may have been, and then that'll be the end of it. She doesn't have to summarize the document. Just
Right now, it's filed as a declaration as a spot for the
well, we could do that too then, and then we can avoid this. Perfect. Thank you.
I realize what as Your Honor, but I assume that there may be a member of the notary force in this courthouse. So
That assumption will probably be correct.
okay, so we can get it notarized.
Thank you. Not a big assumption. Okay. So we're going to just say the offer of proof number one then will be admitted in that form. And of course, under the, it's defendant's offer of proof number one will be admitted. And it goes with all the rules of evidence with regard to that and whether or not the Court of Criminal Appeals will actually even look at it. And they'll only look at it if, in fact, the court did something to prevent that evidence that was wrongful from coming in, or did not do something to allow that evidence to come in. All right, and I think we got that remedy, and we can't do anything about the witness that you can't say, well, I didn't want to come out on camera, because obviously the cameras were shut down. All right, very well. So. And that was on the record, wasn't it? That the broadcasting of the images and names and addresses of those individuals were individual. What do we call? Is the name of the individual in the offer? Okay, the name of the individual in the offer is one of those individuals that was made a part of Ms. Pozel's argument yesterday on the motion for mistrial, and so the remedy that the court then offered was to not broadcast the image, names, addresses of the particular individual. And even after knowing that, and after conferring with him after that remedy, I've been told that the witness still does not want to come forward for them. So, very well. Based on that, the offer of proof, defendant's offer of proof number one will be admitted. Thank you. Okay, can we get the jury out now?
very well. Absolutely.
The Gonzalez family did not want that house to be demoed. I listed to them an email stating the reasons why and hoping that they would honor the wishes of the victims' families. Normally, we just get a response back that says, hey, we're moving forward with the demo of the house. And so, you know, Steve and myself and others tried to get the word out to let everyone know in America and across the nation that it's important. The University of Idaho needs to just leave that home alone. I was hopeful that they would just say in their statement that we are going to leave it at home until the trial is over, instead of just saying October, even though this trial is scheduled for October. But if it gets delayed and gets pushed back, I'm hoping I don't have to have this conversation with them again. I'm hoping that they'll just continue to delay the demo of the home until the trial is done on this case.
So I have a two-part question. One is about the remediation efforts that are continuing and are supposed to be underway now and maybe even over soon. A, will that profoundly affect any kind of jury visit? Because you and I both know that remediation can be the removal of walls and floors, and things can be very different than they were the night of the crime. And then on top of that question, I'll just add, in the remediation, moved a lot of the person with the kids. Have the Gonzalez's been given Kaylee's belongings?
Well, the university sent us a memo and an email letting us make arrangements to get any other personal items that we might need to get and arrange for. So we've got times and dates that they've provided for us to be able to go and set up a time to come and view all of the items that were taken out of the house. So that's the first part of that. The second part of that is that I don't, even if there are walls taken out or things like that, entry points, exit points, there's a lot of evidentiary value that the jury may find in that home, and vantage points of, I don't think they'll be removing floors, stairs, things like that. Part of this remediation, I think is just removing the items, cleaning up the residence, not biologically unsafe with anything that was left behind. So, but I still think that it will be important in this case in some way.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Treat this as a dram shop case. At this point, Your Honor, the claim against Parker is just pretty simple. It's plain and simple. It's whether or not the transaction that happened at Parker's, which we believe followed the law, that she checked the ID of Paul, thinking that it was Buster. She looked at it, she scanned it, and she made a valid legal transaction. We're not here to talk about all the facts of the case, but that's really it. They're alleging that that was not done appropriately. That is it. And whether or not that alleged negligence was a cause of Mallory Beach's death 8-9 hours later, after they had gone to the oyster roast and all the other things and gone to Luther's. But again, I'm not here to talk about and debate all the facts with you. It's about what the allegations are. So the allegation is that that transaction should have been done differently. But if you look at what the claims with the only remaining defendant, co-defendant, Alec Murdoch, they are that, and this is in the amended complaint, Your Honor, on page 9. Does Your Honor have a copy of that? I have that.
I do. I have it.
Okay. On page 9 of the complaint. But if you look at what the allegations are now for our Alec Murdoch. It's that he willfully allowed his minor son, Paul, under the age of 21, to use Buster's driver's license. That he failed to supervise Paul when he knew or should have known that Paul was using Buster's license. That he gave him a credit card to illegally purchase alcohol. That he negligently entrusted him with a boat when he, Alec Murdoch, should have known that Paul drank to excess and was an unfit, inexperienced, or reckless boat rider. So it's a transaction versus essentially bad parenting. And knowledge that Alec Murdoch had about his own family. Not knowledge that Tahisha Cohen, the customer service rep, would have had, or Parker's, but what was it? Bad parenting, negligent supervision. Those two claims are absolutely 100% different. And the evidence and the way that the trial would move forward would be absolutely different against Alec Murdoch as it would be for Parker's. It's a cleaner case, Your Honor. It's a clean case. It's a dram shot case if you want to, as far as the claim against Parker's. The claim against Alec Murdoch is the media frenzy. It's a separate claim. And Your Honor, if you go back and look at the law again, that is one of the main things that they were talking about in the cases, is that it needs to be separate and distinct. And those are separate and distinct. Now, Your Honor, one of the things that you had mentioned, I remember this from the motion for reconsideration, was how does this severance impact joint and several liability? This court is, I think everyone is very well aware about why Alec Murdoch and Parker's are the only two remaining defendants at this point. It's joint and several liability. It's in South Carolina. If Parker's is found 1% at fault, they're going to pay the entirety of the verdict for the sins of the Murdochs. And that's why they're there. Your Honor, Mr. Tinsley fought hard to tether us back to Alec Murdoch and the Murdochs for one reason, and that is to infuriate a jury, to get a jury mad at Alec Murdoch and everything that surrounds Alec, the murders, and everything else, to get a jury infuriated with him and then have Parker's pay for it. Your Honor, in looking at joint and several liability, we now know that, and Mr. Tinsley just admitted it, we filed a lawsuit against the estate of the driver of the boat that killed Mallory Beach because we wanted to make sure they weren't hiding money and shuffling money around in an inappropriate way, that there are no assets. But the minute they found out that wasn't there, it wasn't about seeking justice from the person who killed Mallory Beach. It was about the money. And Mr. Tinsley just dismissed him. The court's going to execute that order, and Paul Murdoch, the estate of Paul Murdoch's gone. They've settled with some of the people from Luther's and the Woods family, the Oyster Rose, the Trust. They've settled with all those people. Your Honor is very well aware that Alec Murdoch doesn't have any money. Your Honor's been in charge of the proceedings regarding the receivership. So essentially, the reason why Mr. Tinsley has fought so hard to keep Alec in this case is because we now have a 100% judgment-proof co-defendant who's murdered his wife, murdered his son. And he wants us there together so that a jury can get angry about that. And the only person who could pay for it is the deep pocket Parkers. Your Honor, the point of joint and several liability is not punitive in nature. And And what I mean by that is that joint and several liability is for the Beach family to get a fair trial and to be compensated if a jury believes that Parker's was negligent. At this point, we know that there can be a fair trial against Parker's. It's a dram shop case. It's one that Parker's is prepared to defend. And if a jury believes that that Parker's was negligent, and that negligence was a proximate cause of Mallory Beach's death 8-9 hours later, then the jury can render that verdict, and subject to any appeals and things like that, there is a company that they could seek damages from. But to tether Alec Murdaugh and the Parkers solely for the reason of getting that jury infuriated is not the purpose of joint and several liability whatsoever. It's not punitive in nature. Severing Parkers away from Alec Murdaugh, Your Honor, would allow a jury to address the dram shop part of it. That's what this case is about as far as Parkers. It is not about bad parenting. Your Honor, the liability that Alec Murdaugh is being alleged to have had in this case is indirect. It's indirect liability to anything related to the transaction and all of the events thereafter. It's indirect. And that's why they're separated that way. And we know that is the only reason why Mr. Tinsley wants Alec Murdaugh in this trial is for that jury to see him. And we just saw, I mean, he was convicted of murder in a very short period of time. There's a lot of people who have strong opinions about it. And Your Honor, I would say this, that, you know, when we, and there's a little bit of overlap with the motion to transfer venue, Your Honor, so I won't argue that completely at this point. But when you talk about, during jury selection, you know, if you're asking jurors questions and you say, hey, this case is about a breach of contract or it's a dog bite case, that's one thing. This is a case involving a family and now a gentleman who's sitting in jail for the murder of his wife and his son, with centuries of the Murdaugh influence here in Hampton County. Many times good, more recently bad. Everyone has a strong opinion about it. And there is simply, this court system here is for each party, and that's not just the plaintiff. Each party, including the defendant, and that includes Parker in this case, to get a fair trial. Your Honor, I think that we can't use the audio system here, but I do want to play this one. Hopefully the court can hear it. But this is just to put it in context. As you know, I mean, there's a lot of media here. There's media right outside of the courthouse. A lot of interviews being given about this case. But as it relates to this very issue of severance, Your Honor, I'd like the court to hear this from Mr. Bland, Eric Bland, who was involved in the Satterfield matter. Go ahead and play that.
Intoxicated or watercraft. And it's going to be a fascinating trial. If Alex Murdaugh does come to the trial, you know, he's sitting at the defense table with Parker, which means he's going to get the stink. Parker's going to get the stink all over him from Alex Murdaugh just being 2 feet from him in a jumpsuit. I'm not sure they're going to let him wear a suit, a business suit. They may. But just the fact that you're at the same defense area or table with Alex Murdaugh will really resonate with the jury.
Yeah, about 30 seconds.
I'm well aware of that. I'm aware that for purposes of this hearing today, I'd rather not hear any videos of other lawyers giving their opinion about the case. I'm well aware of where we are, so let's don't have any more of those.
Yes, sir. I will say this, and as far as the stink, that's what this court should be concerned about. It's the reason why we have filed this motion to sever. Circumstances have changed, Your Honor, and we are here to get a fair trial for Parkers. And so, Your Honor, based on the change in circumstances, the applicable law, the claims that are remaining, and the clear prejudice that Parkers would face, being tethered again to a convicted murderer, we would ask that this court sever Parkers away and let us try our case with the Beach family.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley.
Your Honor, I can't pass up this opportunity, and I suspect that no one's ever quoted people.
Mr. Cook, you want to take a spot up here inside the bar? Thank you. All right, you're good.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I suspect no one's ever quoted Pee Wee Gaskins to you before, but I'm going to quote him now. Fairness and justice are dependent on your perspective of whether you're giving it or you're getting it. And if you look at, I'm not going to go back through our whole motion to reconsider. In the brief, I extensively briefed everything he's just talked about, but I'm going to point out a few things. You can't come in to a situation, a case, pour gasoline on something, set it on fire, step back, and then claim that you have unclean hands. In the motion to disqualify me, I filed with Your Honor the blog, the 28-page blog that Greg Parker's employee filed and made public in July of 2021 after the murders, containing inside information only available to the lawyers. Mr. Parker has sat with the Wall Street Journal. He sought the Wall Street Journal out to make this subject the focus of worldwide attention. He sat with Dateline. He sought them out. He sat with Netflix. He sought them out to give his statement. To the extent that they argue there's some change in circumstances and they have unclean hands and all this attention, the facts don't support that, Your Honor. And there's no evidence in front of you that would support that conclusion. And that's really the point. If you look at, for instance, Smith versus Tiffany, every single case that's cited in the brief before where a defendant claims that the 200 years of settled law in this state, that the plaintiff is the architect of her complaint, of her case, of how she presents her case when it's an indivisible injury like a death and common issues of questions of law and fact, and they are in fact that she gets to decide. She is the architect. In every one of those cases, the Supreme Court has addressed this idea that there's some unfairness. We have a system that encourages the resolution of lawsuits. They have the keys to the jail. The fact that he refuses to avail himself of it is exclusively Mr. Parker's making. There's simply no evidence before this court to support any conclusion that he's arguing. Alec Murdoch's great-grandfather, Alex Murdoch's grandfather, Alex Murdoch's father are right here. Alex Murdoch is not sitting on the side of the plaintiff. And Alex Murdoch is not conceding liability. He is contesting and fighting liability. Only Mr. Parker thinks that the funds, the account, judgment for nothing. Any risk of prejudice in this case from Alec Murdoch's involvement in this county where people still may believe that he was wrongfully accused, he was convicted of murder because he was in fact guilty. And there is no basis for this court to conclude any prejudice either to Parker's or to Alec as a result of that. If he can get a fair and impartial trial in Colleton County, which is in the 14th Circuit, which is affected with the same influence that they argue that this case is infected with, he can get a fair trial here. They will get a fair trial. I'd submit to the court that the prejudice is more likely to the plaintiff than it is to the defense by Alec Murdoch's involvement in this matter. But there's no evidence of that, Your Honor. And they can stand in here, and much like they're going to do with the motion to transfer venue, there simply is no evidence. And they can't show that. Smith versus Tiffany, and I've cited it to you before. It's 419 South Carolina 548. It's 2017 Supreme Court opinion. The Supreme Court recognized that the court cannot usurp the legislature's authority to enact policy. In this case, because we have the contribution among joint tortfeasors section that specifically makes joint and several liability, but still the law of this land, and which has been the law for over 200 years, they are asking you to violate the separation of powers. And the Smith case recognized that that is an additional basis in addition to the 200 years of authority that support that the plaintiff gets to make the decision. And these are the same issues. They blame the Murdocks. They say Paul Murdock is not the driver. All of these issues are common issues. And you cannot, now, I thought it was interesting that he stands up and he tells Your Honor that the law and the facts are the same, but just there's a change in circumstance. There's no change in circumstance. And now in their brief, they seem to be proposing 3 trials. The Morrow case, I cited it to Your Honor before, Morrow versus Fundamental Long-Term Care, 412 South Carolina 534, 2015 Supreme Court opinion. That was the case where the trial court said that this is a nursing home neglect case. In the first instance, we have to decide whether there was neglect. If there's not neglect for which the nursing home company can be vicariously liable, there can't be liability for its own corporate acts. It's the same thing here. And the Supreme Court found that not only did that view of the claim, the plaintiff's claim, violate the plaintiff's 7th Amendment right to a jury, but it in fact upset this 200 years of settled law that the plaintiff is the architect, and it runs the risk of potential inconsistent verdicts. Beyond that, Your Honor, they continue to talk about Rule 20, but they're not asking you to sever it now. They're putting that label on there, and the Morrow case says you can look through that label. What they're asking you to do is bifurcate this, and it is improper under Rule 20. It's improper because, again, I argued to you before, a claim, their defense's claim of blaming Paul Murdock or saying that he's not the driver is in fact a claim broader than the right to relief referenced in the rule and makes Rule 20 inapplicable. If you look at page 13 of the motion to reconsider, that whole page is about the subject, Your Honor. I don't need to recite it now, but Rule 20 is inapplicable, Rule 42 is inapplicable, because these are the same issues. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. If you have something new to offer, I mean, the court has been through this, prior hearings, there's been lots of briefs filed. If you have something new that you'd like to respond to, I'll be glad to listen to you.
Yes, sir. Very briefly, Mr. Tinsley has said that the plaintiff is the architect of his or her complaint, and would argue to this court that they're allowed to do whatever they want, and the court can't have any control over it. If that was true, if the plaintiff is the architect of the complaint outside of the available rules that this court has, how on earth would there even be a rule to sever? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, they could sue whoever they want to, but the court has the discretion to say, hey, in this case, you could sue whoever you want to, but our role as the court is to make sure that whoever you're suing is getting a fair trial. And I'll lastly say, Your Honor, Mr. Tinsley said there's no change in circumstances. I would beg to differ that a conviction of murder of your wife and your son is certainly a change of circumstance from the first severance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now let me hear you on your motion for change of venue.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. As I mentioned, the motion to sever and the basis for the motion to sever are also somewhat intertwined and overlap with the motion to transfer, Your Honor. Under South Carolina Code 15-7-100 A2, we recognize that this is in the discretion of the court. Your Honor may be familiar that originally there was a motion to transfer in January of 2020. That motion was based on convenience of witnesses. This motion, as Your Honor is aware, is for prong 2, which talks about the ability to get a fair and impartial trial. So it's different from the first one. I think some people have said, well, you filed it before. What's different? But it's a different motion, Your Honor, as you know. Your Honor, per that rule, you have to get an affidavit from a Hampton County resident to say that they believe that you cannot get a fair and impartial trial here. And that's not easy to do. We were able to get 2. I understand that Mr. Tinsley just this morning, right before the hearing, has something to suggest that one of the folks who gave an affidavit, Miss Brown, may not have property here in Hampton County. She reported that she lives here part of the time, but more importantly, Your Honor, we have the affidavit of Mr. Rant, who's been a resident of Hampton County for 60 years. And the point of the affidavit is not to go and talk to every single resident of Hampton County, because there's a lot of people who don't even want to talk about this. But the affidavit gives you the ability to at least file the motion, which is what we've done. Your Honor, we do believe that the notoriety, I was talking about jury selection. Now, again, in this case, in this county, we know the Murdoch name has influence. Everybody's going to have an opinion, one way or the other, whether it's good or bad. But there is an opinion. And again, Your Honor, it would be one thing if we're talking about a breach of contract case here and the Murdochs may be involved. We are talking about Alec Murdoch, who practiced law here, had a firm here, who is now convicted of killing his wife and his son in a trial in Hampton County. There is no resident in Hampton County that hadn't heard about it, hadn't talked about it, hasn't watched news about it. And Your Honor, we would submit that, again, at the time that the first motion was filed, which was for convenience of witnesses, that was at a time when Alec had not been indicted, I don't even think. Paul was still alive. Maggie and Buster and all the other defendants were there. Now, again, we're here with just one co-defendant, is Alec Murdoch. Your Honor, we do believe that the case of State versus Manny Lee Law, which is 265 South Carolina 111, which is cited. One of the things that we anticipate is that when you do transfer venue, that it needs to be moved to a county in the judicial district, in the circuit. Your Honor, as you can tell from our motion, we're asking for it to be removed from the circuit completely, given the fact that just right down the road in Colleton is where Mr. Murdoch was convicted. And more importantly, Your Honor, what that case stands for is not only that transferring venue is appropriate and within the discretion of the court, but that also the Constitution of South Carolina, first and foremost, requires an impartial trial for the defendant. And Your Honor, Section 23 says it shall be the duty of the General Assembly to pass laws for the change of venue in all cases, civil and criminal, upon proper showing supported by affidavit that a fair and impartial trial cannot be had in the county where such action or prosecution was commenced. Your Honor, that's the basis for our motion. Again, it's intertwined with the facts and circumstances of our motion to sever. We believe that, and I do want to say this, Your Honor, it is not that we don't believe that folks from Hampton County can't be fair. It's the type of case. Again, this is a case about a breach of contract. We're not even having this discussion. We're talking about Alec Murdoch and the Murdoch dynasty, the Murdoch family here in Hampton County. That's the reason. Not because they can't be fair. It's because they're going, every juror brings their life experiences to the box. And that life experience here in Hampton County is going to be, to use Mr. Tinsley's term, it's going to be infected with all of the media hurricane that is the Murdochs. And so, Your Honor, we would ask that there be a transfer of venue.
All right, thank you. Before I get to you, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Cook, I'm going to listen to Mr. Tinsley, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. I cut you off and didn't hear you on the first motion. I'll hear you on both motions after Mr. Tinsley finishes. Mr. Tinsley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, Mr. Scheer says that the rule requires an affidavit. The rule, the law, the Constitution require a formidable showing, a showing that it is truly impossible. This is Alston versus Black River Electric Co-op, 345, South Carolina, 323, South Carolina Supreme Court opinion from 2001. It's truly impossible to strike a jury in which the jurors, the venire, will either say that they will follow the law, say that they will abide by their oath, and follow Your Honor's instruction. An affidavit, he says, in the fill-in-the-blank affidavit they got from, he said Mr. Rant, it's Gerald Brandt. I know Mr. Brandt. Even if you were to consider this affidavit, and let me jump back to Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown, in the fill-in-the-blank affidavit, it says that she's a resident, because that's what Mr. Scheer wrote on it. But then she had the wherewithal on the last page to say, well, she lives in Florida. She's got some property here. It's not uncommon that people have hunting property here, and they're up here periodically. And she watched it on the TV, and she knows what she knows. There's no evidence there. Mr. Brandt's affidavit is equally unable to establish any of the formidable obstacles he has to establish. And if you look at the case of Stevens versus the Sun News, the Supreme Court talked about what a formidable burden that is. And it was in the context, in that case, they actually used attorney affidavits. They used the senator's affidavit, and it talked about the inability of the Horry County to give a fair and impartial trial to the plaintiff in that case. And the Supreme Court noted that that those statements, the same statements that are outlined in Mr. Scheer's fill-in-the-blank affidavit, are mere conclusory statements. There is simply no showing. So I would submit to the court that he hasn't even met his initial burden of an affidavit that you can consider if you look at the Stevens case. But beyond that, Your Honor, again, he is asking the court to assume that the people of Hampton County will not follow their oath. They will not follow the law. And you simply can't assume that. The idea that there's worldwide attention, there's nationwide attention, there's statewide attention to this, where would we try it, Your Honor? Where would he go and find people who've not heard about it? Every case I've ever tried, the court says, do you know anything about this? Do you know anybody in this? And then ultimately, can you set that aside and listen to the evidence that comes from that chair right there and try this matter fairly and impartially? It may be come August the 15th, after we've been through all of the people who show up, that a change of venue would be appropriate at that time. If we are unable to select 20 people, which is what the Constitution requires, 20 people from which the strikes will be exercised. If we can't find 20 people in Hampton County, and there's no question that we'll find 20 people. There's no question I think we'll find more than 20 people in the first panel. But there's no evidence in front of this court that supports this baseless argument that they're making today, and we'd ask you to deny it.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, on behalf of Alec Murdoch, I'd be glad to hear from you.
Thank you. On both motions, on the motion to transfer venue, Your Honor, just briefly, his view is that there's really no place in the English-speaking world that you can transfer the case where people haven't heard about it. And reluctantly have to agree with Mr. Tinsley that we're going to have to rely on the integrity of the jury and good voir dire and jury selection to find a panel that can put aside the other things surrounding the Murdochs and focus just on the facts of this case. So for that reason, we have not joined in that motion to transfer venue. As to the motion to sever, Your Honor, the one interest we have is that we believe that under the Contribution Among Joint Tortfeasors Act, Mr. Murdoch is entitled to have his liability, if any, reduced by the liability of others. Parkers can't, because their liability arises out of the sale or use of alcohol, and that's one of the exclusions under the act. But we're going to take the position that that doesn't apply to Mr. Murdoch, and so it would complicate the trial if you had separate trials with partners and Mr. Murdoch. So for that reason, he opposes the motion to sever.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cook. Any further argument? All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
we were doing. And we also didn't want him to know just how close we were getting. So we maintained the grand jury secrecy, and we maintained the integrity of our investigation. In addition to those Gilgo searches, he was compulsively searching pictures of the victims, but not only pictures of the victims, pictures of their relatives, their sisters, their children, and he was trying to locate those individuals. In addition to that, there was a lot of torture, porn, and what you would consider, depictions of women being abused, being raped, and being killed. In addition to all of that, we continued to look and we were able to determine that Chevy Avalanche that was used during the commission of the Amber Costello crime, that Chevy Avalanche was in South Carolina. And again, with the help of our partners, we were able to seize that Chevy Avalanche pursuant to a search warrant, and we're certainly going to analyze that. In addition to that, pursuant to the arrest of the defendant last night by the Suffolk County Police Department, we obtained one of his burner phones, his last burner phones. As I said, this case is not over, it's only beginning. We're continuing to execute search warrants, and we anticipate getting more evidence. Before I turn it over to my partners, I want to thank a lot of people in the room. First and foremost, I want to thank the victims in this case. You know, it's always inspiring as a prosecutor when you get to meet the victims. And while sometimes our defendants could embody the very worst of humanity, it seems that invariably our victims embody the very best of what it means to be human. And in this case, it was no different. I've gotten to know the families, and I'm inspired by them, and I'm impressed by their patience and by their dogged persistence in not only supporting their lost sisters or mother or daughter, but also really really standing for victims everywhere. So I want to thank them all so much, and I want to let them know that we're going to continue to work this case.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Pena, Mr. Boggs.
Judge, at this time, the defense is moving to admit Defense Exhibit 19 under the public records section.
And we did have a hearing on this already. The court has taken into account everyone's position on it and made rulings. So consistent with that, the defendant's 19 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And your next witness, sir.
Judge, for the record, defendant's 19 is 19 pages.
Thank you, sir, for that. Before you do the next announcement, could I ask also for you all to I'm going to ask you a question with regard to a couple of things. Mr. Pena, Mr. Boggs? Should have done that before we came in. Any other witnesses?
Judge, at this time, the defense rests.
Very well, the defense has rested. Mr. Alanis, do you close or do you call rebuttal?
I'll call a rebuttal witness. Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez.
Right. Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez Jr., please come forward. Good afternoon, sir. Please come forward. Good afternoon. Your name, sir? Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. So please just go around the court, put her up here on the witness box. Take a seat, pull up your chair, and Mr. Anis, you can proceed when ready.
All right. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to scoot up and speak into the mic. Make sure the green light is on so that the court reporter can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Can you please state your name for the record?
Dagoberto Gonzalez Jr.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I am self-employed as a physician.
Okay. How long have you been a physician?
I've been practicing out of residency for 23 years.
And in what area of medicine do you practice?
I'm an obstetrician, gynecologist, and I have several other, I have a medical spa, and I'm also the owner of Hormone Balance of Laredo.
Did you bring, or did you turn over a CV to the state?
I did.
Okay. Can I approach?
Yes, sir.
The part that states Exhibit 586. Ask you if you recognize this document.
I do. It's my CV.
I did tender one to defense. It's the same one. Offer states Exhibit 586.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
So I want to begin first by an orientation with a jury of your background. Okay. Can we start with your education post high school?
Okay. I attended Texas A&M University and graduated there with a degree in biomedical science. Then I went to medical school at Texas A&M University as well. I then joined the Air Force and went active duty and did my residency in San Antonio at Lackland Air Force Base.
And how long were you in the Air Force?
I was active duty for 8 years.
Talk to us and continue on with your, or if I could put this up.
Okay.
So talk about your medical school.
Correct.
Your undergraduate was in 1992.
Correct.
And your medical student education, was that your residency?
Oh, I'm sorry. That appears to be a typo. Yeah. No, that's incorrect. That's a typo. Those are my appointments, my professional appointments. Sure. My residency is up on top of the screen where it says San Antonio Uniformed Services Health Education Consortium, right there. That's where I did my residency. That was in San Antonio at Lackland Air Force Base and Brooke Army Medical Center. And down at the bottom under professional, you're supposed to, well, it's basically resident education, medical school, student education. So that's what I do as well. I'm an assistant professor with University of Incarnate Word. I'm one of their professors for the residency program, and I'm also one of the assistant professors for their medical school. I'm currently the chief of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Laredo Medical Center. Also, I was a Board of Trustee member at Laredo Medical Center for almost over 10 years. And I've also served as the chief of staff of Laredo Medical Center, which is basically the physician that oversees all physician endeavors. As I mentioned earlier, I did my residency at Lackland Air Force Base. After completing residency in San Antonio, I stayed on as an attending physician at Lackland Air Force Base and Brooke Army Medical Center as one of their attendings, one of their professors. After 2 years, then I was moved to Phoenix, Arizona, to Luke Air Force Base, where I was an obstetrician and gynecologist with them for the final 2 years of my active duty.
What rank did you achieve in that?
Major.
You've also in your history, 23 years. You said 23 years?
23 years, yes.
You've also received honors and awards.
Correct. Well, I've been chosen here in Laredo as the best OBGYN for several years. It's chosen by the people. I've won the award 6 or 8 times, and I've won other awards. Most importantly, I was the outstanding chief resident and the best gynecologic surgeon they had in the residency program in San Antonio.
Did you also receive any awards when you were in the military?
I did. I received multiple medals because we were in a wartime situation, and I did multiple humanitarian missions in South and Central America, serving as a physician for underserved people of those countries. I'm currently a member of the Association of Gynecologic Laparoscopists, Texas Association of OBGYNs, and the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I do. I had several publications while I was active duty. I did. I got chosen to talk about several instances in pregnancy, sickle cell hemolytic crisis in pregnancy. Another publication where a patient was stung by a black widow while she was pregnant, went into active labor. And then I also worked with hypercoagulation and Lupron therapy for patients with fibroids and vaginal bleeding. Yeah, there are publications that were, there are publications in peer-reviewed journals, yes, sir.
And of course, you stated briefly some of your humanitarian issues.
Right, while I was active duty with the Air Force, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as part of this case, were you able to review some medical records?
I was.
And do you know who those records? Do you remember the name of who they pertain to?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
Okay.
Okay.
Are those? You look at those. Are those the records you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you reviewed those. Now, I remember when I gave you those records, you had also asked me for something else. Remember what that was?
I asked you for any laboratory evaluation regarding Mr. Burgos' testosterone levels.
Okay.
Okay.
You recognize those documents?
I do.
Did you review these documents?
I did.
Move to offer states 585.
Any objections?
No objection.
Admitted.
So first of all, I want to ask you about your experience with the administration of or prescription of testosterone.
Okay.
Okay. What type of experience do you have with that?
Well, as I mentioned, I have a business where it's called Hormone Balance of Laredo, where we focus on optimizing hormones in both men and women. And testosterone is a hormone that we prescribe for men. I've been the owner of that business for over 9 years, and we have treated multiple men and women. I also understand the pharmacokinetics of testosterone. I attend multiple conferences yearly on testosterone. I'm also one of the speakers regarding testosterone for the company that I work for, and I'm also a mentor. And at one point, I supervised over 25 physicians regarding testosterone therapy. So I fielded questions all day long from them regarding controversies in testosterone.
Okay. How many? So how long have you been prescribing testosterone?
For over 9 years.
And an estimate of how many patients have you administered or prescribed testosterone to?
I would say in the thousands.
Are you familiar with a drug called phentermine?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your experience is with phentermine?
Phentermine, I've been prescribing it ever since I moved back to Laredo in 2004. As you know, phentermine is a stimulant that works on the brain to suppress appetite.
And how many times have you prescribed phentermine?
I would probably say hundreds, thousands.
And what about Arimidex?
Arimidex is a medication that we use frequently. If you prescribe testosterone, you have to understand the way testosterone gets broken down in the human body. And testosterone, doesn't matter if it's male or female, will get broken down into estrogen. And obviously, we don't want that in either men or women. So Arimidex is what we call an estrogen blocker. And it's important for balancing testosterone so the estrogen that gets converted doesn't get too high or too low. If it gets too high, then men typically will feel very emotional. They can develop gynecomastia, which is more fat distributed to their breast.
Now, this business that you have, a hormone therapy, it's called, what is the name of your business again?
Hormone Balance of Laredo.
That's additional to your gynecology practice.
Correct.
Now, getting back to testosterone, phentermine, and Arimidex, I want to talk about side effects.
Okay.
Okay. Let's start off with testosterone. Side effects for testosterone.
Well, testosterone, as you know, every medication is going to have side effects. You pull up Tylenol, you're going to see 3 pages of a single-spaced list of side effects. So testosterone could have multiple side effects to include anxiety. It can include jitteriness, anger, frustration, impatience. And like as I mentioned, if not properly balanced, it can lead to many characteristics of being hyper emotional.
Is psychosis a side effect of testosterone?
No.
So what happens if, for example, somebody consumes high levels of testosterone?
Well, there are multiple different types of testosterones. There are testosterones that are what we call anabolic, which are synthetic, man-made, and their job is to make somebody very muscular and built, very popular in the 80s and 90s, Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example. So those types of steroids lead to significant rage and anger, as you heard, the roid rage, because those estrogens were not properly balanced, and the doses were significantly higher than the ones that we traditionally prescribe.
What about side effects of taking phentermine by itself?
Well, phentermine is centrally acting stimulant, which works at the level of the brain. The mechanism of how it causes appetite suppression is unknown, but it's in a category of amphetamines. It's not an amphetamine. It's a subtype of a drug similar to that. And as you know, a stimulant basically is somewhat like an upper. So you get hyperactive, you can get anxiety, you can get nervousness, and there are some, you can even get depression, and there's even psychosis as a side effect of phentermine.
And let's talk about that. Have you done any research regarding psychosis connected to phentermine?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion as to how it would manifest or appear?
Well, phentermine, well, first of all, the side effect of psychosis with phentermine is incredibly rare. A very, very rare side effect, but it has been noted in the literature, and there are approximately 3 or 4 case reports that phentermine has caused psychosis in patients. However, they were all with very unique features. For example, one of the studies was where the person took the phentermine and immediately after, the symptoms of psychosis occurred. So there's no delay. Number 2, it was always taken with another medication called fenfluramine, which was very common also in the 90s, 80s, and 90s. It was called fen-phen. So the psychosis was associated with those 2 medications. And lastly, the most important one, it was taken, the psychosis was formed when the person took very high levels of phentermine, not normal prescription levels. So a person was ingesting 4 to 5 times of what they were prescribed, and that's how the psychosis formed.
And how readily prescribed is phentermine in the United States or in the world for that matter?
Oh, it's probably one of the most widely prescribed medications.
And of all the thousands of patients that you've prescribed testosterone, have any of your patients ever suffered from psychosis?
No.
What about phentermine?
No, never. And we do have patients on testosterone and phentermine combined, but there is absolutely no drug-drug interaction with phentermine and testosterone combined causing psychosis. It doesn't exist.
Well, explain what you say drug-drug, during simple language.
Well, for example, if you take a drug and you take another one at the same time, sometimes they don't work well together. And one can either potentiate the effect of the other, or it can lessen the effect of the other, or it can make it work in a different manner. So therefore, when you're prescribed a medication or you go to any pharmacy, immediately your pharmacist will enter into a system whether you have any drug-drug interactions to make sure that they don't prescribe you that medication, or else you're going to have some type of side effect that was not expected.
So it's your professional opinion that combining testosterone and phentermine do not cause psychosis?
Correct.
And what if we throw what is it?
Arimidex.
Arimidex in there.
No, absolutely not. Because Arimidex, as I mentioned, is an estrogen blocker. It does not increase somebody's testosterone. It blocks the conversion of testosterone to estrogen, which is what the human body wants to do. So what it does, it stabilizes testosterone and maybe keeps it at the level that it's supposed to be longer, but it doesn't increase it.
And when you said earlier in that phentermine case at the onset of ingestion, what does that mean in plain language?
Well, that means the symptom or the side effect is going to occur shortly after ingested.
So right when you start taking it.
Correct.
Okay. Now in front of you, you have defendant's exhibit. I think it's 7, is it?
Correct.
Okay. And what are those?
They're Mr. Burgos medical records from Dr. Oscar Perez.
And have you had a chance to review those for your testimony today?
I did.
Okay. And once you reviewed these, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury Mr. Burgos being prescribed?
Mr. Burgos was prescribed from starting January 4th of 2016. He was prescribed Arimidex, testosterone, nystatin for cholesterol, and phentermine.
Okay. Were you able to, when you reviewed these documents in coming to court or prepping for court, were you able to determine if the levels testosterone and phentermine and arimidex were high, low, or standard?
I only have one set of blood work from Mr. Burgos that was given to me. This blood work was in 2018, which was approximately 2 years after Mr. Burgos had been prescribed testosterone.
And what do those records tell you? The blood, are you able to interpret those blood?
Yes, the level of testosterone was 5,951, but that's used in a scale where normal is 2,600 and 10,000. So it falls right in the middle.
God.
So his testosterone level was normal. It was normal. And to be honest, if you're giving testosterone therapy, it's actually not even optimal for that kind of therapy because it's low.
Okay. And what exhibit are you testifying from right now? That
State Exhibit 585.
So you're finding that at the time of the 2018, his testosterone levels were normal.
Correct.
What about phentermine? There was testimony. Did you get to watch Dr. Gupta's testimony?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear him testifying about the phentermine dosages?
I did.
Okay. And in this case, what was the phentermine amount prescribed to Mr. Burgos?
The amount was 37.5 of phentermine.
Okay. Can you tell us about that amount?
Right. Well, there's 3 different doses for phentermine. It's 15 milligrams, 37.5, and then there's an extended release, which is 105 milligrams of phentermine. And most people prescribe the 37.5, and you can either take it twice a day, so it lasts longer. So you break the tablet in half. So you're really taking like 15 plus milligrams in the morning and 15 in the afternoon. And that's what he was prescribed by Dr. Bettis. At one time, he was giving him the full dose daily, which was the normal dose. And then at other times, he had prescribed it for half a tablet twice a day.
And based on your records that you see here, is it possible that Mr. Burgos was poisoned by his doctor?
Well, no, because the definition of poison means, was he given too much of a medication? The medication that he was prescribed, which both are controlled substances, as you heard, they're got to be monitored by the state and they're monitored by pharmacists. Both the medications that he prescribed were at the appropriate time frames. And the refills were only 2 every time, so it forced the patient to come back every 3 months to get more refills.
And what sort of safeguards are in place in your industry to make sure that a person isn't overdosing?
Right. Well, there are multiple, especially with these medications that are controlled substances. So, before you would just, several years ago, you would go to a physician, if you needed Tylenol number 3 or something with codeine, he would just write you a prescription pad, a little piece of paper, and you would take it. You can't do that anymore. It has to be done very properly through a computer system, and then it gets registered with the state. So the Department of Public Safety has records too, so make sure that the patient's not abusing it. And then moreover, you have to submit it through a different program to make sure that they're not abusing it or getting it from multiple physicians.
And everything regarding the prescription levels that were being administered to Mr. Burgos, how did they appear to you?
They were normal. They were the usual standard doses prescribed to people.
Now, what about there was testimony, if you saw Dr. Gupta's testimony, that he opined on the fact that, for example, with the arimidex,
correct,
or with the testosterone and the testicular dysfunction.
Right.
Can you talk about that?
He mentioned that since the diagnosis was testicular dysfunction, therefore he didn't produce testosterone. And Dr. Gupta's argument was, well, if he has 2 children, then he has normal sperm, and therefore he has normal testosterone. And that's not true. Testosterone and semen production are from 2 different parts of the testicle and completely independent of each other. So for example, you can have low testosterone and have multiple kids, and vice versa. You can have very high testosterone and have no sperm. So the diagnosis of testicular dysfunction is a vague diagnosis or a diagnosis that describes that he had low testosterone, hence the indication for the treatment.
We also, Dr. Gupta also testified that the purpose with these labs popping up is so that these young persons can get buffed or muscles. Did you hear that testimony?
Correct. I did.
Was he correct on that?
Well, I completely disagree. So he had mentioned that multiple clinics have opened up throughout the country where you hear about low T, and it's because, you know, men want to feel buff and big and have energy and have an increased sex drive. And that's not at all why these clinics are opening throughout the country. The reason they're opening throughout the country is that we have made great strides across the world in a consensus meetings to discover that low testosterone has adverse effects on men's health. So we know that you have to run in the upper 25% of normal testosterone ranges in order to have optimal health. And you're not compromising your heart, your brain for dementia, your bones for osteoporosis, and even prostate cancer has been shown to be more prevalent with lower testosterone. So the goal of these therapies is not to get people buff and improve those symptoms I discussed. Yes, it improves quality of life because you feel better, but more importantly, it protects your heart and protects your brain and your bones.
Now, in reviewing Mr. Burgos-Aviles's medical records, was he receiving treatment for any other medical conditions?
Well, he was prescribed nystatin. So nystatin is traditionally prescribed for elevated cholesterol or triglycerides, which is a type of cholesterol. And one visit, he was treated for a sexually transmitted disease with antibiotics.
What sort of STD was that?
Gonorrhea and chlamydia.
Is there anything else in the records that you reviewed regarding Mr. Burgos-Aviles's visits regarding patient notes or screenings?
When I read these charts, I was at first I said, well, this physician was pretty comprehensive. You know, he did everything correctly. He prescribed the controlled substances with only 2 refills. He made sure the patient came back after 3 months, and he did a very extensive screen every time he came in and a thorough physical exam, which is what you're supposed to do if you're prescribing these medications. And every single visit, he did that. You know, everybody in this room or the jury, you guys have been to a physician before, and there's 2 components to a physician visit, which is going to be the interview section where they're going to talk to you and ask you what's wrong or how you've been feeling and if you've had any side effects to medication. And then there's the physical exam. And that's what he did on every single visit.
And those screenings, what's the importance of those screenings?
It's to make sure that they're not having any side effects to the medications you're prescribing, or if you discover something, a new symptom a new symptom that maybe he hadn't had before, and you discover a new diagnosis.
And how many of those screenings did you count in this particular set of records?
11 visits.
And in those 11 visits, did you see anything concern reported by Mr. Burgos?
No.
Anything noted by the doctor in his?
No, it seems like the main reason he came in every time for the visits was for a refill on his medications. There was really never another problem, complaint, or anything like that.
So so is it at the end of your testimony here, is it your opinion that Mr. Burgos was not poisoned by his doctor?
It's my opinion that he was not poisoned.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Doctor, if I could, I believe the state's exhibit, your resume.
I believe he has it. No, I have it right here. 586.
So, I see that your office address is here in Laredo, and it's OBGYN of Laredo, but you said your hormone business is called what, sir?
Hormone Balance of Laredo.
Okay, so is Hormone Balance of Laredo reflected on the CD anywhere?
No,
Why is that?
I just haven't put it in.
Okay. So it's been open for 9 years?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a website associated with Hormone Balance of Laredo?
It's either attached to my website for my practice, and/or attached to Laredo Wellness and Aesthetics, which is our medical spa.
Okay, so it's attached to. What do you mean by attached to?
Well, it's a hyperlink. Patient can go and see, optimize your hormones or other services. They can click on it, and then it'll give you a drag down where you can go to the spa.
And it's an Instagram page, is that right, sir?
Well, there's a website and an Instagram page.
Okay. And then what is the website? Is the website Hormone Balance of Laredo?
No, as I mentioned, it's either attached to my practice, which is OBGYN of Laredo, or it's a hyperlink under my spa, Laredo Wellness and Aesthetics.
So I apologize, I'm just trying to understand. It's not a part of your OBGYN of Laredo practice? It's like a side business?
Correct. It's like it's a side business with a different type of company, like a limited liability company, just a record like that. Yes, sir.
So now you testified on direct examination with the district attorney, and you said that Dr. Gupta talked about these testosterone clinics popping up that give testosterone. Would you put Hormone Balance of Laredo into that category?
No, I describe it as hormone optimization. So we prescribe testosterone, we prescribe estrogen, we do weight loss, we do something called there are protein derivatives to help people feel better, such as growth hormone derivatives, things like that.
So, you said in the side business, you promote this hormone balance. Is that correct?
Well, promote it? No, we offer it.
Now, if you go to your website, Laredo Wellness, there's a whole section devoted to a specific company of hormone production. Isn't that correct?
I would imagine so, but I haven't looked at it recently.
And it's called, I believe you talk about bioidentical hormone pellet therapy.
Correct?
And it's related to Biote, and that's a commercial name, correct?
BioT. Yes, sir.
BioTI.
Yes, sir.
It's a nice play on testosterone, BioT. Is that what it's meant to be?
Correct.
Now, if you go to your Instagram page for Hormone Therapy of Laredo, there's pictures of you and your staff attending the BioT conference. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you get paid to attend that BioT conference?
No.
Okay. Does BioT give you any money for prescribing BioT to your patients?
Give me money? No.
There's no. So the pharmaceutical company doesn't pay you extra for
No.
prescribing those?
No, my insertion of the hormone pellets in patients, we charge the insertion fee and the administration fee, not the pellet fee.
So now, you testified on direct examination that testosterone does have certain side effects. I believe you said hyper-emotional anger. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, but definitely not psychic.
Correct.
Now, but hyper-emotional and anger, that sounds like a mood altering or a mind altering. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Now, there are phases of psychosis. Isn't that true?
Sure.
And the first phase of psychosis is called prodrome. Isn't that correct?
I'm not familiar with that, that specific phase.
Okay. And just to be You've won the best OBGYN of Laredo same times, many.
Correct.
But you are not a psychologist.
No.
And you are not a psychiatrist.
No.
Now, you indicated that you prescribed phentermine, correct?
Correct.
And the longest someone is supposed to be on phentermine is about 12 weeks. Isn't that correct?
No, incorrect.
Okay. That's not what the phentermine producers say, that it should be only about 12 weeks?
If you read the insert on phentermine, nowhere did I see that it's for a 3-week or 3-month therapy.
You mean on the actual production? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Correct. You asked me if the phentermine company that makes it only allows it for 12 weeks. The medication insert, nowhere does it say that it has to be used, not 3 weeks, for 3 months.
So, how long is the longest that you have prescribed phentermine, sir?
Probably for about a year.
Okay. A year, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, is it the medically recommended dosage for 12 weeks at a time?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, why not?
We all know that obesity is a chronic disease. It's a chronic disease. It doesn't go away in 3 months. So the package insert of phentermine doesn't state that the medication has to be for 3 months. There have been multiple studies that people have used phentermine for longer than 3 months, a year, 2 years, etc. And the reason that it's recommended that you stop it after 3 months is because as a stimulant, there's increased risk of cardiovascular risks with it. That's why it's recommended that you only do it for 3 months, but nowhere does it say it has to be. So most physicians will prescribe it as what we call as an off-label medication. So you're doing things traditionally not exactly by what it's indicated for or what the study suggests. You can use it as an off-label.
So I apologize. You said that, so you're acknowledging that the recommended dosage time is about 12 weeks. Is that correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
So I apologize. I thought that's what you just said. So what is the 12-week meaning with phentermine?
The recommendation by certain studies show that at 3 months, 12 weeks, you should discontinue phentermine because of an increased risk of cardiovascular issues. However, studies have shown that you can use it for longer therapy. And actually, the American Academy, or one of the academies of obesity, recommends it for several years of use, although I've never done that.
And the longest you've done is 8 years.
Correct.
Now, you said that the studies that you have seen indicated that psychosis occurs very quick after in the rare cases that it does. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you don't know anything about the phases of psychosis. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, for instance, someone could be in the early stages of psychosis and they wouldn't be in full-blown psychosis, correct?
Well, I'm not going to answer that because I just told you I don't know the phases.
I want to talk about Hernandez. You said you prescribed Hernandez for men, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Hernandez says that you are not, that it is only for postmenopausal women.
Correct.
Right. So the makers of Hernandez say Hernandez is only for postmenopausal women, but you prescribe it for men. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, so you do that in contravention of what the makers of Hernandez recommend. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And now, every individual is different, correct?
Correct.
So, and that's why we know side effects, some side effects are rare and some side effects are common, correct, sir?
Correct.
So, just because you haven't had an indication of one of these extreme side effects doesn't mean that it's not possible. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified on direct examination and you heard Dr. Gupta say that both testosterone and phentermine are both controlled substances, which means that government has decided that it's very important to monitor how they are distributed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now, you also indicated that the lab test that you reviewed showed that a normal level of testosterone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in your review of that medical records, did you see any other lab test for testosterone?
No.
Okay, so based on your review of those medical records, it doesn't appear that the testosterone was medically necessary. Is that correct?
Oh, I can't say that.
Well, you agree that Mr. Burgos-Avilles' doctor had a duty to keep accurate medical records, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see anywhere in those medical records a test that indicated that Mr. Burgos-Avilles had low testosterone, did you?
Correct.
Now, one would only need to be prescribed testosterone if they had low testosterone. Isn't that correct?
Disagree.
Why?
I just mentioned that testosterone has a huge range of what we call normal values, and the range is anywhere from 200 to 1100. So how many times do you go to the physician and say, oh, I just feel terrible and I don't know what's wrong, but I just feel terrible? And the first thing he says, well, your labs are fine. Get out of here. The whole purpose of doing this is that we know that you do not function well, both lifestyle and inside your human body, if your testosterone is not in the upper quarter of normal. So for example, if the upper limit is 1,000, then you should live anywhere between 750 and higher.
And sir, the explanation that you just gave this jury is what you tell patients when they come into your clinic. Is that correct?
Men.
Patients.
Correct.
Yes. And let me ask you about this. You testified on direct examination about a treatment for STDs. Are there any, in your review of those medical records, any tests for STDs?
I'm gonna need some time to go through it. The only thing I see is that when he presented his complaint to the physician was he wanted STD labs to be checked and that labs were checked, but the actual lab itself is not in here.
So there is no laboratory result indicating that, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, at your clinic, you would keep the lab as a part of the medical record. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because that's proper procedure, correct?
Correct.
And frankly, required by the Texas Medical Board to have a complete medical record of the patient.
Yes.
So, from what it appears in your testimony today, it appears that Mr. Burgos-Avilles' doctor prescribed him a medication without conducting a test.
I'm going to object.
Repeat the question.
There is those records?
There's not.
And it was Dr. Perez's duty to keep those records in that, to keep those results in those records, correct? It's his duty to maintain a complete medical records.
He uses a different lab, and the test is performed maybe in his office or in a different lab.
I'm sorry, that's not responsive, sir. I apologize. I object. So I believe you're anticipating my next question, or a different question, but he has a duty to maintain complete and accurate medical records, doesn't he?
Correct.
And so if there are he prescribes him or treats him for a disease, if there is no test for those, that would be in violation of his duties to compile complete and accurate medical records, yes?
I presume.
Now, I just want to make sure I understand everything. You've agreed that testosterone is a mood altering and a mind altering drug, yes?
Correct.
And entramine works on the central nervous system and works on the mind, yes, sir?
Correct.
And Arimidex, by its manufacturer, says it is only for postmenopausal women, correct?
Correct.
And the longest that you have ever prescribed someone to be on entramine is 8 years.
Correct.
And according to those records, Dr. Perez had Burgos-Avilles on entramine for 2 years, over 2 years.
Correct.
Again, sir, I apologize. You said that it is not necessary to have a test result indicating low testosterone to prescribe some testosterone. It's just if they say they're feeling a little unenergetic, then the doctor might prescribe them testosterone.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, could you repeat what you said? Correctly?
I said that the range of testosterone is very wide. And even though you have a quote unquote normal, which is on the lower end of the spectrum of the normal range, people don't function to their maximum capability and have increased health risks. Hence, you could treat somebody for testosterone even though they're in the normal range.
But again, back in 2016, there was no indication of any lab which indicated claims that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was in. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when Mr. Burgos-Aviles was first prescribed in January of 2016, the doctor didn't establish a range according to those records.
Correct.
And is the name of your hormone clinic is Hormone Therapy of Laredo, is that correct?
Hormone balance.
Hormone balance, I apologize. And the website that it's connected to is Laredo Wellness?
Anesthetics.
Anesthetics. And that's also connected to the Instagram. Is that, am I understanding correct, sir?
No, I didn't say that. I told you I'm not familiar with the Instagram page if it has that.
But you do have an Instagram.
Correct.
But you don't have any.
Correct.
Okay, just a minute. For your patience with me.
Anything else?
Yes, the records that you've been reviewing, what defendant's exhibit number is it? The big stack?
7.
Okay. And you started to explain to Mr. Boggs the different manner in which labs are done.
Correct.
Can you explain which you were going to say?
Well, typically physicians will use a lab to get their results. It's very rare that a physician has their own lab in their office. So, for example, there's different companies, national companies like Quest or LabCorp, which you are probably familiar with. In his notes, he says check labs. So I presume that he was probably checking labs at an outside clinic or so forth, or an outside laboratory, and that's why the labs are not in the chart.
Okay. And in looking at the lab results that you did review, what do they tell you as far as those lab results in 2018 regarding his testosterone level? Or what can you infer?
Right. Well, as I mentioned previously, his testosterone level was right in the middle of the normal range. So hence, if he was on testosterone therapy, then it's really a suboptimal range for testosterone therapy. So it's low.
Now, the fact that you testified that you've prescribed the Hernandez against what Mr. Boggs called the recommended use of it. Can you explain about that?
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, there are medications that most physicians use who are called off-label. And believe it or not, that's how most medications get other indications. So let me give you a good example. A very popular weight loss drug right now is called Ozempic. It's an injection, and you lose massive amounts of weight, and there's a big shortage throughout the country. You can't find it right now. Well, Ozempic was indicated for diabetes, and diabetes only, and that's what the manufacturer states. But people started losing massive amounts of weight on it, so therefore physicians started prescribing it for weight loss. Hence, that's what we call an off-label use. The company recognized that, does the research, and now it's an indication to use Ozempic for weight loss. And that's how most drugs get discovered. Hence, Arimidex. We know that testosterone is broken down into estrogen. We don't want that. What's a medication that blocks it? Arimidex. That's why we call them estrogen blockers.
And you also said to prevent the formation of the breasts or what? Well, talk to me about that.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned earlier, if your testosterone is not balanced, even in women, but especially in men, if the estrogen gets too high, they're not going to feel like their normal self. Very emotional. You cry during commercials. You develop the man boobs, as they call, things like that.
Now, can you explain what manic means, and where would you say that type of behavior can occur?
Well, manic is typically when you're hyperactive, you're irritable, you're jittery. Like hyperactivity. Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Boggs was asking you about the assessment or testing for the STD. How was it noted in the records?
Oh, I got to look through it again.
Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. What I recall is that he came to the office and asking that he had been exposed to an STD and that he wanted to be tested for it. And on that same note, he was given a prescription for gonorrhea and chlamydia.
And again, getting back to the combination of phentermine and testosterone, do they cause psychosis when taken together?
No, there's no drug-drug interaction known to anybody that it causes psychosis when used together.
Thank you,
Is that it? So,
That's it.
thank you. Anything else?
Doctor, you testified about outside labs. Now, in your practice, you use outside labs?
Yes.
And when you do use an outside lab, do you take that result and put it in the patient's file?
Yes.
And it appears you said, I presume, or that's what I think probably happened.
Correct.
Now, but Dr. Perez did not take that outside lab result and put it in the file.
Correct.
You indicated Mr. Almeida asked you about the STDs and you but there was a note that said he wanted to be tested and then send a note to go to the prescription. So it appears that the test never occurred. Is that correct?
I cannot say that.
But it all happened at the same time, the request to be tested and the prescription.
Because we usually treat the patient before you get that lab work to be proactive and act before the result comes in.
And now, you were asked at the end of the direct examination about whether this is somebody false diagnosis, but again, we know that testosterone is used all the time. Yes, sir.
Yes.
And we know that sensory works on the central nervous system and causes suppress the appetite, reaction on the brain. That's true, sir.
Correct.
Now, we discussed what off-label, so it's using the drug to temper something for something else.
Correct.
That's how we learn what alcohol is.
Correct.
Now, I believe you told me, prosecutor, a moment ago, that every individual is different in their biology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, even though you personally haven't had experience about this, you don't know about whether or not any individual could have a mind-altering or mood-altering effects on
A combination of drugs or these two specific drugs?
those two specific.
There is no literature support that the combination of these two drugs causes an interaction or what we call a synergistic effect.
Now, but they individually alter the mind and the mood. That's what you told us.
Correct.
Is there a reason to believe that if they individually alter the mind or alter the mood, that somehow they would affect each other?
Possibly. I mean, that's what you have. You study pharmacokinetics and drug-drug interactions, and some work better together with others. Others work worse with others. But with those two combinations, it doesn't exist that they potentiate that side effect. Correct? No. No. No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Follow up on number one. On page 91, can you go to the record, page 91? '87, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm here.
You see where it talks about
Yes, sir.
okay, 90, the assessment.
Page 90 or 90?
90, 91.
Okay, I do see it.
And on page 92, it says follow up on the chief complaint of STD panel.
Correct.
And what does that mean, STD panel?
Well, it's usually either a Q-tip test of the urethra or a urine test.
So, would you agree then that that Dr. Perez's record keeping was not up to par? And just looking at the fact that there's some labs missing or incomplete.
Possibly.
And in the thousands of patients that you've treated with both phentermine, testosterone, or Hernandez, or a combination of those, none of them have ever suffered from psychosis.
No.
Vivian.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. You are free to go back.
Okay. Mr. Jones, any other rebuttal? You close.
State closes, Your Honor.
Chief Burgos. Members of the jury, you have received all the evidence that you will be receiving in this case. However, it is Friday at 4:30, and I am not going to give you the case today. I'm going to ask you to come back on Monday at the same time. In fact, let's make it at 9:30 Monday, just to make sure that we get all our ducks in a row before we get started. At that time, I will read you the charge, and the arguments of counsel will be given to you. And after that, you will be given the case if you go into deliberation. I need everybody back on that day. Okay? You are excused for today, but I have not given you the case, so therefore remember the instructions that I've given you throughout this entire. Thank you.
And it looks like I dozed off there for a minute and they ended the stream. So, wow. I'll have to go back and review that. But, okay, that's it. And I'm going to probably take a little nap and then we will do the Michael Turney trial down in Arizona. So thanks for joining me and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.